Ini kan beli akun. Gimana cara lihatnya?
Yeah, flying it away. A tap as well for the reaction. You can see there that Texture was intending to updraft onto the high ground inside that smoke. The trap stopped him. Cam sees a lot of this info, but it's only Zelsis on. Yeah, taken away. Just can't quite land the one shot that was necessary there. So Zelsis will push back that.
Played, it's occurring. The timing that's taken, Munchkin. Oh, wide open. Right bit of taking. John QT's dropped.
So they tap B, fake C, walk in on A.
And it's an open site. Potentially a closed case, but still, Sentinels, they do have that retake.
Gonna be able to find a timing. And my God, what a timing Munchkin found. He also got in position to throw that. As soon as the orb goes down, Karen throws a smoke and Texture's inside of it. Every part of that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
The small details are hammered out so well by Gen G. They've had a lot of practice, a lot of matches to be played this year.
Not willing to throw away that advantage that they've got. Winning that pistol round. Taking it nice and slow, hoping that Sentinels will peek into them.
The cam from John QT was positioned a little further back in the previous round. It's going to be getting them good information on this side of the map.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are trips there. Clears the way through most of the side. Not sure if it cleared. Zekken off into the corner. They don't like what they saw. Gen G instead now moving over towards the B site. Flash overhead, no connection there. Karen will stick this one, and the gamble stack of Sentinels does not work out.
They got Viper Orb onto the plant. No Snakebite to work with, but double Nano Swarms as long as Meteor stays alive.
And everybody's looking all over the place here. Still Sassy's way ahead of the rest of his team, looking to try and trade this one. Oh, Lakia is right there.
On this map, and a chance to run away with Haven.
Wall up. It's difficult to get the timing here. Zelsis is holding his fault line, but all the players are already way ahead of him. Sassy.
That doesn't even stop them contacting.
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way up, and it's all for free here. Paranoia, Flash, it's all offloaded, concatenated, out and over the top as well. It's down to tens to hold it, locking it down. In through the back, the reset is magnanimous. This guy will not be stopped. He denies any attempt to take that A site.
Shadows traveling.
Gen G left scrambling. They should have had that. A dash into sight, an amazing flash from Zelsis to actually push them back just a moment. And Tens recovers after immediately being blinded in the midst of that exec. He's left on the floor in a 2v4.
That's what Sentinels needed. They're holding this one steady, giving up most of the A sites. Rifles are swapped around, noise is being made. Plant not even pushed back here, so Karen will be able to get that extension into the round, and got a feel with Gen G. That's sometimes dangerous. You don't want to give them those options and opportunities. Oh, no. Karen inside the smoke, not being cleared out, dodging, weaving, TPing away, still being watched for Meteor, 1v2. Meteor cannot land it. The transfer almost intact, but eventually it's Sentinels who paved the way to a victory.
And thankfully for Sentinels, all of Ten's hard work does not get discarded at the final hour. So they bring that gap down to 3. A little bit of damage done, not too bad for the Sen economy, but they're going to take a tactical timeout here.
It's the first one of the match.
Really beautiful play from Tens, must be said. Zekken is struggling. I didn't even realize at this point, to be honest with you, because I felt like he was getting into sights fairly well. But he's 5 and 13.
Yeah, he's struggling quite a bit.
And Zekken's one of those players that, yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's slightly inconsistent. Only slightly. But to be honest, in every major tournament, he's always the highest performing player for Sen. And he's actually gone up in terms of his ACS all year. Just tournament on tournament, from kickoff to Madrid to stage 2, putting up better and better performances. So to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, it's a little concerning, but if he wakes up, it could be the difference maker. I think that's something you've got to be taking a look at here, is whether Sen want to get an op into his hands, and whether they can from an economy perspective too. He's been buying the Outlaw in the last few rounds here, but he hasn't quite been where Gen.G are looking.
No, the money's just been slipping quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator. You can see opting even for the Outlaw here. You know, getting that sniper into the hands of at least a Jet player. It's tried and true at this point on Haven. It's got to be a key part of your defensive protocols. But yeah, it's a bit of a bargain bin buy, isn't it? And only the 1/2 armor target of Texture.
Yeah, it's unlikely to find too much success. He's also been running at
What
C.
is this path thing that's been pinged down by Gen.G? It's going all the way through garage and through the back of it. See if they make a go of it. Of course, not running a Killjoy. It's going to be gaps potentially there. We'll see if Sentinels are able to cover it.
Shadows traveling.
Just to look at the other side of the map as well. Recon Dart finally thrown out 20 seconds into the round. Because if you throw it out early, the Viper Wall is really disguising it. Second almost caught contact, and Munchkin's lurked his way up again. I'm not sure which one's even going to be the game changer here, A or C.
Oh, 10's going for the peak as well as Barrels. Pointing out, trying to bait a shot out. There's no way. There's absolutely no way Munchkin can be blessed like this once more!
Oh.
He's working magic over towards the A site. We're watching a bloody repeat. He's opened it up. Of course, for the TV,
Timing.
immediate pivot. Caron, he's straight
Oh,
there with
ini
it. Tower broken down
itu
into
pakai
mid here, but the A
sentinel
site is
badinya
theirs.
tuh. Ini
Now
pakai
with
sapi
Texture removing John.
badinya.
The mid avenue completely opened up. Uncertainty into the back of Sentinel's minds, but they want to go this one thick and fast. Playing forwards here, at least with a dart in hand, and the rifles are not doing enough. It's Sassy and Zelsis up against the world. Not being given even an easy fight.
Dipaksa.
The movement
Dipaksa maju anjir.
save. Zelsis backing away.
Karon.
That is a brutal decision for Sentinels. Not
Ya,
one
dia
that they
nggak
could
pakai
avoid
body kah?
at all, but their economy's going to be in a really
Dia
rough
pakai
state.
tapi
Zelsis has
di
got a bit of
pisaunya
money,
nggak
so
ada
has John.
badinya.
The rest of the team, dirt poor. Think about the way that Munchkin is getting spaced out.
Kenapa
short,
ya?
right? If Sassy
Nggak
throws a
tahu lah.
recon dart at the
Nggak
start
ngerti
over
gua.
towards A lobby, Munchkin's just going to play around his wall, and he's going to dodge it, and you're not going to get any good information. In fact, you might even get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a different way of being able to get information there. You're either going to have to re-clear with the
Ini
Silver Drone
Deadpool
from
versus
short,
Wolverine.
or you're going to have
Wolverine,
Zephyr fight
Deadpool,
that.
Wolverine.
And Sentinels have not chosen either option.
Sentinel Gen.G warnanya sama. Merah
For all that
kuning.
they've got the rounds really close here, I think there's a ton of things that Sen could improve
Ngapain,
on this
Cok?
map if they ended up
Munchkin,
rematching Gen.G
ngapain
later on in the
Munchkin?
tournament here. Or if they can figure it out mid-game.
Wah.
Holy spam goes either way here. Zekin's dropped down to 48 health. Still ice cold.
Tapi masih bisa menang dia.
Watching for any sort of mid presence.
One of those spots where
Oh, itu ada
you might
badinya
wanna
tuh.
just give the gun over to
Itu ada
their
badinya tuh.
teammate. It's rough though, because Zekin really wanted to try to get aggro, but with
Ada
only
badinya
48
ini.
health, what can you do?
And already the space is taken up here by Gen.G. Another perfect read.
Munchkin's IGL in, it is magnificent. I think people maybe didn't credit it as much at the start of the year, but defense side hard reads, attack side he finds the gaps so
I mean,
often.
these lurks on top of it, it's
Oh,
it's all
incredible.
coming together. This guy is just, he's a beast right now this entire year.
He really has been.
Deep flash, forward line onto Texture, but there's plenty more util where that came from, buckets of it. Paranoia for a paranoia, just pushes them back and away. Sentinels be lucky to get anything. Still, Caron, drop towards the back. Texture.
Wah, diambil lagi ya.
Stolen away. Another ace. Got a feel for him,
Tuh,
man.
tuh dia ya, Yon.
This has
Si
been happening in
Texture,
Pacific
nggak,
over
Texture
and
ini ya,
over again.
dia
The last ace that Texture got was in April,
orang
man.
apa
He's
player
had
yang paling
12
banyak
4Ks.
dapat
Oh my
4
God.
He's
kill
had 12 4Ks
sama player
since
yang
his last
paling
ace.
sering yang
Look at-
reaksi
this one should have been it.
S-nya dicolong paling bagus tuh kan? Tuh kan? Tuh kan?
He's so funny.
Oh man.
I do
Apa ini?
love Texture. But can Sentinels find an answer?
Chat
Now that they've got
setting,
rifles back in hand,
chat
the gap
appearance,
has
gak
opened
usah
up to
celebration.
5.
Nah,
It's
ini
almost looking
dia,
insurmountable.
Cok.
It has to be now.
It has to shift now, doesn't it? Updraft dash up and
Dia
over.
bisa
Flash
S
the
itu
ball up as
diambil
well.
Lakia
Nobody's
terus
in
anjir,
sight
sumpah.
lines of texture. It's given up almost entirely and it's put the squeeze onto the Sentinels player. They heard all that util. They don't know which way to look and they can't even get the kill drips online. Full line. That's a potential team utility to just colliding and clashing into them. Hunter's Fury. It's panicked. It's offloaded. And desperation does not work out for Sentinels. Not this time. They did not know how to react to that.
Very nice pathing to bring out in a crucial round, and Texture's looking to close it.
And he's just
Only
showing it.
10's left.
Right click but followed up by Lakia. That's the 12th round. And Genji
Sumpah diambil sama Lakia terus. Tiap kali mau
And I
S
think if
anjir.
there was one round you could point to show that divergence of trajectories we were talking about at the start of this cast, where Genji have just gone from
Asli.
success to success, building on
Nggak
the
kerasa
grand
nggak sih?
finals appearance at Madrid, compared to Sentinels who've struggled really to recapture that magic. I think this round would be it. A beautiful call, fantastic pathing, and Sentinels
time out?
scrambling their protocols falling to pieces.
Oh,
Second
Sentinel yang
tactical
time
timeout
out.
now used by
Tadi
Sen.
tadi Genji
It might
anjir
be too late at this
tulisannya.
point. Their weaponry
Time
is so
outnya
poor.
anjir.
They've got to try to contest short to make sure that Munchkin doesn't go for the lurks. But then
Yeah,
they've
but
also got to be
texture.
able to defend the
Texture
C-site,
nim,
where they don't have
texture
Manaslovs,
nim.
they don't have the Viper to be able to work down there. They're
Gua
probably not
akhir-akhir
gonna
ini
have
jadi
10
suka
talent
lihat
covering that
streamnya
spot.
Texture
There's
anjir.
just so many questions
Ngakak
being
bet ini
thrown at
orang,
them.
lucu.
They do not have the answers on this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Tuh itu pakai body dia tuh.
The Sentinels have now got to do it.
Ada talinya tuh
Again, weaker
di kiri.
weaponry, knocked down to
Pinggir.
half armor. It's Bulldogs, it's Guardians in play. But just the idea that you were
Inspect
mentioning.
nggak sih? Gue pengen
They
lihat,
can contest with
sumpah.
Munchkin. He's been able to get free reign over towards A lobby, in through the A side.
Wah,
These
pusing
lurks
ini.
and timings he's taking. And it's so hard for Sentinels to even control this one. Typically, you'd want to do it with potentially like a jet op, but they haven't been able to get the money together. And even if
No.
they did, there's a Viper
Ini
wall in their
bocil
face.
ya.
Exactly. Yeah, I must say that as well.
Bocil deh.
Even if Zekken does fight
Solo.
short against that Viper wall, it's
Solo
really
KR.
tough. You have to be very smart, but also very aware that you can have that Viper wall dropped on you at any moment, and Munchkin can threaten a fight. You know, our best duelist in the world can take those fights, and Zekken is capable of doing that kind of stuff. But Sentinels have decided
Anjir
they
ini
need to be
jet
garage.
diff kah Yon?
Try and
Kalau
set
di
that
rank
early peak.
udah dikatain jet diff
A
nggak
lot of
sih?
players going to be watching though. Genji. That's Paranoia primed and ready in case there is that early
Yang
aggression.
satu di
Contact
atas,
plays
yang
are
satu di
called.
bawah.
And this is Genji looking for that closer. No signs over towards garage.
Oke,
Instead,
nggak ada yang di B.
they set it over
Cuma
towards the B
ada
side.
Zelsis
Zelsis
doang.
is watching this.
Bagus di
Smoke up
smoke.
in his face. Flash
Masuk.
up and over, Karen with a TP.
Oke,
and even
udah
a
masuk
little to the
Karonnya.
plan, but that's an aftershock to push him back and away. Dash still there. Zekken spots it. Here's the one, but nobody's giving him an easy fight.
Kelihatan.
Meteor dashing and backing away. Still with his B-side.
Siapa yang kena tuh?
Texture.
Texture.
Straight past it.
Uh,
And in front of that
ya,
ball, he
kena
still won't
stun.
survive. He's with the trade there. Flash in and through.
Kena
Over back,
kongkas.
4v4. Pat down, Reff gives him that information, and a sight hold might be exactly what Genji are looking to cook up. Munchkin still without
Okay,
orb up in their
4 lawan
face. Dart and a Paranoia follows through, flood and back and
Okay.
away. Side players cleared up. Roll in front, committed now to the front. Sentinels have
Menang
got to try
orang.
and strike.
Oke, di blind.
And try and find these kills. There's one.
Wah.
2 left to deal with. Finding them one after another.
Ya, bagus itu.
Around exactly when they needed it. Just as Genji had got up to map point.
Let's
We saw the
go!
same level
Dung
of
dung
ideas
dung
from
dung
Genji
dung
there.
dung
Going
dung.
for the B exec. Okay, that gets
Yeah.
stunted by an aftershock from Zelsis. Let's try to pivot and crunch the player's garage. That also gets shut down by Zelsis. Then the breach ult is online. It's
Yeah.
just a massive round from the Vibes Merchant. Selling wins as well here, but he needs to be doing more of it. The whole team needs to be doing more of it. It's
Oh,
not just
soalnya
it.
temennya dari A tadi Yon.
No, I can't really focus on individuals. Despite
Iya,
the fact
dari
that
arah
he's been
A.
sitting
Dia
in front
dari
of the
arah
door,
C.
it's been a while.
Dia kan dari garage.
Got a kill. It's
Temennya
more
dari
just
arah
like
A,
he's going
jadi
to miss.
Udah
Hunter
pasti cuma
offering any
satu
sort of
tempat
bailout.
kan. Benar kalau itu.
At the same time, you do want to be putting your duelist in a position to influence the round, right? And so the fact that we haven't really seen Zekken in those spots is a bit concerning. You know, again here, he's looking to try to find fights over towards B, and Genji are heading in a different direction.
Trailblazer is never getting broken. It's just being given free reign to clear the way. Good space for Genji.
I think you're worried in that kind of spot. If you break the Trailblazer, Texture's right behind it.
And that's an interesting peek. Still second makes the adjustment.
There's
Snaps
the
it to the
value.
cranium, and there is the value. It had to come about through that sheer mechanical skill.
Here comes Munchkin. He's
Ngezip
trying one of these
gitu, anjir,
classic
sip.
A-lurks. Tens
Anjir lah.
has been watching
Oh,
for it.
Tens
He
main di sini nih.
refuses to get duped again.
But there's a chance.
Ah, ini mah ininya Karon, anjir.
Which way is it gonna look? Adjustment.
Pandalnya
again.
Karon ini.
Mirrored plays from Tens and Zekken. Pushes Genji back.
Yeah,
It's
look
just
at
lurks
the
on
Genji
lurks.
body.
Yeah.
It's the same
my.
again. Lurk up A and lurk up C at the same time. One gets broken, the
Ya
other
ketahuan
doesn't.
dong.
Yeah. Trip broken. Meteor. It's got an open side for them.
30
Iya.
seconds left.
A 3v5.
Tapi
though.
duanya
They're not
masih di
gonna close out the map.
tiganya
Surely.
arah C.
Genji. You never
Main
know with this
retake ini
team.
mah dia mereka.
They really shouldn't.
Kok ditaruh di situ ya Meteor ya?
Full breach utility for Celsius.
Mau
Celsius
dilawan
gonna
kah?
have recon coming back online, but you probably don't want to wait for it.
And there's the first shocky.
Ya,
Preemptive at least with the debt, so one of the natural
gitu
is off.
enaknya
Meteor
Sofa ini.
finds it, still trading.
Karon?
Karon. That's a sweep from
Udah
behind
ngebutain
here, now
itu,
the
Karon.
backstab, but maybe just pushing back in a way. Lucky needs support and he needs help if this is even going to be doable. Flash in through the box, smoke is up in his face. A tap in his way, that's a bit of spam to follow up. Karon, and now a lot more to do. Spike being diffused, stuck fully in Tens there to defend him. Sentinels are still alive in this map. They're not going to be going down one map just yet.
mereka masih belum kalah.
6 chances for
Soalnya
Genji to
pede.
close. Now down to 4. The Sentinels pick up 2 retakes. Both times happy to allow Genji to get into the site, but then making sure that they deal with any
Genji post plan-nya
extraneous
kurang
threats. In this
bagus.
situation, they had a big player advantage.
Ah ini nih.
It was a nice shot from Zekken.
Huh?
He's going to now pick up the operator heading
Anjir.
into round 21. This is,
Ini
I think,
juga
the first time that we've
Sep.
seen him with an operator, right?
Anjir.
2 outlaws earlier.
Soft
Rough
flick.
to salvage that money together, but he's
Ah,
found
mati
many
nih sih.
targets. Still a smoke in his face.
Wah, di smoke.
We'll push him back.
Siapa? Tens.
Going to be given that early side.
Ya,
Iya.
Textures even
hari
watches
Jumat
just in
atau
case he ends
Sabtu.
up draft up onto the box.
Opening itunya servernya.
They don't like what they see. They
Jumat
will
Sabtu
know that the
besok.
money is available for that operator. It should be at the
Masuklah,
back of their minds as long as
bantuin
they're
gua.
looking at the scoreboard.
That flash
Yeah,
down A
yeah.
short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early timing. Sentinels were not sure, but now they should have a good idea that this is actually the pack of Genji.
How do you anchor
ada
it?
ulti.
Lockdown, it's unconventional. Doesn't really stretch all the way out towards this A side. Sassy, drone, spots it. They're wondering if this is potentially fake pressure. Tens overstaying it, just about escaping. 50 HP though, and now
Oh,
it's being fully
lucky, ya
committed.
udah.
Hamoli at the feet as well. They are separating these players, picking them apart. Nobody is allowed to anger this site. The set up and execute. The pin drops
Wah.
down, man.
Spike
And
planted.
Tens has got to make a play. He's already found
Oh.
it, whipping it around. Meteor, rifle in hand, leaving it to the 2. And only the Blade Storm.
Munchkin-nya udah
A rifle for
balik
John QT.
badan
They're gonna
aja.
need to be handed a couple of easy kills, but Meteor will not give them
Wah, gila,
anything
Meteor.
at all. A
Attackers
4K to finish up the map. Haven is theirs.
Sentinels with a map pick that I think made some degree of sense. They had
Iya.
the VOD advantage, the tape advantage, and could try
Iya,
to
mereka
anti-strat
emang
what
mau main
Genji were
retake
bringing.
tadi dari tadi
At the
juga.
end of the day, those holes though, ironed out, and Texture
Mereka
looking
ini kan, ya.
fantastic with over 300 ACS to open up champs.
Yeah, unreal performance by Texture. He's looking to really just grab not just another trophy. but
Soalnya
also that
tadi
undisputed
ronde-ronde
title.
sebelumnya menang
We've still got plenty
retake-nya.
more of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tadi iya emang nggak pede mereka. Buktinya mereka mau apa? Ya mereka mau retake, cuma masih nungguin di side lain gitu loh. 2 orang 1 orangnya. Takut di ini, takut di flank. Iya, makanya. Ini apa nih? Ini bagus kayaknya. Go beyond all others. Iya. Yoi. Aim Labs, the world's #1 aim trainer. Enggak.
Yan, baca Discord, Yan. Baca
Genji's
Discord.
really on another level.
Baca Discord. Ya.
On skin my god and texture is insane.
Mana sih Dendelion?
Texture is such a vibe. Fun plus Phoenix. Iya sih. Phoenix ya itulah pokoknya. Iya kalau nggak salah Fun plus Phoenix lah namanya. Nggak tahu tapi ya. Tim Heretic lah kalau kata gua mah. Heretic bagus aja mainnya. Si Benji BC. Heretic. Emang toxic sih Heretic. Toxic banget anjir Heretic. Cuma ya inilah. Seenggaknya dia iya. Enggak dia daripada FPX kayaknya lebih bagus Heretic sih. Iya. FPX tuh Fly Soar ya. Fly Soar Cina kan itu. Heretic Fun plus Phoenix. Mysen plus The Stolen S Feeling. Iya anjir dia sering banget diambil S-nya. Terus dia suka marah-marah lucu banget ya. IDG Paper X Leviathan di RX Fnatic.
First map. Now, Solo, we know that Genji is known for very amazing energy on stage, but today they were a bit more serious. How differently did the team prepare for this particular match? We have Jen to help with some translation.
감독님 오늘 선수들 표정만 봐도 뭔가 평소 때는 굉장히 즐겁게 게임을 하는데 오늘은 좀 더 진지하게 좀 몰입을 하는 모습이었거든요. 센티넬 상대로 특별히 준비했던 부분이나 마음가짐의 변화가 있을까요?
확실히 챔스기도 하고 저희가 또 서울에서 하는 것만큼 유일하게 저희가 센티넬한테만 졌기 때문에 그래서 무조건 이기고 싶다? 뭐 그런 게 좀 진지해 무조건 이겨야겠다는 생각이 있어요. 개막전이기도 하니까.
Yeah, of course, you were taking things more seriously because it's champions, also the first match of the champions in front of the home crowd and our home ground. So we are motivated, and they're the only team that beat us at a global event. So for us, we really, really wanted this win. So yeah, everybody's just getting their focus in, having their serious face on.
A lot riding on this match. Let's see if Genji
Warnanya
can close it out.
bagus anjir jersinya. Itu jaket.
Well, Mika, they're one step
Iya.
closer to being able to do so with that victory.
Tim
on
Amerika
Haven
cuma
as Sentinels
dia gara-gara
maybe they
apa
had a little
partner
bit of a
sama
read based on
ini
what they saw at the
sama
playoffs of
Valorant
Pacific.
jadinya
Instead,
dipindahin ke
exactly what Brennan
Korea
Sancho
kan.
said. They ironed everything out. They managed to plug the
Soalnya
holes,
emang
and they
luar
walk
kan.
away with the win.
And I think we did see those
Streamernya aja
issues
sih
start. I think
Pelu.
Sentinels had a lot better solutions to a lobby control on
Pelu
their attack.
sama
They were getting a
siapa?
lot of early advantages because
Yang
of that.
ininya
But then
Jet.
it was these Genji retakes on their defense
Arumi,
that I
Arumi.
think defined their game with a lot of really
Iya
fast
itu kan.
adaptations, Clint.
Asal.
Yeah, no. They do a really good job of coming
Orang
up with unique
tadinya kan
ideas
si
on the
Texter
fly.
dari
There's so many
GE
rounds where
kan,
they're just like
sama
coming at you from
Monyet.
angles you're not expecting.
At the same time sometimes.
Yes, exactly. Like they're
Dari
really
GE
good about coordination. One of the best things that Genji has in their arsenal is
Sama
that they are extremely
Escarosi.
patient and they are always
Sama
trying to work together, always trying to make sure
saya
that their
player.
retakes are in unison,
Sama
that the
saya
players
player.
are swinging together, all those things. That's what it's made them.
Enggak.
One of the things that has made them so good. One of
Texter doang.
The casters were talking about this, but I think they did a really good
Texter
job of
mainnya
varying the
ini.
pace of their retakes. We saw a lot of
Sentinel.
those fast flood defenses that they're known for, but
Killjoy,
also a lot of slower rounds
Cyber.
where they were leaning into those set
Sekarang
retakes
dia
on B,
main
on C
duelist
that were
di
also really
Genji.
effective. Sentinels in Madrid was known as a team that was great at disrupting teams' retake attempts, and I think it was really impressive how Genji was able to shut that down and still find success on these set plays.
Yeah, I will say one thing. When we swapped sides, though, when we were seeing Munchkin with those lurks, I mean, that was devious. That guy gave him no quarter whatsoever, Clinton. Like,
No.
Is that what we should be expecting as we get ready for Ascent?
He doesn't do it as much on Ascent.
Okay.
It's more like a Lotus,
Next
Haven,
map-nya apa
like
ya?
some of the maps where he has a little bit more room to maneuver kind of thing. But it's
Ascent?
because he does such a good job preparing. He works his absolute butt off
Classic
studying
map.
these teams. Like they talked about it in
Another
Shanghai, where
classic map.
everybody else is playing ranked and grinding, and he's
Ascent
out there
Haven.
with an iPad just watching teams 16 hours
Split
a day. Just
biasanya.
trying to
Cuma
get
sekarang
reads on
Split
them.
nggak
So
ada
that's part
sama
of the reason he's
Fraxer.
able to do some of these lurks.
Jeez.
And I mean, some
Pengen
of
nonton
these rounds
Abyss
Genji
gua.
were winning were honestly
Pengen lihat
phenomenal. The
yang
pistol round
jatuh.
and this texture clutch that we just watched were stolen, quite frankly. But it just
Tapi
shows that
ada
Genji
waktu
is known
itu
for the
jatuh tim
honest
pro.
Valorant, the really good setups and team play.
Lucu
Their
soalnya
individuals
tapi.
are ridiculous.
Ya,
They
itu
pull rounds
awal-awal
like
map
that
keluar
off.
sih.
If those two
Masih-
clutches didn't come through, this would have been a
Masih-
lot closer a game, and I think would have
Berapa
given a lot
Sentinel?
more opportunities for Sentinels to build
Second.
some momentum into this.
Yeah. Well, and that goes back to what we talked about in the
Yeah.
pre-show. That Genji wins round, they have
Iya.
absolutely no business winning.
Yeah.
Makanya
This
nih
happened in the
kalau
pistol,
di
it
ranked
happened in
udah
that
di
round with
chat
Texture,
nih Jet
3
Deep,
HP.
Jet Deep.
He's the one peaking those angles with the ops too. They're holding in one case.
7-19,
Ten's just
cu.
holding that angle, and Texture still wins that battle. That's how fast he is. And
Masih
moments like that is
bagus
what make this team
di
so difficult to go against,
ini
because you
ya
can be as prepared as you want.
Man
You can set
skin.
up great crossfires. You can do a lot of good things, and Genji can still break you.
I do think it does bear mentioning though, that this
9-15.
was kind of something we saw in Americas as a problem for Sentinels. These slow starts. In their 2 matches that they ended up losing, they only won 2 pistol rounds in them. And it was the same here. They're losing out on pistols. They're starting slow. They're not getting the opening picks and setting, I think, Zekken up for those
Emang
big
tapi
moments he's
pistol
known
round
for. And this is a really
ngaruh
scary
banget,
prospect, I think, now going
buat
into
ekonomi.
map 2 against a team who looks like the best in the world.
Well, you know, you mentioned Zekken. I think you saw the, his
Yeah.
stats at the bottom there, and I think
Apa?
it wasn't, like bad necessarily from him, but it was what you were saying.
I think it was by his standards. He's normally lights out like
Well,
that.
I was going to say that we praised him for his consistency, but something you had noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going, you know? And I think that again is just another credit to Genji for being able to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
Yeah, I mean, there were rounds like in the final round. He's got the Blade Storm and stuff, but the round's basically over by the time he gets there. Like, Genji is doing such a good job of picking players apart, finding those early picks. I mean, the first blood percentage for Genji has been through the roof throughout this entire unit. It's not just Texture, it's everybody on that squad is really good at finding those first bloods. We saw with the Munchkin lurks. Meteor does a great job with it, anchoring sites as well. So all of those things create tremendous problems for any team. They go Sentinels or anybody, and you're left scrambling to try to find answers.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I think it goes without saying that this Genji team is so well put together. But now, let's go ahead and see what we're going to get as we get ready for map number 2, Ascent on the horizon here. You know, with Ascent, not much changes with this, right? Because we know what that bog standard is usually going to be. But again, you know, you look at this, you look at Genji and the way they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Zen.
It certainly is, but Zen is starting on the defense. I think the biggest win conditions for them to get online here is number 1, getting Zekken back into positions where he's getting opening kills, get that operator online. If he gets into the groove, that's make or break. But the other question is, what comp are they going to be playing here? Because they were experimenting with a lot of the deadlock ideas in stage 2. Some of it, I think, was better than others, and I felt like this Ascent map needed a little bit more work. You compare him to a team like Leviathan, who is also playing that agent, and I felt like they didn't have the same depth of ideas and strategies built up around it. But they've had a lot of time now to prep if this is the idea they are committing to.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that, because I don't think there's going to be any change in what Genji does on this map in terms of agent comps. I'd be shocked. I might have a heart attack and fall off the stage if they do, because they're.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Let's get the cameras on you for that one. You know?
Yeah, please don't. But no, I mean, like, they're the best team in the world on Ascent in my book. They were undefeated on it in stage 2 of Pacific. Very few teams have been able to beat them. So it is going to be the kind of comps that both teams have been running with.
Atau itu
For Sentinels, I think for me, the biggest thing about
coachnya bukan Alex sih. Kalau Alex udah gebrak-gebrak meja itu.
How and when you're placing your utility and how you're playing off of it, it almost
udah kesel dia pasti.
reminds me of Yoru, where it requires a tremendous
playing
amount
so
of
slow?
coordination and a tremendous amount of discipline to play it properly, but if you can pull it off, it looks amazing.
I think Deadlock is really strong on the attacking sides, how you can stop threat defenses, how you can set up those sensors to really build incredibly strong post plants. But on the defense, I think that Genji's style plays well against it. We saw this when G2 played Sentinels, the slow default style, working around the utility, breaking it down. I think Genji is good at that, but Sentinels have a lot of tools. This is a comp that only has 1 VOD out of it for Sentinels, and they have a chance to come back into this series if they can look good.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for the Sentinels to be able to climb their way back into this series. But for Gen.G, they're right there to be able to get that revenge against the team that has been their kryptonite from time to time, at least once.
We heard it from the coach, the only team who has beaten Gen.G at a global event. If they could get their revenge to start this champs run in Seoul, would be massive.
Yeah, that's right. Gen.G just one map away from avenging their loss at Masters Madrid. Let's see if they can pull it off in front of the home crowd and send it back over to your casters. Brennan Sideshow.
And Gen.G are the heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an ascent map that they are potentially the best in the world at, I think, currently, for teams at the event.
Ini mapnya Gen.G lagi yang milih.
As much as there's not been a lot of tape on them with this comp, it is not a good map right now for them. They have to come out with some miracles, and it has to start here with the pistol round.
Gone
for that double sheriff approach. And a double fight out through, straight from tiles. Does not work out in their favor. Player disadvantage now.
Munchkin figuring out, how can I go for a lurk against this? It's a decent counter to what Munchkin was doing on the previous map, but also the fact that the wall is used so early. Generally, you want to be playing slow attack sides against the deadlock, and the wall struggles to get value.
Lakia might be considering a drone up close here. John, was that a grab net? Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now looking to try and anchor back in a way. Sassy supplementing it. Couple of shots now fired off and wrestled in through the smoke. No punish just yet. Still dropping down low, but it all lays down now into the lap of John QT. What can he do? A lot of players now here in the drop down, skipping a hop right through, and it does set up the bait and switch. Caron happy to oblige. Straight in there. Now the plant coming online.
Zelsis coming around behind as well. Are they going to think about B main when they just exec from this?
Crossfire should be nice, not quite. Munchkin was the only one to actually collect any sort of B main presence. Now walking his way through, baiting, texture, dropping back and away, texture, and Caron. These guys have been different.
Lamain aja, lamain.
And once more, they're going to stand to the test here. The dart is avoided and dodged to the back, and the shots just connecting for Sassy.
Sassy-nya nggak kena-kena nembak aja.
It's a pistol round for Gen.G. Nothing out of the ordinary for this squad.
Not at all. 3 out of 3 in the series. I think it would be wrong to say that Haven came down to the pistol rounds. I think Gen.G were the better team there. But an entire series where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. Sen need to be working on these. They didn't get a good beginning to it, and Gen.G managed to close it out there towards the end as well. Just hitting good shots, double body shots all over the place with those sheriffs.
Kalau tadi dia kiri kanan, yang kirinya maju itu kan udah tahu tuh yang satu di depan box side kan. Yang kiri bisa yang kanan bisa maju. Nembakin kalau yang dari sana mati sama yang belakang side ya at least ada info.
If the cam is found over towards B, you're expecting trap plays to be run off the cipher cam usually. And this one's off deadlock contact. So I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's position.
Menurut kita sih aneh ya.
But right now,
menurut mereka,
they're not taking an inch.
No steps forwards. Waiting it out. Making either team stew, to be honest. It's a series of unknowns going through their heads.
And as Tens takes contact, this whole trap is going to fall to pieces.
Paranoia in his hands. He's just jiggling out with the util. Does get a good connection. The player's going to be pushed back and away, and a TP as well for himself. Just to disengage. Grab that, calling. The play is made. Caron! You're going to be joking. Just with that sheriff in hand. Goodness me. Even when the ideas are good, even when they try and go for the preemptive strike, it's still not good enough. I got to see that again. Show it from his POV or something, man. I mean,
the amount of
anjir berjejer gitu,
coming out from Gen.G as well, where one player just steps up and takes over the round. He's got 8 kills already.
Gila 8 cok Karon cok.
And that means they've got 3 rifles for the bonus too. I mean, take a look at these shots. Gravnet comes out.
Listen, dude, I mean, come on. I know it's against an eco, but still, as a Gravnet, he's locked down in place.
Yeah.
He's ice cold.
Sentinels, Odin comes online for Sassy. He can try to reinforce the
Oh,
B side.
nge-smoke E dari
It's
situ.
super difficult to get through right now.
Okay.
A nice shock dart from Lakia as well,
Yeah.
getting rid of that sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time.
Manskin. Missing Guardian.
B looks
Anjir,
devastatingly
Odin
difficult
nggak?
to hit, though.
Odin
Especially
gimana?
if Sassy was Odin wallbang in this, but he is rotating off.
Odin
Time
gimana?
potentially missed there. 4 Sentinels up through mid. Gen.G has the
Wah, udah
makings of a
masuk
beat split,
midnya.
putting a lot of
Midnya
pressure
udah mulai
and asks
masuk.
onto Zelsis.
So the cam covers this. Off cam contact, Sassy can spam.
Okay.
But it's not a great spam angle. It's good for damage, not good for kills usually.
That tags onto Zelsis. The setup is going to be dropped
Binya
down and
ketek.
away here. Walking through.
I say that.
Sassy.
Yeah.
Bit of spam damage. Just through the choke point. Gen.G still going to get easy access though to that B side. So plan will be online and inside for them second. Biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up. But as the
Nggak,
doors
tapi
drop down,
si
takes
sesinya itu
You're gonna be joking. You're not allowed
dia
to do
tadi
that.
kan
There's
di
no
mid mau
way.
nahan biar nge-wallbang, tapi dilepas jadi masuk midnya. Balik
Taking
lagi dia
names.
tapi.
4v4.
Wah, di Brimstone kah
Too
ini?
much to clear, surely.
Brimstone
Meteor
ulti.
crouched up. This is an unorthodox in terms of the angle. And of
Wah,
course it is.
mati dah.
Rips them all away.
Dismantling all of the trap setups here, taking out the cam early, making sure that Sassy doesn't have that wallbang spot. He goes over, gets a kill in the other side, and then Gen.G are pulling kills out of
Nggak tahu.
really unexpected spots. The one from Texture, I'm sorry, that one's illegal. That one is illegal. But Meteor's play as well, it's so nice. They've got Karen ready to back him up if indeed he needed it.
Yeah.
Texture is also there playing aggro. It's not just a solo play, that. And yet, even if it was a solo play, he still would have won the round for them. That's the power of this Gen.G team.
Right here.
Each of their players has got such a nice read on the game. And I think we don't remember enough what player development they've done too. Meteor was a bit of an all-aim, no-brain duelist player before he joined his team.
Certainly was.
Now, all of the aim and a brain to match.
Yeah, and a team as well that's just right there beside him. All on the same page. Looking at plays together. They're aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach rounds like this. It's against an eco round. A lot of teams will sometimes just run it straight into a site. Full disrespect, but Gen.G, they slow it down and make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what these Sentinels are doing. If there were any concerns, I think, about Gen.G potentially being shaky and home soil and a home crowd, listen, that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were literally the villains. All the way through, it's an open side again over towards A.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, what incredible range of emotions that they will have experienced in their last two international events. Madrid, a crowd that was neutral towards them. Shanghai, a crowd that disdained them, I think. And then here, where they're the hometown heroes.
The idols, man, on the big stage.
I was walking in today, and as they rolled up, some fans, it's like the back of the building where people don't really, you know, think to come. It's not like Gen.G announced what time they were going to arrive at the venue.
Yeah.
People, fans from Seoul, clustered, watching them exit the van, screaming at the Gen.G
Gua
players.
masih menunggu
This team is popular out here.
sheriffnya
And they'll
Kuronami.
be even more popular if they have a big run at champs, or even if we can dare to dream, if they can dare to dream, lift the trophy.
They've already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was Gen.G who did it. Despite the expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like PaperX, maybe even DRX at points to be that team. But they've had a crazy story from the beginning of this year where the expectations were.
Gila, itu aja dicek loh.
And a lot's going to be asked for again of 10 to smoke down. What is that?
Nice, 10.
Adjustment and expectation for Texture, but he's already in through the site. And the main players happy to fire through and follow up on all of it. So despite the heroics, it might not even be enough here for Sentinels. No command. Super situated, finally fading, and now a very deep lockdown is going to be used by Meteor. Drone broken, slide tag, double faced up and out, but just missing a shot.
Are they even going to get out?
I don't know. Detainment on the three. Yeah. Or three.
All three.
It's time to chase. They know it. They can feel it. Texture. Time waits out. Barely skirting away. It's going to be a comedic finish at around here, potentially. punishment in sight. There's still time here for
Itu
Sentinels to make a play towards this
kalau
one, but
tekstur
Zeki
pakai
retaking
neon
the
mati
upgrade
semua
again.
itu anjir.
Adds another level of difficulty.
Tiga-tiganya loh.
They managed this one as well. That late backstab that might be occurring from Meteor. Is it going to be caught? Celsius sticking out onto the fuse, half already. He's brought that win con, covering for it over the shoulder. Celsius dropping him.
There is no way
That's ridiculous.
that Sentinels have just won a round where all three of the retakers got detained. There is no way that I just watched that. There's no chance.
Iya.
I must have got something wrong. Surely
Gak
that
ready
was
soalnya
JKT's
dia
ultimate.
expect bakal cabut kan. Iya, ternyata kena. Langsung lari dia. Tapi nggak ini. Iya, merekanya juga udah sempet ngumpet di situ.
And as soon as the detainment wasn't followed up on, offered up an easy kill onto Texture.
I mean, it's not like Texture really could have followed up on it, I don't think.
No, it was so far away.
All right, so that's a bizarre round for Sentinels to get on the board. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that one again. Certainly not replicable, if you want to talk about that. But they keep the Odin. It's magnificent for their economy, which could have been shattered.
Always a way, start gassing up a team in terms of the storylines about them lifting trophies, and then watch the fumble in place. Operator held, but not the back. Still a few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken. Celsius locks it down, holds the line, and now evacuates back and away. An adjustment of bullet straight through the wall, and spam from the Odin will supplement all. That is it.
Wow.
Sentinels, complete control of this B site. Spike dropped down, and with the trip, alerting them exactly to where Munchkin's presence is. It's another round that's inevitable here for Sentinels. At least that second one, just a flick missed.
Dua anjir darahnya. Kalau keserempet mati itu.
It is inevitable.
It should be. Unless you give him the one, you're blinded up. Ten's happy to just jump on the chance and pounces straight into mid. So maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
That was a better defensive setup. When you're running a Cypher deadlock composition, I think most of the time you're going to be wanting to try to hit them as they come through choke points or as they hit your utility. You're looking to follow up on trips, on stuns, to op them or Odin them before they even exit and get into the site. That's one of the rounds where we actually see Sentinels comp functioning. And because Celsius was able to win a really crucial duel against Meteor too. So what have Gen G got? It's going to be Zekken looking towards top mid, hoping
Kita lihat lagi Zekken.
get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like Meteor.
This will push him back. It needs to be broken by the rifle fire, but it's not done in time. And almost a punishment there. It was an over the top with the knife. Almost getting that suppression off. He wouldn't have been able to escape.
Look at this deep trip, though. The trip is not where that shock dart just went for it. It's all the way close towards mid. Almost right where Meteor's back was.
Yeah, so Lucky's shot darts that he's fired off, offloaded into mid. Not going to be getting too much value. Tens has to use the TPs, barely out of dodge. Annihilation, there's a connection. Molly down and
that's
through.
the spike.
Texture has to drop them. He's through and out. They're going to try and flood themselves in. Gen G happy to fight them straight back out here. Second, Bladestorm now increasing that tempo and even offered up a rifle. Charon now with the plant. 2v3. Dart fired off. No reveals in sight, but jumps around and through and away with a right click. Zekken, he's on his way to an ace. But Lucky in his back pocket, at least with that Hunter's Fury, he's got that backup plan and policy. Charon still going to be nested up. Holding deep, tucked onto the A side. He's a difficult player to try and clear. Sentinels now making a call to double up. They don't have a dart. It's 20 seconds until that arrives. And it's going to be too late if they try and wait this one out and through. Time already ticking. Smoke is just mind games from Kalo.
Di situ lagi.
Spam away, and they got to stick this one here, and they still haven't found it. Wincons just dashed away to the win. Time? And there's no time. Ticking at this point. Sassy knows it. Gen G with their fifth.
Mati sama laki ya karena.
Some ridiculous situations out here. Watching Lakia be taking out time with Hunter's Fury towards the end, but just making sure that Sova was in play, just in case his his Smokes player.
Soalnya itu si siapa tadi? Sasinya ngejar ini, ngejar Lakia. Kan dia pasti mau ulti kan. Tuh, jadi ya udah. Padahal si Karen bisa ngebunuh.
Pulled out of Shelop's grasp at the final moment. And we're into the next round, where Munchkin, I think, is the player to watch here. That command is spectacularly powerful against Sentinel's composition. And you see here that John has put his stuns on the exact opposite side of the map.
Hoping if the ult does get ripped off out towards the A site.
Anjir lah.
Like you said, the senses, the stuns.
Lakinya anjir. Line up-nya, Cok. Lucu banget gua nontonin ini. Si Texture main apa inisiator. Minta tolong ini. Line up katanya. Line up. Hoki banget itu 8 Yun. Darahnya.
A split, null command.
Gue benci banget Gegan itu di B ya. Yang pakai sofa lagi. Benci banget. Iya.
Come over the top here, no command as well as the dart. Does reveal both players, in fact. Tens and Zeltis, the position is noted, recognized, stunned up. There's no follow-up. Tens, he can't take these easy fights, he's worried about it.
Ada suppress.
As well, picked apart. I mean, methodical is what you call that.
Ada suppress dia.
There's no easy access, no fair fight to be taken for the anchoring players.
Planting.
Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
Biar gua dapat point.
The Genji protocols on attack when they hit the A site.
Dapat.
They're magnificent.
Iya, BG ulti.
They're always guns out, not scaling too deep into the site, holding, waiting for that peak.
Suaranya enakan ini.
Holding heaven, waiting for the backup to arrive. You know, making sure that they're not caught in transition, running forward, trying to rush things.
It's the little jiggles of movement, just trying to bait them out, and it just makes the anchoring players feel so alone.
Yeah, you don't know if someone's going to run at you from left side, from right side Jenny. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from Dice. And the whole time, Genji are actually just making you afraid, making you swing, and then ready to punish you. It's really excellent stuff. All the best teams in the world are going to have some level of that approach to the A site, but Genji looking perfect with it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things anyway that makes them.
Nyala, Eon.
I think they're demonstrating it here.
Iya, pisaunya Karon itu.
You're noticing as well that the deadlock, I gotta say, it's finding very little value.
Yeah.
The walls, it's difficult to find a good timing to use that mesh barrier, or barrier mesh, sorry, because Munchkin's happy to call a slow round where it just expires. So if you use it in the mid-round, okay, that's fine, but Genji are probably going to pivot in another direction.
Yeah.
And the stuns, I mean, in that
True
round,
stretch Valorant
comes through, there's double stuns on site.
But it doesn't matter.
No possibility of a follow-up.
It just doesn't matter.
At that point, they're cosmetic.
Yeah. And Tens, when that hit was coming through, not sure what ended up happening. Even if he had smokes available, I think null command would have stretched past him, would have prevented him from being able to lock off that anchoring main site. But you can feel it when he doesn't have the util available, when they're all cut off and away and suppressed.
What is going on, guys? It's your boy Ram here, your favorite.
They couldn't take the final swing out from Gen to try and play off the stuns in the first place. Genji.
And I know I made a quick one.
We were all kind of expecting.
I think there are things that Sentinels can adjust here. First of all, they could try doing some reclays over towards A main with Ravnet and a Paranoia, something like that. Alternatively, if they wanted to fight over tree control, that would be another good adaptation, I think, because Genji have been doing a lot of A splitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing they could try to do is tuck Zekken in the box at back heaven with his operator.
Well,
so
you say that.
When the hit comes through, he's there ready to collect.
They are pinging that spot already, Genji.
Anjir, gua nggak suka Fire Instance yang sekarang.
Okay, all right. Show me something, Genji. Show me what you've been cooking.
Udah nggak ada yang lawan bot lagi, anjir.
Might be that potential for it to spot out these players. Early Paranoia lets him take that control.
Push, Hector.
In through Y, and he's in danger though.
Wow.
Around way, can't survive it. Karen out the back. QT. That's a bullet to the brain. Him dropped off now. There's possibilities and options are now opening themselves here for Sentinels. The barrier mesh, it's been broken. Doesn't even stop the bullets as well. Still without sight lines just being set by these Sentinels players. Second's got it.
I'll put in the description for you to check out. Alright guys, so if you want to get a
great adaptation from Sen. Surely Genji can't recover it.
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he is. There's a swarm
that
corner.
If it hadn't missed, John would be a dead man.
And he has called for the reinforcements. Two players ready to at least swing off of his contact. Dart is broken here and through John. Finally delivering the reset from Meteor. Not enough to see he can at least find a way to pave his way to that victory in the round. So Sentinels are still alive. For now, it feels like almost every single round is just on the precipice. It's almost incredibly labored, but they are managing to string them together.
Yeah, and I think you gotta credit the tactical timeout. They get tens into wine. Could he have been cleared? Absolutely. Should Texture have maybe waited a second for the fragment grenade to come through? Yeah, also. But Tens does get the value from his positioning there. And on top of that, there are multiple layers of backup. John is fighting it. Zekan's got the op there too.
Free Fire.
And now Zekan makes his way over with the operator to cap. Like I said, this is a spot that Gen.G have been walking down. If they feel bold enough to go for something where, you know, they can smoke up tiles and have him peek towards top mid, Zekan could try to get more bold than he is.
Satu-satu lah biar Abyss.
To help you, and this is quite a passive.
Pengen lihat Abyss gua.
You don't have a KO player or a Killjoy player that really wants to be holding angles for your op.
From here, you'll click apply on your screen.
Gen.G just trying to sow a bit of confusion into this round. They've already inserted Charon right at the
beginning.
beginning.
Pakai Odin anjing.
Now looking to see if they can break some of this util towards B, farm up the orbs.
And if he does farm the orb, he'll have the null command.
Try and fake this one or what? Now Texture's back up towards...
Because
wah, ada ultinya.
To start the round, Zelsis is
ada
not in
ultinya
an anti-KO ult spot. You know, both Sentinels are playing next to their utility, which means null command is used and all of it goes offline.
So we're going to have to worry about that one when looking like it's heading towards that A side as well, again being caught. But it's 30 seconds now into the round. It's getting a bit, I think, a little bit tight here in terms of the timing for Gen.G. You have to make a good go of things, and it's all expected. Stack of players are Sentinels.
First time the wall's in the right spot.
Yeah, and there it is, dropping them off here with an ult command. It's going to be sweeping through now, darting around to the side. Texture is not watched for. This guy was already just fast up onto the line, and with all the util down, again, you might as well roll out the red carpet.
Tiba-tiba ada di pinggir aja Texture.
Gen.G are ready. They've got the protocols in place just in case there are signs of that util. Meteor holding it tucked up close as well. There's no follow-up. Again, still up and over. Able to trade it. The door into their face and a full sight defense occurring here by Gen.G. Nobody looking to try and repurpose out through A main. Everybody locked onto the sides here, but the one way they choose to fight this one, they want to hold it down. Again, this retake is getting more and more difficult. Dart immediately dealt with, time is ticking away. Sentinels running out of those options, double up, high-low. Gonna try and push them back and away. Lakia, last one left.
Wow.
So, just in time here for Sentinels, I believe.
Yeah, only about a second on the clock though. Whoa. Look at that.
Yeah, right on the money.
A good round from Sen there in terms of how they squeezed Gen.G. That pressure coming through, double swing over towards heaven, making sure that they dominate that angle. The Gen.G players in the post plant couldn't hold it, ended up giving that up and tucking into positions like Dice and Helm. At that point, Sen have found their opportunity. Crucial kill. And Gen.G gonna take their first tactical timeout of the match. Wow. Their first tac timeout of champs. Coming in round 11 of map 2. Even if they get a good adjustment out of this, you know, they're not gonna put together a much better attack half on Ascent. 6 rounds is already astonishingly good, but it must be said the Cypher Deadlock comps.
Waduh, itu jaketnya dimarahin mama kau, itu jaket kau di bawah lantai gitu.
All the ways to try and fight for that extremity control, you know, you can lay down sensors, much like they're trying to do, at least Sentinels.
Jaket ini lagi, jaket Gen.G lagi.
You know, quite a few unknowns, I think, of how Sentinels might be looking, at least with this composition. Tier 2, North America, has been playing this comp a lot. There is a lot of footage, a lot of playmaking possibilities as well. If JongQT has been doing his homework, at least with the annihilations and whatnot, grab net re-clears.
Yeah, and I just want to say for a moment that Zekan has rebounded from bottom of the scoreboard to the top. If you look at him all year long, Zekan has been amazing. Like I said, getting better and better all year. Tens has been consistently at the top, even though they didn't make Shanghai. Zelsis has still been good. It's actually been John who's dropped off in terms of his fragging, his output a little bit, compared to his astonishingly strong Madrid performance, where they lifted that trophy. I'm paying attention to John and how he gets his rifle impact in a lot of these rounds here at Champs.
Zekan not caught in the transition there, just trying to exit out of Wine, and there's plenty more players where that came from. Gen.G, we're going to try and go into this one. Fast tempo, increase 10, taken out. Zekan followed up. to trade in sight. Only gets the one down.
Threat.
Was textured.
Dibalas
Revealing
threat.
quite a few of them. Locked down by
Initiated.
unconventional.
I like it though. You know, we saw Sentinels before get 3 detained and still win the round. They're in a 3v4 situation here though, and this should allow a great plan. I mean, this one also planted
Itu
for
sniper.
thought.
Oh,
If they
gua
want
kira
to be sensible,
snipernya
they're gonna
AFK
wrap around.
anjir.
Very heads up.
Perhaps Lucky is gonna take
Diem
that
dia
option.
di base.
Things around here. Drone's going to be used again.
Enggak, maksudnya kan dia diem doang tadi di base.
Remove it. First piece of util for it, but Genji stalwart defense.
Bener-bener diem, kayak mouse-nya nggak digerakin. Nggak lihat kiri kanan.
As soon as they hear the footsteps in the util, it's a
Diem
down
aja
spam
nih.
out from below. Already the
AFK-nya.
guys have repositioned. Spike is ticking away.
2 lawan 4 nih. Wah, nge-save mereka. Nge-save mereka. Wow, Odinnya
Sentinels
mati.
need, even if they were able to get pistol, they're first to the match and be able to carry some momentum forwards on their attack half. I think
Anjir, save-nya di
anybody
sana nggak?
that wants to see
Save-nya di
Sen
sana
recover
ya.
on Ascent here, gotta be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without
Last
it.
round in
Not
half.
unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around.
8-4 atau
You get your
7-5
defenders
ya.
in the lead.
With how dominant Genji have been on the pistol rounds, you know, if it follows the same course, you're looking at like an 8-4 turning into a 10-4.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just curtains.
Yeah.
There's no recovery there.
8-4
Celtics
atau
coming into this round with
7-5.
a broken economy, Stinger,
Let's
Guardian,
see.
but they still have those big heavy hitter weapons of the Op and Odin.
It's a weird buy.
It
Bit of a
is.
mixture.
Iya makanya.
Second hasn't been able to really
Gua nggak
walk
tahu
in front
nih.
of these
Tapi
smokes.
si
Push
Zekennya
back,
pakai ini
back.
sih, OP.
But he is
OP lawan OP ini.
getting the kills. Take flight.
Lovely util to clear out mid here. Sassy with the drone. Good timing on it, but the question is, did they hear
Tapi
that?
Zelsisnya,
Genji are already up in through Cat. Straight
oh
through the smoke.
Zelsisnya
Disrespect is
beliin
being shown
OP
by them.
buat Zeken.
Sentinels do have stay main control. Shot missing. John now with the barrier mesh.
Wah,
Looking to lock them out.
anjir
Off this
barrier
spot here,
itu
but it will
males
be
banget
spammed
sih.
out as a nade in sight, but no smoke for the cross. Only popped down a little bit too late there, so Zekken happy to pick them apart.
Ah,
Tens
wih.
ADS up. Can't quite manage it. I mean, it's Caron.
Si menang Karon.
And the stun does nothing in A main.
Push them back
Kalo.
and away. Genji slowing it down,
Wonder
getting quirky
Boy.
with these timings. There's a stun. They can
Wonder
hear the
Kid,
sensors,
Miracle
texture.
Boy, Miracle
Lose one of
Kid,
them.
Spicy Boy, apalah itu.
So much uncertainty wrapping into their heads. They
Oh,
spot the
set,
player. Texture
kelihatan
showed it just
texture.
begin out, and yet still squares up to it. The challenge is met. And now drop down onto the site. Options
Zeken.
thoroughly opened.
Zeken.
Genji having to take
Zeken.
their timing with it. You can look at the peak timing, but still missing with the shot. The
Ooh.
Shorty can't quite do it.
Wah.
The Shorty. Zeken not a chance.
Odin.
Doesn't stand it.
Itu
Leaves it
itu
to Gen
texture
2.
udah teriak-teriak itu
This
pasti.
low could be an opening. Lakia will fall.
Kena Odin
There's a
nih.
movement in play.
So doable for Sentinels. The health advantage is massive.
Ayo double.
The upgrade to the rifle cam should be clearing. At least the
Winnable,
portion of it,
winnable,
because I know
guys.
there's blind spots. Munchkin peaks. We know
Winnable
where he
ini.
is. 4 seconds until the dart. Spamming away into hell. Just in case that reposition
Yeah.
is there. Dart round towards the back. They spot the main player out. They're all
Kena.
falling low. And again, it has to be Munchkin as that playmaker
Low dua-duanya,
finds
oke.
the one.
Oke.
Peak timing off of it. Only
Oke,
5
lawan Odin.
bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well.
Oke.
It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second. Time ticking, forced to stick it, and time not
Nggak ada
enough
waktu
on
dong.
Sen's
Ah.
It's an 8-4 half where Genji on the attack side look absolutely dominant. Trying to stamp their mark
8-4.
early on Ascent here at Champions.
Nih, kita lihat nih. Di sini kalau yang menang Pistoron menang terus nih.
Showcasing that they
Kalau kata gua.
the best in the world on this map.
Kita
It
lihat
wasn't so much an exec in that final round as they
Sentinel.
just walked up with an operator.
Atau Genji yang menang.
Still found the openings though.
Di map
Listen,
ini.
this team is so
Kata
good at
gua
picking
masih,
apart all sorts of
kalau
it.
kata
And
gua
for
di
the
sini
pistol
yang
round,
menang
that's
map
what we're
ini
looking
masih
towards
Genji sih, tapi gua
He's
pengen lihat
dominable so far.
Abyss. Ya pengen lihat game 3 gua. Dress to impress.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wing. Genji kinda slapping though. Ini iklan apa sih The Final? Ini game apa The Final, Yon? Iya nggak, maksudnya kayak gimana mainnya? Kayak Valorant. Battle Royale. Oh, capturean. Ah. Capture dia. 2 tim fast pace kayak Apex ya. Ya Apex fast pace. Main Apex aja nggak bisa gue sekarang.
If there's any chances for Sentinels, of course,
delay
that's the pistol. I feel like I say that often with a lot of different teams, but when you're up against Gen G, who are not only trying to, you know, make a name for themselves in their home country this time, it's home soil, but also looking like potentially one of the favorites to win the whole thing. It's another question entirely of whether they can even stand up to it.
Sentinels are the only team to have beaten Gen G internationally. And while that might feel like it's a positive on the side of Sen, it also speaks to the fact that
Ayo
Gen G got cleanly
comeback
out and stomped through Shanghai. That's a scary team on the other side of the stage. And they're 8-4 up, 5 rounds away from being able to move on in their group.
Yeah. Let's take a look then. Sentinels. They're the ones that have to be the playmakers. Gen G also going for a bit of a proactive play.
Tapi ini dia model modenya grupnya bukan pakai poin ya. Pakai bracket.
Yeah.
Against this comp though, I don't think they should be too
biar lebih cepet kali ya.
Gravnet, trips, stuns.
Okay, break.
Ronaldo, the util, is going to be lacking ever so slightly onto the pistol.
Wow.
Zelsis forced to lock down. Watch this flank angle. Just gets barely the 2 shots off. Not enough to drop care on. So the trade is there, but Zekken taking a cheeky peek. Up through heaven, clears that one out, and now has to be aware that there is that flank occurring.
Wah, ini nih.
Watchful eyes perched up.
4 lawan 3.
Well, and the smoke.
Duanya ini, 2
Karen trying to
low.
split up the site.
Ini mah berarti udah 4 lawan 1.
Potentially there. He's already out though, and the players are straight through and out. The whip might cost them still. Dart forwards. Forces the issue out of texture. They clean it up. So Sentinels, a pistol round under their belt.
Terlalu ini, terlalu low.
First of the series could not have come at a better time, a more needed time. It probably
udah
would
low
have been game
duluan.
over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart as well from Sassy. They immediately dominated those smokes that Karen threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them. He's having a good game today, Sassy.
Bisa jadi ini.
They're gonna need more than this though. We've seen teams.
Dengerin gua Sentinel, lu mau menang nggak? John Kitty tuker Dendelion.
Piece by piece, take the map.
Easy win.
Take a main, throw down the sonic sensor. Take a little bit of extra space.
Iya, nggak tahu nih gameplay apaan nggak ada di Radiant.
That's a fight to be taken here. Need a defeat though.
Nggak expect orang-orang.
Push them back in a way, at least with the rifle spam.
Kayak apa sih ini gameplay? Terus lu dengan ini apa? Lagi di interview ngomong. Makanya jadi bronze. Main di atas mulu lu.
You're always going to be running into a trip
or
somebody watching.
Makanya.
That is pure instinct from Karen. He's TP'd in a way. There's a slight gap. Oh no,
wah, masih
still Sentinels choose not to commit. I think they've seen enough bodies there. Signs of life from Gen G. Did they call this pause? They do have 45 seconds.
Wah, gila Karon.
You can't let anything else slip though if you are Sentinels. It's a 3v3 in a crossfire setup. Getting the shots.
Ketahuan.
Meteor alongside it. Do not lose this one, Sentinels. Your best chance in a bloody long time, and you've got to clean it up.
Laki yang ngapain anjing?
Left alone. 20 seconds. Still, they don't know where this guy is, but the door's going to be closing.
Iya, cuma temennya
Nobody
low.
stepping past it, just spots the feet. Breaking the door, trying to take the fight. It's a little bit uncertain, man. I mean, okay, they do get the anti-eco.
Ini Sentinel menang terus nih. Tadi menang Pisoron kan tadi.
sebelum round ini.
Pistol round, bonus round.
I know it's hot in here. Golden Boy talked about it before. It is warm in
Korea
right
now.
Lah. But that one's
yo, bisa yo, Ebis yo. Nonton Ebis gua.
Sen close the gap to 2, but the bonus is not gonna look pretty. They only kept the Phantom.
Gua jadi tense, gua gebrak meja sih.
What
the fuck?
Maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the Annihilation for John so that he could maybe work a pick in round 16.
Berada di
These are the
ujung
kind of things that
tanduk
would be a success in the round, I think, for Sen.
Flash peek.
Level up. Atau diganti.
In front of Karen's face.
Wih gila, nyala yon.
Just being held by the Sentinels players. They don't have
nyala gitu.
But they do have somebody util the cam and a trip.
Iya, bagus.
Deep B push.
Hanya diperuntukkan untuk top fragger ya.
Leaving utility there. Normally with this composition, I would expect to see.
Ini apa Guardian? Stinger.
Some kind of, trip or
Stinger
player
mirip Guardian ya.
into A main. Now they're going back in though. Sassy looking to try to and disguise the fact.
Kena trap.
Yeah, Sentinel trying to make this one feel like it could potentially be that B split.
Yeah, that's a weird one because they faked a B split as they were droning A.
Right, so Genji are kind of aware of this one. Munchkin is an off angle and he's got to deliver. Will do with the first. Occasion his face. Preemptive spam will lay claim to a multitude of kills. And it leaves it just up to tens, up and over. Not
Tens.
Can't overcome it.
It's okay, Tens. It's okay, Tens.
That Champions Trophy blinks into and out of
Itu minumannya apa itu?
Taunting the players.
Teh botol ya? Itu dia.
Rifles back online though for Sen.
Itu yang di botolnya bukan di gelas. Oh, air putih anjir. Tadi kuning.
But we've seen the Cypher deadlock. We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals
to work on. Airnya tuh kuning. Ternyata ini lampu anjir. Gua kira apaan anjir, kuning. Extra jos kata gua. Ada juga extra jos kata gua. Wah,
broken. Zelsa's not ready for that one.
Bete banget sih.
Use his cam to take super aggro B main either. It is a bit more of a passive approach to Sen than we've seen from other teams running this comp.
Tripwire pakai ini. Pakai apa? Pakai duit. Dihilangin gitu aja.
Too much though. Shock dart, just out of range I think to do damage enough to break the alarm bot.
At a very weak alarm bot.
Yeah. Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
Be crazy if the alarm bot clutched now. 1 HP.
Lihat itu Karon mainnya di mana anjir.
Turret at least broken.
Tensnya juga nungguin gitu, Bay.
Happy.
AFK kah? AFK?
Make it really difficult to take any B main control.
AFK ketiduran.
38 seconds.
Ada nggak ya orang lagi di stage turnamen tiba-tiba ketiduran nih? Kayak gua main Dota.
There's plenty players ready to meet them. Genji tucked up to
lucu banget sih.
Logs to the corner. Black here. Has to do a lot here. It's running and gunning to trade it up. They weren't expecting, and again Meteor delivers.
Wah. Ayo, sesi.
Indeed it is a 3-piece to finish it. 10-6 Genji. Looking on pace now to just take this map away.
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels.
Jarang di set up dua gitu kan, satu di kanan, satu di kiri. Biasanya salah satu kan.
Helps out your players to defend against the B split. Perfect from Karen, and it sets up this crossfire so beautifully. And Lucky is tucked into a corner. The Sentinels players, as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Then they check switch, because you never know, Texture could be playing in that kind of position.
Oh, Shiba!
There's just so many ways that Genji could be threatening you on defense.
Jajangmyeon,
it's difficult to account for them all. And even if you did know that the crossfire setup was there, good luck dealing with it. Like
satu match itu time out berapa, 2 kali ya?
Are going to take a tactical timeout to try to figure out where they can go from here.
That's a real difficult ask, I think.
Per map kan, per mapnya 2.
It's either, a bit of a trap play setup or maybe just a set play at the beginning of rounds that they will throw out. But even when they're just making sure that they can play it slow, you know, to touch
Indonesia masih 0, Cok. Olimpiade Paris. Kemarin Tokyo udah bagus.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows Gen.G much better information. We talk all the time about Munchkin making these amazing reads on defense. Part of it's because his players are willing to contest util. And if you peek back into B main and you see 5 players on the other side and Meteor bounces,
pasti dapat
that's
angkat
really good
beban.
info. But if Meteor's able to reclear B main, he knows that a hit is not coming straight back through.
Pana.
It just helps every aspect
Wushu,
of
wushu.
That constant
Wushu biasanya Indonesia jago tuh.
Gen.G force you to fight.
Ini panahan, tapi panahan susah.
Half buys the Sentinels.
Apa yang auto gold ya?
Be rare to see a return on those investments. Caron still locks it up here.
Iya, bulu tangkis auto gold.
Being offloaded, Texture does manage
Sama
to
angkat
get 2, but
beban.
it's even out and it has handed guns over.
Auto gold.
Major win for Sentinels.
Munchkin, there's a drone in his face. It's not being watched. Into the smoke.
Kina udah 11 ya. Waduh, Munchkin.
He doesn't go for the easy kill, but now he knows that Tens is lurking. Not long for the world.
Lihat ada. Gak diliatin. Minimal pindah. Kok ada orangnya?
He knows the Sassy is going to be occupied in that moment. Instead, takes the peek to the player with the gun.
Yeah, that's so good. And also getting the read that that player is going to be on the
Oh,
left.
sekarang Zekennya
Gacor
gacor nih.
Predicts the timing.
Mayan.
And timing's the drone as well, beautifully. And a situation that was looking like a potential win condition for Sentinels, ripped out of their hands so quickly. They're now going to have to find a different avenue of success. Sassy with the Odin ready to counter spam. But Texture, he hasn't been walking up B main with the op yet. This has been Meteor's domain. Are they going to expect him to be here?
Mungkin mereka juga nggak expect si Karonnya dekat kali.
It's a drone for drone.
Lewat-lewatan aja gitu.
Texture is hiding from it.
Minimal ngelakson nggak sih kan?
So misinformation, sure missed though. Hunter's Fury feels like it's quite a committed push. And damage done, even the kill for Sassy, maybe enough to pave the way. It calls for that reinforcement. Caron instantly TPs.
I am the hunter.
Very good read to now go for an A split.
They've pulled these players apart. Munchkin again could be that thorn in their side. Once
Anjir,
more
lihat
weapon
coy.
glowing. This guy
Nyala.
is on fire. Grab that. Gets that confirmation potentially there. Flood defending in right through the back. Annihilation and clear.
Wah, nice.
Sentinels do have the necessary plays. You don't want to be handing care on too many.
Cuma dicek. Tetap dicek.
A doubled up holding this one. Side by side.
Iya.
Bit of spam hailing down the leg.
Iya.
So
Yeah.
still in it. At least for now, Sentinels.
Great call from John. As soon as you hear that ult being used, I think it's very likely they're sticking the teleport into back B. He decides to send things on an A split, anticipating that A is weaker.
Welcome to my
Realize what's
world.
happening. He sent a couple players over there, but Sen grouped up, decisive. Love to see
Deadlock
it.
apa
And
ngomongnya?
Sassy continues to have one of the best games that I've seen from him in a long time.
Oh yeah.
He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven, and now he's back up at least on the Sentinel side with 13 kills.
Benar.
Having a great day.
Welcome to my world, Piper.
Doesn't get much easier though. This time Texture going
I am the hunter.
mid.
So,
Angle's being held for.
Masih
He's hoping
ada
that
dia.
somebody will just wade right into it. Dash is fading. This is hyper committed.
This is the kind of thing that Zekken just couldn't do.
Zeken's holding. To pick
dibeliin
some
itu dia, dibeliin Meteor.
Just missed it. The crossover Texture takes it away.
Oh, nggak ada yang dibeliin
Only committed
Meteor, dia
now
beli
into bottom
sendiri.
mid. He needs to be defended and needs some help to get out of here. That's what the drone is for. Up and over. Clears the path.
Oh, ketahuan.
When Lakia and Karen are willing to be that aggressive,
Wah,
they
ini
allows
Munchkin
Texture
nih.
to do this.
Please dicek, please.
Potentially getting cleared off. Angle traded. But again,
Nice.
reinforcements are there. Out through the back of the side. That's Tens committed.
Karon lagi. Tensnya buta lagi.
Will not be stopped. And a ban
Wah.
puts Tens in his
Okay.
place.
Karon. GG.
The
GG dah.
recon in that position is
Karen
supposed to
juga.
stop Karen from doing that. Your recon, he's caught out
Bocil
in the
itu
open,
anjir.
has to break it, gives away his position, forced to swing into the smoke.
Gila.
He's checkmated. He's swinging into a smoke. The two of the people are already in. He can't get away
Iya.
with it.
Tapi itu si Sassinya at least udah siap, udah nembak itu dia.
Benefits them. not something that Sentinels could ever really do. Support Zekin in that
Lagi
kind of way
ngeden
on their
itu.
defense half.
Keburu mati kena pala.
Up to 20 kills.
Kita lihat Textionim. Texture.
Is releasing just absolutely unbelievable form.
I can't use that.
Wah, Texture itu dia bisa tuh.
Left the stew and simmer.
Dapat 2 dia, Yun.
Knives back out though for
Tadi
Zekin.
ulti.
Munchkin will fade away.
Gak kena.
Texture reveals his position. 3 left available.
Wah, udah mati ini, kelihatan. Kelihatan moncongnya.
A 2-0 finish. Genji looking large and in charge.
Mandi dulu gua, jam berapa sekarang?
Performances. They are aiming and gunning for that trophy.
Mandi dulu gua.
Revenge for the grand finals of Masters Madrid. Both of these teams were tied at 4 maps apiece heading into the match today. And now Genji have taken the lead, both in terms of that head-to-head series all year and in the maps. I think they outclassed Sentinels today. They showcased that divergence of the trajectories for both of these teams. There's a reason that Sentinels came in here based on their championship points, and Genji are coming in looking like favorites to lift the trophy.
There's a warm welcome at the tail end here for the series. Of course, Sentinels, you know, they are fan favorites even here in Korea, but it's even bigger fan favorites right in front of them here. Genji with that 2-0 win. Looking nasty, man.
I am disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either of these two teams. First time Genji have ever floated a brand new map. They've been permabanning it all the other times. Felt like a trap. Sentinels were happy to opt into it. We were denied it today because the form from Genji just ridiculous with the 2-0. We'll have to wait until later on in the tournament for that kind of delight as we get to see squads like, I'm expecting Genji and Fnatic to both be fantastic on those new maps, but who knows?
Yeah,
it's a complete unknown.
A lot of unknowns when you're heading into these international tournaments about how teams are prepared and ready, but it was a hell of a task ahead of Sentinels to try and take this one. They might be the only team that's beaten them really on an international stage, but they couldn't quite replicate it. Not here for champs. It's a team that has just evolved over and over again. Every single game that Genji have played, they just look like they're going from strength to strength.
They certainly do. It wouldn't surprise anyone, I think, if Genji picked up a trophy here, but it's a long, long road ahead.
Oh yeah, early days.
A good first step along that path, however, taking down Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely early days, but like you said, it's a good first step to be taking.
And the crowd will be extremely happy in terms of opening things up here. In Seoul, intimate venue to open things up, not like the way that we'll end up closing. But the crowd could not find a team to better represent the Pacific region and South Korea, the mecca, the home of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been wanting to really put up a stellar performance, I think, on a big stage for quite some time. Showcase that Korean dominance in esports for quite some time.
Here comes Texture.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just waiting for the interview to get set up now. But yeah.
I love any time we get to hear from Texture. It's so good. You saw his reaction earlier when he failed the ace.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the floor for the interview.
Welcome down to the stage, Jen Lee here alongside Texture, of course, after Genji takes down Sentinels. 2-0 now, massive congrats. Texture, I feel like you guys had some unfinished business facing Sentinels today. They were the only team that beat you at a global event, and you beat them today, you know, right off the bat. So a great start to champions, right? 텍스 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 오면서 유일하게 덴지에게 패배를 선물한 팀이 센티널스였는데 개막전부터 그냥 빠르게 해치웠습니다. 뭐 시작이 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
좀 재밌게 그냥 저희 하던 느낌대로 그냥 잘 한 것 같아요.
We tried to have fun and play our own game, so yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how it went down. Now, you guys are on a different trajectory, you and Sentinels, post-Madrid, of course. Sentinels in particular, they had their struggles, but you guys went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels today compare to the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 한데요. 근데 솔직히 저희가 마드리드 때보다 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따는 것 같습니다.
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for Gen.G specifically, we grew a lot as a team post-Madrid, so I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then, and I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now, lastly, Texture, you've had 13 or 12, I was told, 4Ks since your last ace. You missed one today as well, so how are we feeling about that ace that you missed today? You know, are you gonna get it the next match? 텍처 선수 에이스 하고 나서 마지막으로 에이스 한 거에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를 미스한 게 그만큼 많다는 뜻이잖아요. 그래서 오늘 좀 그 놓친 에이스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 리액션은 봤지만 그리고 뭐 다음 매치에 에이스 하면 되겠죠?
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제 마지막으로 했는지도 지금 기억도 안 나요 저는.
4월이었대요 4월.
진짜요? 뭐 하여튼 4월 오래됐네요. 뭐 하여튼 언젠간 하겠죠. 뭐 이기는 게 일단 최우선이니까. 근데 누가 먹었더라 마지막에? 종민이가 먹었었나? 아 근데 좀 진짜 서운하네요.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace, and I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do, but I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches, but he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that ace. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again. Best of luck. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, everybody give it up for Texture once more. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Welcome back to day one of Champions Seoul and our second match in the group of death. It's China's FPX versus EMEA's Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, currently yelling at you right now. On the desk with Mimi and Paperthin. As always, we're going to break everything down and talk about what we saw. But boy, oh boy,
that
Genji.
stream on the screen.
Huh?
The stream
Didn't
that
you
was
go
on
there?
the screen. I went there.
It's
It's
so
really
sick.
nice. It used to be a highway until 2003.
Yep. Yeah.
And now it's a stream again. It's awesome.
We got to do some book reading on,
Yeah,
on
it's
the
a great
stream.
park. I read a book for an hour there.
Yeah.
A very
Highly
popular date
recommend.
spot. Very popular date
Oh,
spot.
really?
Yep.
Oh,
That makes
that's
sense.
cool.
It's lovely for a stroll.
Hell yeah.
gorgeous,
But we
yeah.
have more important things to
That's
talk
true.
about.
But that being said, though, I want to be very clear here. This city is freaking awesome, okay? And Seoul is genuinely one of the greatest cities in the world. Unbelievable place. But let's go ahead, though, and talk about another city that we were in this year, Madrid, because we're about to see another rematch, except this time it's going to be a Shanghai rematch.
Third
and I
city
totally
there.
messed that one up. So we got 3 cities on this one. Homies all over the place.
Shanghai,
Chat.
another great city. And this match was... It was great to watch, but this was a heartbreaker for FPX because this was the event where FPX was the best we've ever seen them. People had high expectations for this team after watching their first game where they beat Foot, and then they have 2 super close losses. And in this one, it was 17-15. So many overtimes on that last one for them to be eliminated by this Team Heretic squad who went on to the finals.
Yeah, and they do really interesting stuff. They use a lot of controllers compared to a lot of other teams. Like, it's not just 2 controllers on some maps. Sometimes it's up to 3, like on Lotus, which we might see here today. Who knows? But they're really creative with how they play around it in terms of wanting to kind of control the map in terms of information. They want to obscure what they're doing. They want to try to bait some util out of you. They want to see if they can get some extra advantages in those regards. But they do struggle against really patient teams. Teams that don't kind of expend their utility unnecessarily, don't give them any information unnecessarily. So that does kind of bite them in the butt in the long run.
If your structure can hold up to the insane individuals and the unique ideas, then you can beat this team. But for me, they are the litmus test of how good your structure actually is. Because they're so insanely disruptive. But what's crazy is that after that kind of, I want to say run, but it wasn't really a run in actuality, they went back to Shanghai for VCT-CN instead of Masters, and it was a huge dip. They went 2 for 6 in the group stage, and it looked rough. They were losing to teams you would never expect them to lose to. The team honestly looked kind of boomed. They looked so different than the confident, creative team we saw in Shanghai. But they did recover at the right time.
Yeah, they got to the finals, right? They played EDG in a best of 5. They lost it in 5 maps. They really started to kind of find their groove again, find their form. Abyss, like we just saw on the screen there, was a really good map for them. Life on that Yoru is really challenging to deal with because he's really creative with where he puts those TPs. Like sometimes, they'll go deep and he'll try to come behind you, things like that, but he'll also put them short just to like cross a 50-50 on you when he's in a post plan or something like that. So he's really difficult to keep track of.
Yeah, a lot of really unique ideas that we continuously see from FPX. But to go back to something that Mimi was talking about real fast and how this team really just struggled going into stage 2.
Yeah.
Very shocking considering how they started this season.
Yeah, look at the contrast to stage 1. They were undefeated. The only series they lost in stage 1 of VCT-CN was the finals to EDG. Which is so different from what we saw now. But I think the biggest question is, in this group, which is so difficult with all 3 of the Masters finalists, even if they hit that Madrid form, or excuse me, that Shanghai form, is it enough? Because this is a really tough place to get out of.
Yeah, it's so difficult because you're going into the shark pit once, and then you go into the shark pit again, and then you potentially go into it again. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem to get any better than what you can expect there for FPX. But there are some things that they can lean on here, right? I mean, I think, it goes without saying, FPX still a great team, as we talked about, great aimers, right? But they can also catch your opponent off guard with some uniqueness on Abyss, especially, right? New map coming into the pool, big opportunity here for the Chinese team to really catch their opponents in an uncomfortable position and maybe profit off of it.
Yeah, it has not been a ban that the Heretics have prioritized since Abyss came into the map pool. They've been going for like a center Lotus kind of as those main bans that they want to go for. So I expect this map to be open, and I expect FPX to pick it. This is a great example right here of some of these moments where life is just an absolute nightmare, either on the retake or on the post plant. He's so in so many different situations, and they're the way that they set up, and then they TP across, right? Like they use a smoke to obscure these extra angles. They're so creative in like heat of the moment situations. We saw this in Shanghai too.
Hey, and this is something that we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Who has that good read on Abyss? And now, don't get me wrong, these aren't necessarily reads. These are like just really smart and intelligent plays, but that's something you could build upon, right?
Absolutely, and I do really like their comp on Abyss. I think that the ideas they have around the Yoru are really creative. A lot of teams will pick into the Yoru as kind of a solo duelist nowadays because he fills the dive slot and also the flash slot, so it gives you a lot of flexibility. But I think what really shines for them isn't necessarily like the attack side dive plays, it's how they play the defense, how they're using the Yoru TPs to have fast rotates and reinforce these anchors, and how good their fast retakes are with the combination of the Yoru flashes, the Fade utility. It's honestly really well put together. And that's the definition of FPX. Creative comps executed really well.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see Abyss today. It will be super exciting, to say the least. But for now, though, let's send it back over to Mika Fabs, who caught up with Life for a quick word.
Hey, Live. Oh, you look so cool today. So FPX is in what many consider the group of death. So I'm wondering, do you think FPX are underdogs, and how does FPX compare to the rest of the teams? We have Luna here to help with some translation.
那很多人都会觉得你们现在所在的小组是一个死亡之组，那你觉得你们是一匹黑马吗？你相比于其他的队伍会怎么样来评价和描述你们自己呢？
其实我希望其他战队也这样看我们，这样会对我们掉以轻心，我们会比我们上一次更强的姿态迎接这一次比赛，所以说 TH 你们要小心了。
Maybe if other teams like consider us as the underdogs, maybe we can do something unpredictable, then we can perform better. Maybe TH, watch out.
Oh, I like that. Good luck to you guys.
All right, strong words there from Life, but let's highlight what this guy is capable of, because, I mean, when he gets those moments to pop off, it is very fun to watch, Paper Thin.
No, he's mechanically gifted. He can really take over rounds, win rounds that he has no business winning. He's such a talented player. Now, he does get a little bit off kilter at times. When I go through and watch the FPX VODs, like as good as he can be, he can also kind of leave you scratching your head.
High highs, low lows.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this team style takes a lot of risks. I think that even compared to some of the other CN teams, they're very willing to overpeak, to go for individual fights. And I think one of the biggest reasons for their stage 2 slump regionally was that the confidence was waning. They weren't actually getting success through a lot of those risky plays, and I think that then snowballs. Your confidence drops, you play a little differently, you take risks to try and be a hero. It doesn't work out. But if they can come in and show what they did in playoffs with the confidence, with the risk-taking, and find that success, that's, I think, the kind of condition for FPX to show the form that they had at Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, you always like to see a team to try to carve out their own identity in their own unique way, rather than just conform, right? And that is
they're not like the other girls.
God dang it, Mimi.
They aren't.
You're true. You know what?
Yeah.
Base. Now, of course, Team Heretics on the other side. This is a squad that, going into Shanghai, we were a little worried about. They had lost one of their big key players here in Miniboo. Patatek was coming back in, obviously the most versatile 6-man in the world. But this time around, in Shanghai, the success was flowing. I mean, they were doing everything that they possibly could. They finished 3rd in EMEA. They had such an amazing run in Shanghai. This team is dynamic, and now they have their whole roster here, Paper Thin. Could it be the difference?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not super convinced. It felt like they were a little bit rocky during stage 2.
Yeah.
It felt like kind of like they came off of that high of Shanghai. They couldn't quite replicate the exact level of success, because it felt like at Shanghai, it just, as they went, they just got stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the tournament. They started streaking
like the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, like literally, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they just kept streaking these crazy rounds together. Woot was dominating on the duelist. All these things were looking amazing, and I'm like, this team is like maybe going to win EMEA. We're going to be coming into, you know, potentially champion, thinking about, is it going to be another rematch in the finals of Heretics versus Gen G? But they haven't quite looked the same. It just like they haven't found that same form. Miniboo coming back on the Neon hasn't seemingly had the same amount of impact, I feel.
To me, I feel like a lot of it can honestly be kind of put up to the same burnout that I think to some extent we saw from FPX, where you're coming back after showing so much and having to reintegrate a player into your roster without a lot of prep time and opportunity. I think that they lost a lot of games to some of the other squads in EMEA, even ending up losing twice to Vitality to go out. But I don't know how much that actually makes me think they're going to do poorly at this event. I think that with Miniboo back, the ceiling is higher. The way they build around his Neon is excellent, and I think we did see a lot of good, especially in the game planning and like the micro plays they're known for in EMEA. The question is, have they reset from that burnout, and are they ready to show their best form here in Seoul?
Well, there was something, it was an interview I believe I saw with Benji where he was talking about, like, in Shanghai when they showed up, they were like, look, we don't know what's going to happen, so let's just go out there and have fun. And that's what they did. They had fun. I mean, Wu was having a whale of a time. But, you know, I think it gets now to this point where you're here with your full roster, right? Like, those events are fine, right? Because, hey, you didn't have your full roster. You got something to lean back on. But now this is where I'm like, all right, if Heretics doesn't come out the gate swinging, right, you got to wonder, can they hang at the upper echelons in this tournament? I know they can, but it's a question of whether or not that slump has followed them all the way here to Seoul, you know, which could be devastating.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You have this success in Shanghai, and all of a sudden, all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You're like maybe going to be...
You're like the face of the region.
Exactly. With Fnatic, you could be the banner carriers of EMA. You could be this resurgence of this region to come back even stronger, potentially. So the problem became, right, that you had Woot performing out of his mind on the duelist role. You want to keep that guy in somewhere, put him on the initiator. He's still doing very, very well for the most part, other than like one bad game he had against somebody, I can't remember who, he had like minus 17. But other than that, he's been fine. And so like, the pressure can get to you. And when you're playing loose, when you're playing fun, this is something that a lot of teams have been talking to me behind the scenes for this tournament, is they're coming in with the let's have fun, let's be loose, let's play with, you know, a little bit of swagger on there, but no pressure is what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that's what you'd want in this situation. It's high pressured, but of course, you know, it's a matter of whether or not you're going to be able to put up in those moments where it counts.
The best teams right now are the ones who have managed to beat the burnout and stay successful, and I think Gen G is the only team who has had that consistency. We saw it just then with the Sentinels, who has struggled after the Madrid win. The question is, will Shanghai be the high for Team Heretics, or can they have a resurgence and show that form again here in Seoul?
Yeah, and of course, you know, for the Heretics, this is going to be a trying test for them as they take the stage against an FPX team that can very well throw anything against the wall, and it could very well work. And of course, the vibes have not really been the same over on the Heretics cap. Let's actually go ahead and check out this post-match interview that we did with Miniboo earlier.
Now, before we came to this interview, you said you were a little disappointed. What's going on?
Like, in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was fucking tilted. I don't know, I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold, I was hot, I was not enough. Okay, I'm chilling.
Of course, you know, Miniboo wasn't able to make it to Shanghai, but he is back on this roster, you know, with an opportunity here to hoist a trophy over his head. Talented player through and through, but of course, you know, this is a big opportunity for him, and it's the first time we've been able to really get to see him take the stage like this.
Team Heretics with and without Miniboo, I think, are very distinctly different teams. When they're playing with him, I think he is definitely the player that defines this roster. They play more Neon comps than any other team, and it's not even close. And that's because of this guy. And when you watch them play, we've always known them. For the set plays, the little ideas in the mid-round for re-clearing space, those little coordinated pieces, that is kind of, the identity of that is around Miniboo. When you watch him play on this Neon, defensive side, they're going to have re-clears set up all over the map with his utility. They're going to have him being super mobile to always be in the right place to set him up for that success. I think he gets more value out of his stun than any other Neon player I have ever watched, and that is so hard now that there is only one of those relay bolts.
And I mean, two things strike me with Miniboo. one, I agree with you fully. He's the best Neon in the world right now. I don't think there's much question about that. It's that one of the things that can give Neon some trouble is you get too far ahead of your squad, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're so fast, you're just miles ahead.
Just sliding in the gunfire.
Yeah, and then the other team just throws a smoke or a molly right behind you, and all of a sudden you're cut off from the rest of your team, right? But he's good enough in those moments that he can take over. We're just seeing it in some of these highlights where he's getting these double kills, these triple kills on his own when he's just ahead of the rest of his squad.
Yeah.
However, Heretics does such a good job being right there with him, right behind him. Like, I think back to like when they played Haven with the ISO, like they worked so well in tandem together with that. They're able to come together at the right times, at the right angles. So that's what's so impressive about it, because a lot of teams that try Neon can't keep up with their Neon, and it just makes the pick somewhat it has way less value.
They're playing the agent on all but 2 maps, which is absolutely crazy when you compare that to the rest of the field.
Well, we literally didn't see Neon in the first game of the day.
Oh, yeah, Genji doesn't play Neon.
People thought Neon was going to define the meta, and she's viable on most of the maps in the pool, but most teams haven't decided to go for it, and Team Heretics is really committed into this read.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's safe to say, though, that we are going to get a ton of Neon today from Miniboo and from these compositions that are going to be supporting it, correct?
I think the interesting contrast here is that Miniboo, when you watch him play, he is a star. He has those crazy moments. He has the pop-off. But I think what defines him is how he plays in the system, how he's using his utility, how on their attacking side they're using him to scale and take different space in the map. Compared to Life, who is a guy who is given so much agency to go off on his own and take risks and make his own plays. You're not going to see Miniboo doing that in the same way. The question is, though, for a bit of a wounded Heretics, can their structure hold up to an FPX that is so disruptive, that can boom you if things start going wrong?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, you know, the pitfalls on each side, right? You had a great pickup there when, you know, talking about how FPX likes to play very unorthodox manner. But how does Heretics try and, well, take advantage of the fact that FPX likes to be a little bit too unorthodox and make too many risky plays?
No, I mean, I think you have to stick to what's worked. You have to stick to these fundamentals where you're working with the Neon, where you're playing off of that, you're able to combo the utility well. That's going to give FPX problems with their more individualistic playstyle.
All right, folks. Well, our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them down to the stage and get the show on the road.
FPS. Team Heretics.
It's a Shanghai rematch. It's rematch day at Champions, and you love to see it. Heretics versus FPX, and FPX an opportunity here to right a wrong that happened for them in Shanghai. But for Heretics, they have their full lineup, they're at full power, and it's time to see what they can bring to the table. And oh boy, Abyss is our first map to kick things off. FPX coming in hot.
We already talked about it. They're really good on this map. They've been playing it a lot at home in the CN region. I think their Yoru Jet comp is pretty creative, but they play it quite well. Their defensive side especially has always looked really good. But this is a map that we have seen from Heretics. They're playing a Gecko Breach comp that I actually thought looked pretty good, but we have only seen it once from them.
Yeah, whether or not they bust that out again will be the question. Curious to see what Miniboo could do on Abyss as well here. That'll be pretty fun.
I'm really excited about this matchup. I think both teams bring something pretty unique here. The Astra is one of the things I really look at with Heretics that a lot of teams aren't really leaning into on this map. The ability to control some of those tight angles and the post plants and things like that to maybe even drag people pretty far away, you know, from the angles that they need to hold. Stuff like that is really important on this map because there's a lot of cubbies that you can hide in, and there's a lot of smokes that you can utilize with the Astra as well. Really, really cool stuff. But on the other side, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on Life's Yoru. That has been really impactful, really devastating to the opponents that they've faced on Abyss so far. They're 2-0 on Abyss. They beat Trace Esports. They beat EDG on it. This is definitely also kind of a must-win for FPX, it feels like. This has been their map. This is their map pick. You know it's going to be really tight no matter what against Heretics.
So we're seeing a change up here from Team Heretics. Before they were playing the Breach Gecko. Now they're switching over to a Jet Sova composition. We don't see a lot of Jet from Miniboo, but in both of these first 2 maps, he's probably not going to be playing that Neon whatsoever. So it's a different role control for him to bust out. Some of the strengths of this Sova, obviously the cross-map information, how you can set up on the darts, and as we've seen from teams like 100 Thieves, and even from Team Heretics when they play their bind with the Fade Gecko, how powerful that double initiator kind of information can be when you're combining those tools together.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they work around this here, right? But of course, you know, I fully expect Rians and Boot to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters, professional yappers, two of my favorite people, Mitch and Tom, baby.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk.
I went to Waffle University. It's a place down the road.
I saw that the other day. Yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see. Tom, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard it from the desk. FPX, they play an interesting style. You've been talking my ear off about them for the last couple weeks.
I love this
Heretics, listen, we know these guys. One of the main criticisms we had, one of the main issues they had was time. They were burnt out. Now they've had their rest, their time to reset, and big challenge for FPX taking them down.
Yeah, they've also switched things up a little bit in terms of their composition. Miniboo going to be over to the Jet and bringing in the Sova. I'm interested to see, because they were setting up around the breach quite a bit, but now that's gone. It's definitely going to be a different look. The look that's there for the side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin has to be a highlight. He is a nutcase. He's going to try weird stuff that you haven't seen before, unless you've been watching the Chinese region, in which case maybe you have. For now, though, a very aggressive defensive push all the way through A, looking to try and catch them on the flank, but I believe Life has spotted it.
He did. He was ready for that. You know, only peeked up the top, gave the info to Lysaurus. Good for one. The Sheriff, though, running low on ammo. Flash comes through. He won't dodge it. Now they're right on top of him. Easy trade for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top looks to take it all the way onto Boo. And now they've got a foothold, an aggressive one that Heretics will have to fight for. And they win their first duel.
Aya's still up there, though. They might not expect the second, but they're playing as a unit, moving as a pack. Leaving Berlin, who hasn't actually been spotted in the corner, but Wu lands the shot anyway. Leaving Autumn to try and hold on. Utility expended, needs to land the shots first, doesn't go his way, and well, he's not going to get a second chance. Pistol goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah, you really see them sticking as a blob, whether it's the A main push to start this off on the defensive side, they get up, they get the information, and then there's no splitting, there's no sending a player out to die by themselves. Instead, just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol, it works out, and the few little extra plays that FPX tried, they don't manage anything. So 1-0 we start, Rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. There's still 15 seconds left. They could easily decide to sell some of these weapons.
You're going to talk about
what am I going to say? Goddamn right. It's an outlaw on Miniboo, the Jet. I'm excited to see what he can do. No shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him. Bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before
that's one of the most fun things about this map is what you can do with the Blade Storm. Like, you can literally jump off the map and go for kills.
Yeah.
That's some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. For now, though, Miniboo's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attack side. Maybe an attempt to just collect some orbs, potentially look for a plant. You can't really have too many expectations from a round like this, and they're playing it very safe. But I do think that dimensional drift is a huge part of what they're going to be going for. Site control, a big part of their game plan, but also it just allows Life to go crazy, and that's something that genuinely, he's one of the most terrifying duelists in the whole tournament because he is, as said, just a little bit insane.
I wonder if we'll see this continue. Much more passive hold over B. It was the same in the pistol for Boo, but his teammates were pushing A that time. Now, well, he has actually shifted into a slightly more aggressive position. Could be in trouble. Smoke used, though, to back out, concede the space, and with that, FPX will find themselves a plant. Again, the idea from Heretics isn't to stop them in their tracks, it's to wait and retake it as a unit. Already finding one with the Outlaw. The players on backside might have a chance with the Classics catching them off guard. Decent damage to Benji.
How much they can get in terms of the kills, though. Not really playing alongside each other. A little bit further back for Autumn, and it makes this training quite a bit easier. One kill at least. Make things that a little bit more costly, but you can see Rian's only having a pistol that is not really going to force any rebuys for the next round other than the player who was already going to purchase anyway.
I mean, there was a decent amount of damage done, but yeah, just too spread across the players. So no kills converted, bar that one. No weapons dropped and left for the Ether. FPX will be facing off against a decent buy coming into the next. One investment from Team Heretics gets them a Vandal. Everything else is definitely in fighting form. The Bulldogs sort of backed up by the fact that you've got an Outlaw. You can be facing 10 HP or just tag him once and let Miniboo do the cleanup. For FPX, Rifles come out and Dimensional Drift for life.
That's the big one.
That's going to get them into a site.
Yeah, and you can already see, not messing about. All of the players are up over on the left side of the map, getting ready, pinging over onto the B site. It does seem, though, that Heretics have a decent idea. A very passive hold. Benji sitting back. He should be able to clear at least some of the trips. Make sure that they're not going to be able to hold on to that ground. Although saying that, it seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear idea from Heretics to change their setup. Boo goes to the A site this round. Traps are here to try to catch these players as they make their way in or out of the site. But now the traps are down. Benji has been blitzed on, and with this FPX, able to fall back, playing a lot of players in main. They've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a stress this late in the round. Main thing is keeping life on the site and having the support to cover him as they cross. Even the TPUs to get out of there, and now standard post plants on a long-range angle down an alleyway. Already finding Miniboo, and even if they smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this stuck all the way with a big swing. Gravwell keeps them back a moment, buys them time, but not quite enough.
Yeah, they definitely came close. Aya tagged life as well, so there was potential for them to try and bring that back, but the Gravwell couldn't quite hold them long enough, unfortunately, for the side
try,
of
though.
Heretics.
I like the idea.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea. And you can see that, again, I think this was a map that FPX are using against a lot of teams because they're not going to be massively well prepped. But it seems like for Heretics, they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing. They're playing this map because they're comfortable enough on it, at least, even if they haven't had a massive break. I know a lot of the players said that they sort of went home, had some time, maybe with family or friends, just to try and counter the bigger problem, which was the burnout. For now, though, it seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now, we've seen teams using, well, even them, using the Viper wall for the same purpose, but instead already both smokes utilized early in the round just to try and take this space.
Oh, Life is really committing to this. Decoy sent through a flash to start, and they're trying to catch a fight. Unfortunately, they have. It was Benji Fishy to take down Life and slow this push completely. The squad now trapped in by Ult coming in from Woot. Big play from Boo. He's caught Autumn off guard. Barely any ground to hold on to for FPX, and now down to nothing. Berlin, he's made it to the site. His sneak up through B main is successful. Unfortunately, he's got 4 opponents to take down and a reveal that's going to make him give it away. The steps definitely shown Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with this one. The crash finally gets him.
Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person. He gets detained, he decides, you know what, I'm actually just going to finish him off before anything else can happen, and even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that little bit closer. Now, the problem for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same can be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their way. I feel like the problem with this round, though, was they wanted to try and go for mid-control, but it was very telegraphed. Like, you're using both smokes, like, unless you're going for some crazy fake play, I don't think it's going to fool anyone, and the main person that could have been caught was Benji.
Yeah, and he hit his shot. Simple as that. Miniboo, free kill, and he's dashed right out.
That dart caught everyone. It caught everyone.
That dart caught Life as well. A shock dart sent through, picking off one, damage done. Berlin down to 62. FPX don't have a lot to work with here. Obviously, still the rifle on Aya, but the rest of the squad just with pistols. And well, they are going to need a big performance to make this one. It's not about winning it. It's about keeping that economy managed on the Team Heretic side. They can't have all 5 players carrying rifles through to the next round, and at least there's the first to fall. Miniboo with Woot and Rien super low. This could still be an okay round in terms of economy damage for the attackers.
It does revolve. Maybe on a sneaky play from Autumn. He's making his way down mid. The problem is if his teammate falls, would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction, while the cam's going to do that anyway. Even still, the aggressive position of Boo means that a plant is going to be tough, and even still they're going to walk back into a trip, so there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made, utility trying to be cleared from Aya, but he is dead. Like, unless Boo makes a massive mistake, I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course not. It's not an angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free for Boo. Even at the information with the trap being broken earlier, and obviously the steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance. There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight, but he wants the rifle, and Benji's guarding it. 4-1, a solid start to this defensive side. Heretics lose their third round, one that they're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but since rifles come out, doesn't look like they're breaking much of a sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
I think the scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind that Bind is up next. A map that there was a 6-win streak for the side of Heretics until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was the way that they managed to actually qualify for champions in the first place. So I wouldn't say that Bind is going to be a weak map, and it's one that I don't think is the best for FPX. So and maybe they've changed things, maybe they got something new to throw in, but I think their sort of like hidden gem was this map. Not many teams are, I would say, at the top level, like at a good position. Like, a lot of teams are trying different things. I don't think a meta has necessarily been set. And if they're going to get, well, boomed, which I wouldn't say they are yet, but no, they need to slow it down. I like the fact that they've called a pause already. It's not really been like a catastrophic destruction of what they've been attempting, but I feel like so far, everything they've tried, considering they've got this like Euro comp, which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people, it hasn't. It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even that the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes, then the decoy goes through, they let it pass, take the fight immediately. It was Benji dropping life after the flash, after the decoy had gone through. Just avoiding the utility and dealing with the man himself. And I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there, and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages. Like you said, they're not getting boomed just yet. 4-1, it's an acceptable early scoreline, but we need to see this attacking side find the solutions pretty soon. And now, this is the best time for it. A bunch of ultimates online, albeit Lysor and Berlin's not high impact, but the rifle's coming out.
They've tried to do the same again, like throw a couple of early smokes, but this is just a ruse. It's trying to sell the idea that they're going for the same play. The problem is there's been a change up from Heretics as well. They've now got the operator roaming in mid, so nobody else has moved. The orb being taken is definitely going to be heard as well. So again, like the idea was to try and sell some sort of fake, sell some sort of lurk, but thus far, that hasn't happened.
No success in that front whatsoever. Team Heretics with, you know, we mentioned the change-up in setup that we saw a few rounds ago where Benji came in to prevent this B-site push. You've not just got Benji, but Boo here as well. Both of these players, we've seen anchoring sites now committed to holding the angles. Decoy is the one that's sent through. It's not even going to be touched. They allow it to fade into insignificance. Trap, luckily, not going to catch anyone. Aya's able to destroy it in time, and they've claimed the space. Now the rotations come in from Heretics. Now they look to defend that B site or even to retake it, but little do they know the spike is going elsewhere. All they have to do on this site is buy time, and Aya's done a good job of that. Autumn might not be able to get out of here, but look at Lysor's position, sneaking up through mid, cutting this defense apart, and Autumn's even picked another.
It's a double dip, almost a triple dip. They sell an initial fake, throw it into it, what seems like a take of the B site, and then throw it back over to A again. That was really nice. Incredibly complicated. It's something that you do feel like at any stage, if Heretics managed to catch on, it could have gone completely wrong, but I like it. Like, you're throwing in the double smokes early again. You're then going to be using an ultimate and then even sending a couple of players into that site and then going back in the other direction with, what, 20 seconds left on the clock? I think the main point of that round, though, was Lysor. Just having him still in middle, leaving Autumn as the secondary lurk, it makes it so difficult for anybody to actually move on Heretics without being caught or being put in a 1v1.
Well, early on, there's a big fight for A main. Just like the pistol, Heretics want a triple push up. They've spotted the operator already, and the dash actually caught on the wall. That's going to cost Mini Boo his life. The flash stopped him from being able to see exactly where he was dashing to. Well, a terrific start for FPX, and I think this was a response from Heretics to the last round. They played it blind, tried to rotate, assuming FPX were going to be as one-dimensional as they were a few rounds ago, and instead, they now go for the push to get the early info, walk straight into the op, pick is found, and FPX can now go back to that 2D play because well, they've got the advantage. You're not going to have as many players rotating in.
They're pushing into what is almost at this stage a double sentinel. Yeah. It's a bit of a gamble keeping both players here, even having a rotation out from the side of Wu as well, who has been hitting his shot so far. Wu even going to just be waiting behind, but it's almost just a peek out straight behind the utility. Boo goes down, Benji is still here, looking to try and fight on top of it. He almost gets two. The second player so desperately low, even knows that he's still on this corner. Just waiting for someone to try and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights, a second to his name. But that wraparound, they're waiting for it, they're trying to watch for it. And almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still managing to fight back with another. Putting thing into a 2 versus 2, but that time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded, but with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him, surrounded in the end. And FPX, well, it got a little bit dicey, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, well, listen, you told me that Life does some crazy stuff, and I'm waiting for the TPs and so on. There he fake TPs, pushes through a smoke with an op. Hey, that's not a conventional play. It's not one I'd recommend you try at home, but my goodness, it most certainly has worked. And again, that early aggression towards A, the fact that Heretics try to take the space to find a solution to the problems they had last time, well, it hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretics side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good resurgence. A team that was 4-1 down with no answers, they've certainly started to fill in that worksheet.
And the bigger problem now is the economy. I will say there's a lot of ults that are either online or very close. Miniboo one away, Rian's one away. This round on paper seems easy, but if I've learned anything from Heretics is that Benji plays better with the Sheriff. Mark, who's to doubt the other players on this squad. Again, I feel like the darts from Rians have pinged up the entire team multiple times. I feel like FPX might have to go to the workshop and try and shoot those before they go off. Again though, FPX just taking things slow. They know that a round like this is likely to have weaknesses, likely to have pieces missing, so they don't really need to overface.
All they have to do is get towards this side as well. They have the pit if things start to go wrong, but unlikely to be used in a round where there's mostly weaker weapons. Instead, this ultimate, the dimensional drift is used. Get into the site, root out all these players, grab the info, go for a very aggressive peek. The flash even thrown through by Woot gets nothing, and the control swinging clearly in favor of FPX. A 5 versus 2. There'll be no pit used this round, I'll guarantee you of that. With a plant on the bridge, this round has become very difficult for Heretics to even find anything in. You're talking about economy damage at this point, and it's one man. Make that no man. Aya's had a hell of a round.
Yeah, no, he just goes running in, takes the battles. Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a position to spare a few here and there and just make sure that you're not going to lose to pistols. As said, the opponents can be incredibly dangerous on the side of Heretics with those pistols in hand, and he was able to make sure there at least wasn't a direct stack on the side. Although there was 3 players around, and well, he kind of dealt with those very easily indeed.
We've had a Team Heretics pause called 4-1 in the lead, and now tied up neck and neck with FPX seemingly having an answer for every problem they're presented with. And this is a big round for Heretics. Last time, they had the pistols, like we said. Now, they've got rifles and an operator. Ultimates ×4. FPX still have that Viper's Pit to fall back on. Aya's picked up the Nightfall as well.
I think the things that worry me again is Miniboo. He's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself, and also someone that I think the highs are very high and the lows are very low. And obviously, you have players like Woot, Benji who can pick up the slack. There's no one on this Heretics team that I would say is a weakness. I guess the same for the other team. I think FPX clinically underrated. I think that EDG have their number, but when they come to the international stage, well, the teams they lost to last time around were Team Heretics, where they lost 15-17 in the last map in OT, and a team called Genji. So,
I heard.
And they took a map off both. So this is a team that I think, again, maybe if you're a Sentinels fan, you're thinking, it's fine, we'll have FPX in the lower bracket. I would not breathe easy just yet.
Well, they took a map off Genji, Sentinels didn't. Just earlier on.
Sure. But I think this group truly is terrifying from top to bottom, and I'm sure most people would put FPX at the bottom, but I'm not sure I do. Berlin already directly into the site. Loves his TPs, but it's a lot of damage done off the rip.
Yes, well, I is extremely low, but so too is Woot. Oh, hello. Crash still there to be used. Big backside push. Berlin holds the line for a moment, but then Woot on his low HP, the one to trade out, pick up the double. At least FTX scrambling.
In mid just to clear out that lurk. I think Rian just had enough. He's like, he's going to be here. I'm going to check. But again, it's an opening left on that A site, which is going to be a plant. Viper's Pit available, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop this, other than maybe Blind Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. That might slow them down a bit, and that is what he's going to go for. It's not hit.
It was close, but unfortunately it comes at the cost of his life, with Life himself being the one to grab that kill. Blade Storm, we just heard it activated by Miniboo. They're going to commit to this, and going through that Viper's Pit with a Blade Storm might be an advantage. Find him, drop the right click, and get it done. Flash out a little early. Life's going to get ahead of the Thrash, but not destroy it. Luckily, it's gone too deep. It's inside the ultimate itself. You're not going to be able to recover that, certainly not with any form of ease. Miniboo, I almost expected him to go up top. Instead, he's just running it through, finding one, but it's not the Viper. Now you're down to the Operator. That's not the right weapon for the job. The spray's good to drop the diffuser, and although Autumn falls, the time already too far gone, and they can't deal with Life. FPX, this started out abysmal for him, but they've taken the lead.
Yeah, I've heard the phrase, life comes at you fast, but I've never heard life clutches it out, because he seems to be everywhere. And that's the thing. Like, Aya's been having a great game, but Life is up there as well, normally as the tip of the spear and somehow even surviving to the late game as well. And this round, again, was just, the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like, we have seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side, they've cleared everything out, and even losing the lurk. Like, that was a moment you think, okay, the round's done.
Well, they had 2 lurks.
Yeah, and then they go hunting. Life again was the guy who got the kill on Rien's.
Oh, no!
Oh, no. No, no, look away. Look away.
When you talk about Miniboo being self-critical, I hope he can let that one go. That's a rough one.
I hope other people can let that one go as well. I think that's going to be in a montage or two.
They only have pistols. At least they only have pistols this round.
Right.
It's not as bad as it could have been. That's rough, man. That is very rough.
Yeah.
FPX.
GB loves the phrase from the top rope. I don't think that's what he meant.
From the mid rope, right down to the bottom. Well, 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead without drawing blood themselves. They've got to be happy about that.
Berlin did get the kill.
Technically, it was given, but he wasn't too involved. It was by proxy.
No, it's just fear. He saw into Berlin's eyes. Maybe Miniboo has nightmares of Berlin in more ways than one.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. 4 players to try and find anything again. I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Just an attempt to do damage. And, wow, Woot's going to get one for free. That's not too bad. Trade. Eventually there from Aya. Keeping them honest. No ultimates if they needed them, but I don't think they will. This is now falling perfectly into place for the side of FPX. 6-4. From what was, correct me if I'm wrong, 4-1. They have now managed to streak themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Well, you can see it on your screen. Don't need my help.
Yeah. It's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just, that's the...
Oh, you can see it in the player cam.
Oh. The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to as well, because I feel like if Benji has, like, he's going to be giggling, he's going to be having a laugh.
Laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
The silly little goose.
Miniboo, after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him. And he's going to go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX are meeting him.
They absolutely are. Look, with a guy like Life, we've seen this a couple of times. He's willing to play a little bit loose. A little bit crazy. Setting out the late lurk for Berlin. He's going to be covering the back lines where the traps from Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob, move together. Smoke's online for Boo fairly soon. He's popping down his stars as we speak. But the time here is a big problem.
They've had it for a while. They could section things off. There you go. Space taken, but they have to deal with Life.
they also have to be quick because Berlin's on the way up behind, and if he finds that space before they've claimed the site, this could be an absolute disaster. Problem is, denying this defuse is very difficult. Oh, the run through is good, and the shorty comes out for more! A gorgeous play from Autumn! I thought that was going to be a close round, if anything, a guaranteed for Heretics back on the board, but well, FPX just doing FPX things.
The funny thing is, if Benji stood a little bit further forward, he dies to full damage.
He pushes him off.
He literally would have fallen off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to play that far forward, but yeah, the fact he jumps in, sprays ones down, and then gets the second with the shorty, like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear, they don't mind playing through your utility, you have to basically body check them into not playing confidently, and I don't think anybody's managed to do that ever. And well, speaking of confidence, Autumn's coming into this round with the Viper attack side op. Actually, in fact, so is Aya.
Yeah, I mean, they've got extra credits. I have to assume there's a weapon on the floor in case things start to spiral out. This is the last round of the half, remember, and well, Berlin's got enough credits to buy them a few spare rifles, so does Lysor. For FPX, well, 6 rounds in a row. No surprise to see them playing confident, and even in the last round, I feel like they had that hero play, but they also had Berlin coming up behind. If the play was slightly slower from Heretics, throwing out a lot of opportunities for themselves in the late round. Now it's going to be the same thing.
Read again.
Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here, and they've got re-ends this time.
As I said, his darts have been impressive, and he's got it online now. Trying to get that information, and it is eventually going to be denied. In fact, not catching anybody this time. The one time it would have been almost instant death for the side of this attack. They're taking the space, jumping up. Benji's found the first. Holding that line, but it's not clean. It's not pretty. Oh, Aya's managed to take him down. Timer ticking and the spike still in an awkward spot. But again, he's always there, always behind. The timing's going to be everything, though, as Rians drops another. He's heard the steps of Minibu coming behind him. He's trying to catch this guy off guard instead, and now looks to switch back. That plant is just about going to be coming in time. And they've still got to worry about that flank.
Yeah, it's made its way up top now, and well, it doesn't look like the flank's the main problem. Berlin's holding strong. Autumn's here to support, although he's lost his head. Now the flank going to be dealt with, but ammo is the main concern. 8-4 as we close out this half, and FPX, they were 4-1 down.
Yeah.
This was looking bad. They needed an answer, and by golly, they found it.
Yeah, no, this was just an impressive dismantling. I've really enjoyed the way that we've seen mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then just those individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
Well, nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5. There's been no success. They'll get a moment to recoup ahead of the next half. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Oh, come on.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
After a big streak of rounds from FPX, it's got to be said, Heretics probably not feeling the greatest after that half. They had full control, hands on the reins. Now they've been left out in the cold. For FPX, everything's going right. Every call they make is coming to fruition, and I think for Heretics, this pistol will be essential. We've got Miniboo 3 and 10. He fell off the map as well. I mean, as far as confidence builders go, this has been a disaster of a start.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it doesn't get much worse, and just look at already what's being attempted. You got the Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they've just TP'd right into it. Benji, though, has managed to catch the first player. I want to point out there was more than one. Berlin is still going, but it seems like Boo is very aware of the potential of further aggression. They are holding for this FPX squad.
Yep, making some pressure on A, but I'm not even sure if they're looking to commit. For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is now over there. 3 players now stacked up, with Berlin left with the responsibility of hearing the steps if the rotations come through. And considering they killed Young on mid, they might start to go quite quickly around. There's a lot of pings here, though. Pings that certainly indicate they're suspicious of a player being around here, and they've caught Berlin. Okay, the snake in the grass dealt with, and Heretics, I think, are going to move into the B site. Yes, they are, and it's wide open.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they were very ready for that mid push, something that is attempted by FPX in a fair few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Watching it from multiple angles, and while now for the defense, they are going to need themselves a bit of a hero play. Wingman will be sent through. A little obstacle course for him to make it onto the site, but the defense are already here. All 3 players looking for someone to make a mistake.
Well, perhaps Rian's has. He faced into Lysor, who seems to be hungry for some kills, already picking up 2. And damage done to Benji. This is workable. With Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's had some big plays, big rounds, but it's a little tough to do in the pistol, surrounded on all sides. And Heretics, everybody put the work in this time. A team ace to put a round on the board after quite a while. They finally get to taste victory.
Yeah, it's an important one for them. And now that's both pistols in this map 1, and currently still going to be at a deficit unless they manage to win the bonus or something of that sort. It's definitely not an ideal scenario. But I will say, from what we've seen, at least in the pistol, they're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX. The thing is, they've cooked up a lot of stuff on this map. I'm still waiting for the round where Berlin gets his ultimate online to see if he's going to try some of the stuff that he was attempting in previous matches versus EDG, trying to jump off the map, use his ultimate to teleport across, cancel it, and then Shrouded step back onto the map, and then he got shot in the face. But the idea is there. It's just, if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever. But this round, well, any kills would be nice, and any damage they can do. On the other side of things, as always, the Heretics have got a couple of pistols that they can use as, well, in this case, lurkers, or to take more of a risk if needed.
Yeah, much more controlled early round from Heretics than what we saw from FPX in those first couple. Spread out, just looking to push and pull the map and get a sense of what they're up against on this defensive side. For FPX, the gamble on B, well, I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression you're seeing out of Heretics is only to find the orb, and then they're on the rotation back towards this site that's much more open. Just one man defending it, and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open for the taking. A little bit of Cypher utility awaiting them, but no one to execute on the back of it.
No one there. He can walk into every single one of those trips unless it catches him and pulls him off the map. I don't think that's going to be working. And I was about to say, surely at this point, if he hasn't realized it by now, we have a problem. For the rest of the players, it may genuinely just be a, well, I was going to say die to the spike, or, you know, there's other ways. Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen. No. FPX, I think the spike is the likely play. And look to just punish anybody that gets aggressive.
If they catch someone, get an orb. The thing is, none of their ultimates are even remotely close. Lysor is the closest, and I don't think it's worth risking giving stuff over to the other side. Although Boo is going to gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little closer. Only has a pistol to play with, so it's an orb for an orb. Not going to be the worst scenario, not going to be the best. Well, Heretics have closed the distance a little bit more. The problem being, though, is in the buy rounds is where FPX were, well, as you can see by the timeline, by far the better side.
Yes, absolutely. When those rifles come out, when ult cycles are through, and honestly, a lot of the time it's been nothing to do with ultimates. It is just how they're playing the map. But on the attack side, it's a different game. I don't expect them to slow down too much, though. The results here, this is, well, it's their pick for a reason. They're on this defense, B-site, Viper, Autumn's been having a good game so far.
Buset,
And
gue
his
tinggal
challenge
68
is a
aja
little
nih.
bit more aggressive than what we saw from Heretics. Boo was constantly playing far
Siapa
back
yang
in
jatuh?
heaven, or Benji playing towards the spawn with his
Anjir,
utility.
gue pengen lihat replay
Instead,
gak sih,
Autumn
replay?
is out looking for a fight.
Because they've got
Kan pasti ada yang jatuh, Yon. Banyak soalnya yang jatuh.
Or if he's caught out, he is the only defender of this site, so that definitely could be an issue. I think also just playing on this side when there's
Orang
a
di
gecko,
statistik
that
map
is the normal
Abyss juga
route
yang
to
jatuh
send through
udah
wingman
ada
to get you
berapa
into the
juta
alpha
orang
plant.
ini.
It's the common post plant that
Di
we see
Abyss.
from a lot of teams. And I guess with Berlin now alongside him, it isn't
Oh,
so
yeah.
much of a risk. I think we've also seen a bit of utility on the other side of the map. So
Iya, cuma pasti
FPX
ada
at this
aja
point
yang
have
jatuh.
a pretty decent idea. That doesn't necessarily mean that Heretics are going to stick to this. In fact, no, they're doubling back.
Some of these rounds are going to hinge on that mid lurk, and we've seen Benji sitting around this position, but only holding for the aggression. Not looking to get up in their faces, opening the door at least to cause some paranoia, but, well, FPX know there's nothing going on. Life has committed himself to holding down middle. FPX have a lot of utility on A. We saw this in the last round. The traps were there awaiting them. Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what Miniboo does. Updraft dash takes Heaven control, but no punish just yet there. Lysor eventually falls from the jump up. Miniboo looks to be a thorn in their side. Up in Heaven.
Ngeri juga FPX.
Two players make that nobody. Wu dies
Apa TH-nya yang ngelucu?
They've seen him. It seems like it. Lots of utility being expended, and he's isolated. And the aggression elsewhere hasn't succeeded either. Boo falls, puts the advantage with the defense. Rians and Benji. A little bit of an angle over the top, which might just give the game away. A nice shot from Rians, puts things back into a 2 versus 2. And for a moment, it looked like Ion was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick. Rians continuing to land every shot. 4 kills for him in this round. That Sova switch seems to just work for him. An agent he thrives under, but well, maybe the Guardian's working just a little bit better.
Well, everything else went wrong for them there, but Rian's went right. Unbelievable. The fact that Miniboo's isolated, either expected or spotted up in Heaven, dealt with the utility thrown down and him forced out of position, and that Woot got caught going up. You know, the idea was to have 3 players there to take a fight, to maybe even flash through the
Benji BC.
But once Woot falls,
Benji BC.
and quickly swept up.
It's the Turkish Olympian. He doesn't need any of that high-tech mumbo-jumbo.
No.
Put a gun in his hand, and wow. They'll be hoping this time it's not the silver medal. Either way, that has wrecked the economy of FPX.
Yeah.
Ion is going to be in the same position, trying to make that Guardian work. And to be fair, when he's had a hero rifle, there has been extra damage caused. There's no doubt about it. The rest left just onto pistols, I guess.
Anjir, ini ada Bu sama ada Miniboo, ini maksudnya apaan? Adik kakak.
Share is fairly nasty. For the other side, though, you got Hunter's Fury, 1 away as well from a Cosmic Divide, which for the most part, it's not normally the most impactful, but when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead, though, Heretics, again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting aggression. They're expecting pushes, and to be fair, other than the mid-push, no one's really moving.
Yeah, it's a slow play. And with 40 seconds left, that's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to move, and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different fight. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side where everyone's waiting, and it's Ayung taking 2 headshots at that with the Guardian. And they're in a bit of trouble jumping across that bridge because Ayung's still waiting.
S gak sih?
Locked in already, and Benji Fishy left in an impossible situation.
There you go, the S.
He's got it locked in. Another round for FPX, and what a way to do it.
Well, Two rounds, 9 Guardian kills. I don't think you're going to find that too often in the history of Valorant. Two players that can both hit the headshots, but Ayung just doing it a little bit. The first two was so disgustingly clean, but let's be real. I think there was about 1, maybe 2 missed bullets in the entirety of this round for him. FPX showing the depth of skill. He is 19 and 10 right now.
Oh, ini Lysor.
Yeah, and again, I hate to harp
Waktu
on
itu
it, but
main sama
we
si
opened this up by talking about it, and
Texture.
even we finished the EMEA stage 2 by talking about Mini Boost State. This is a guy that relies on confidence and hasn't had it recently. Bottom of the board, 5 and 12.
He got killed that round.
He did, great, fantastic. But I mean, the problem is, when you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak of rounds in the last half. Now they've put one on the board here in the defense in that kind of fashion.
Juga dia.
The only thing is, Heretics are still in an okay
Main
position
sama
to buy up. But
Texture.
if they lose this round,
Ngebuang klasiknya Genji aja ke
they're
jurang.
into the home stretch.
I think that the thing for them in this series, though, is again, it's what I said when they were 4-1 up. I'll say it now that they're down. This is the map that if FPX are going to compete, they have to win. Like, I think going into Bind, Heretics are going to feel more comfortable. Yeah. It's a map they've got a lot more reps on. In officials, at Masters, you name it, they've played it. So I don't think they're going to be too worried. But of course, coming into this tournament, you want to start clean. You want to start as clean as possible, because you know if you win this one, you've got your
udah bisa.
final again.
Udah bisa, udah bisa.
Final rematch. I think most people were expecting a second. This group truly is terrifying.
Mana? Dropnya mana? Dropnya.
Well, that's just absurd. He just tried something so risky, and he has walked into. Yep, that's the whole Heretics team.
That is everybody.
Ada.
Young might be in a position
Udah.
to get into that.
Di inventory kan udah, terus gue udah connect. Katanya udah keklaim. Cuma mana?
Would have made it if he was bold. That's all I'm saying. Another win for the
Iya, ini gue lagi lihat.
The first win.
Masalahnya nih ID spraynya banyak banget nih. Gue harus lihat satu-satu jadinya.
It's Young on the other side. I'm not certain it'll be an easy victory if he decides to go for it, but
throw the nightfall in, I believe.
Economy, a little shaky, and for the defensive side, I think it's better to just carry this weapon through to the next. It's
Cari aja
the
Den.
right call, but that does put Team Heretics with a foot in the
Namanya
door.
Den kan? Gak ada anjir.
Sort of is what the desk was talking about. It's the aggressive plays
Gak
either
ada
look amazing
di gua.
or they look like that. You try and flash through a smoke, the whole team is waiting on
Oh
the
iya
other
kali
side.
ya.
You get wrecked. It's gonna happen.
Relock.
This composition almost
Harus
works for
relock
them. Like,
kali.
you have yourself that solo initiator, and because of
Gua
it,
dari
and they
Dan
do this
nggak
a lot.
ada.
They play the double controller or even triple
Di
controller
palonya.
on a lot of maps. So you're very reliant on the solo initiator, or, and in most cases it's the or, Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running into angles, flashing into angles. You'll see it, no matter the agent, if he plays Jet, if he plays
Anjir,
Raze,
Wood
he's gonna be
carrying,
taking
bro.
space that you wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take
Si Wood,
because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff like that. And unfortunately, wow, you lose 2 opening picks immediately off the rip.
Kelihatannya sih gitu mukanya,
Luckily, with
muka-muka.
that extra save, with the extra gun, they're still going to come in with the purchase. And Ultimate's, honestly, at this stage, fairly even.
Yeah, relatively neck and neck. I mean, you can understand that last round, the early aggression. Sometimes you got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round. And if there's a lurker there, he's dead, most likely. But, well, there were 5 people ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation comes through. Life now in position, ready to take this B fight. In fact, the decoy sent straight through, and Life is awaited. They let the decoy run past, took the main man down, and now the advantage, well, actually quickly flips hands. Autumn making a fight for it. Boo, though, answers back up alongside Woot. A 2 versus 3, a retake needed for FPX. The spike planted relatively open. The Thrash online just in case. And there's not a lot to say for FPX in terms of their chances. They need picks, they need to get aggressive. At least they'll have the information to work with, but
Monster
I don't know what that is going to get them. Maybe point the guns in the right direction. Little lurk around from Young. He's going to go for it, yeah. But find absolutely nothing. A firing squad waiting for him.
9-9
They're so clean with it at the end. Scoreline equalized. Another round on the board for Heretics, and again, I think some more just solid utility. We saw the initial flashes that I think the Gecko flash caught like everybody who was on that site. Like every POV we switched to, I'm sure of the observers, like, get one that isn't blind. Just try and find them as they go. But it was rough on the way in. And I also think the dart, yeah, you could just see the combination of utility. You had the dart, the immediate Hunter's Fury, and then the Dizzy that just left everybody within that site without being able to see and being revealed. And I think there was even a counter ultimate of a Nightfall that was thrown in by the defense, but it didn't matter because, well, you might not be able to hear anything, but you can see exactly where they are because of Rien's.
Well, that one round from Young, his 4 kills on the Guardian. We thought that might have spurred them on, put them into the home stretch with just one more round. It put Heretics' economy in a pretty tough spot, but now they've bounced back neck and neck with the attack side certainly getting the grips with their bank accounts, their credits rolling high.
Tapi ini champion 2024 sebenarnya udah ada. Oh, ini mah ini ya dari bundle ya.
If they receive nothing, and for FPX,
belum ada di in-game
they're
aja.
left down to pistols. Although at least they're not at that 9-7 gap or 10-7 gap facing an eco. But taking it here means Heretics likely push up to double digits. And if damage isn't done in this round, they'll have a lot of safety net to fall back on.
Banyak banget ini spray.
Similar to the last half, but at this stage looking a little bit worse for wear. And I think that the problem right now seems to be that any of the aggression they're attempting is just met with the full force of their opponents. And I think Heretics are doing well, and at least when it's versus the buy rounds, they're basically just grouping up. They're knowing that, okay, either we go for a direct take together, we have our trips to still give away the game, but also they're probably going to push. And as long as someone's playing anti-flash or looking the other way, a lot of what Life is going to be attempting isn't going to work. This setup is dirty. They've got a Paranoia setup, a Cam looking forward. They could also send a Prowler through from the corner. This is an almost perfect trap if somebody walks into it, which they didn't. So now the rest of them are going to go hunting this guy with a Guardian. Young is gross.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian kills. So many of those are one taps. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Woot. Well, his Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive.
Emang ininya kali dia.
Instead,
Emang apa?
to try to disorientate the team.
Emang bagus di Guardian.
Defensive side with a flare of aggression. Benji's caught one in the flank, but there's a lot more coming. 20 HP left on Young. That'll limit his impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve, but just the one to be found. Still, though, at 2 versus 2, if Young had full HP, I might even favor them in this position. I might favor them still. A chance with both solo. 10 HP in the difference. Shock dart in. Rien's finding it.
Anjir banget
and
itu.
Double digits is locked in. This, considering limited investment from FPX, came very close though.
Gila.
Honestly, Rien's is having a game. Whether it's his reveals, whether it's the shot darts, or whether it's just the headshots he's hitting, he's playing a wonderful match. And right now for them, it has been a difference maker. They haven't been able to really do too much to deal with him. Again though, it's a low buy round that just gets so dangerous. Young with that Guardian, another couple of kills. In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that 4K. That was when we last saw something from him. Viper's Pit immediately put into play, trip alongside it, and it means that they're going to try and gamble elsewhere. Have 3 players towards the B site. Middle control will be held by Lysor, but once again, and no surprise, Heretics are taking their time.
FPX tapi
Lysor is going to be pretty passive. Extremely passive, in fact, because
gua
you've got
perlu
the
TH
trap sitting inside
menang.
that Viper's Pit on A. A free kill if they decide to push up. And even if they break it, you're going to have Autumn probably swinging on you right away, spraying a Phantom, no tracers, and you're already decayed massively. It's a huge bit of control to play with for this defensive side, allowing them to stack that B site. The only real concern is mid, and if pressure gets applied there, TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor, and they can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to find a response, especially as they've pumped the brakes so heavily in this round. With 40 seconds left, still yet to really make any ground. Rien's considering the drone through A, making it look like this is where the play is coming in, and the hope being that the rotations do come through. Life is TP'd off B at least, so they found an easier job on that side of the map. Oh, and the push through.
Cabut dia.
leaving one player there. It's Berlin. He's going to be actually pinged immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows him to go back into position. Woot, though, defending his little bro. That means they're going to get into that after plant. Utility retrieved. The rest so far away. Ion, though, has pushed in on his own, and well, he's going to get double swinged for it. A little bit over-aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because of that, the rest of his team are now
Woodnya.
and they got to be worried. There is the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's another kill to their name, putting things back. But again, Rian's so clean, so confident in these late round scenarios. Autumn's just going to try and get in and defuse this, but actually, I was going to say maybe he wouldn't be pulled off, but I think he has been. The angle not being able to be kept, and
Autumn nih ini ya.
It's gonna fall flat on its face. Another round,
Import
another round where Rian's the last one alive and taking down that final kill.
You know, this round, it makes sense why Benji took so long to get back out, because they made this the most telegraphed A push, A split of all time. The drone goes through the Viper's pit, it catches the tag, immediately on middle, Benji's
bisa.
Bends, running through to the A
Bisa pakai
site
bahasa
and
Inggris
letting
itu.
them know, hey, we tagged you, we're coming to
Si
kill you,
Laisor
we're
aja
gonna
bisa.
drop that pit, take the site. And the response
Waktu
is
di
what it should be from FPX.
streamnya Dexter dia pakai bahasa Inggris soalnya.
Hold a 360-degree angle, but because of that,
Iya, bisa.
these sites much more open. Isolated fight onto Berlin, site secured, plant in, time on their side, and Benji, he plays it super late, but that was what needed to happen. Otherwise, he just runs back out on mid. They obviously know he's there. They kill him. One less guy to deal with.
Bisa lah. 4 ultimates online for Heretics in a round that if they win, wow, it will put the economy of FPX in an awkward position. Their ultimates
Pasti bisa
come close.
Yang normalnya lah buat komunikasi game.
Heretics might be able to just run away with it, and as said, this is a map that is pretty important for FPX to take. Heading into bind up next, Miniboo, space taken. He's got the thrash.
Tapi rata-rata pemain Valorant bisa sih bahasa Inggris. Buat komunikasi doang.
Picking up the kill onto Young. I don't think he's going to be going for thrash. Instead, holding onto that control. Up close is Miniboo. Ready to take the fight. No one there to support him anymore, though. Heretics fall back into much more passive positions. Miniboo's on his own to slow them down, to make it costly for FPX. Now there could be some trouble. The ult forces him out of position. He knows he was about to be revealed, but Lysor gets the kill. Now the aggression from Life. Flash. Bit of another. There it is. Popped and ult completed. Not able to find anything. Sending the decoy through. Just buying the space. Keeping them back in the choke point as the defuse starts. Now he'll body block. Look to absorb those bullets for his teammate. They've killed Life. And now they need the diffuser. Looks like they'll get him just in time. With it ticking away, all they have to do is deny that defuse with the man advantage to their back. The classic kills to close it out. That's 12-9. FPX left in a really difficult spot now. Economy down low, and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
Dia harus masuk
mau nggak mau. And you see Rienz is alive, just run. Just run. Like, it's a little
Smoke-nya
bit
hilang
like
tuh.
Fading, just revealed Berlin to everybody at the end. The body block from Life was a nice idea, but that smoke just, it wasn't quite there, just not long enough. And while the final push from Rienz, him and Woot, the Turkish duo, up there at the top of the board.
And I think the smoke faded because when they put it up, I could be wrong, but I think they took a second to get towards it because they were cautious of any traps being there. With such a passive hold as well, like I saw them crouch walking into the smoke. An unfortunate one. The 12-9 on the board. Heretics on the cusp of victory. In the map they were 4-1 up in and then lost a streak of rounds, but Rienz is pulling them, kicking and screaming back into this series.
Yeah. It's going to sound harsh, but when you have initiators putting up this many numbers, sometimes your duelists can have a bad game. Like, it's so ridiculous how talented these two
Pandal
Turkish
yang
players can be.
Ion kan yang warna kuningnya, hitamnya karbon.
At no point looked out
Makanya
at this
banyak
map.
yang
In fact,
pakai
it looks
kuning.
like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they
Ada
go onto
beberapa
this
yang
defense,
hijau,
it's been
cuma
a round one
jarang
by
lihat.
Ion. And other than that,
Iya.
not a lot to write home about.
Bagusan yang kuning.
Storm in. Ion also has the ult available, and Berlin's gone pushing.
Hama merah soalnya.
Yeah, they got all the control.
Merah,
they know
merah
it's an A hit that's coming through. The thing is, Benji, he doesn't react in time. The player on the side of his screen Autumn's picked him up, and now the flank comes underway, or the quicker rotation through the vents.
Lihat Lysornya.
One, and it's Lysor's double. At least giving them a chance in this
tapi
with
kena ya?
low HP, the decay fading, but Boo still on 54.
Waduh, lawan satu nih.
They'll have a tough time in closing this one out. Still
Tapi harusnya Astra post plan-nya enak
that
sih.
is going to be the port of call to start this one off, buying him a little bit more
Waduh,
time. A looky spam could even the odds. And indeed, they baited out immediately, aware
Taruh
that he's
lagi
going to be
star.
trying something nasty like that. He needs to start spraying. He knows this could be being diffused, and they're waiting for just that. He's seen both. Now he knows it's not even half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets,
Dikira dia
but not
nge-stick.
enough to take them down. The defuse will go across the line.
Dikira dia
for
nge-stick.
FPX. They'll reach double digits, but they
Padahal
still
nggak
need 2
ada.
more.
Di
Yeah,
spam
I
sama
think he
dia.
was incredibly wary of the flank initially, just because
Anjir,
those were the
rambutnya.
players that pushed mid to kill off Benji. So he was so worried about it, but just getting that little bit of information gave Boo a chance to fight. But with the low
ini sih,
HP already on the board,
Benji VC-nya.
wasn't to be. And again, a lot of this comes down to just the initiative. This was something that in a lot of the games
enggak,
we saw
maksudnya
from FPX where they were successful on
sebenarnya kan
defense,
dia
they
juga
had a
bisa
lot of
ngelihat
ideas, a
arah
lot of
sana.
aggressive pushes, but
Cuma
I
maksudnya
think
dia
with how
takut
Heretics
dari
have been
kanan.
playing
Padahal
around
kalau
mid,
kayak gitu,
they've been
yang
disruptive.
harus lu
They
lihat
haven't been able to
crosshair-nya
get
di
away with a
sana
lot
taruhnya.
on this portion of the map, and
Kanannya lu swing
had to go for
aja,
something quite a bit
hoki-hokian.
later. 2 rounds the difference. 2 rounds is all they've had.
Soalnya jarang orang loncat
But as we've
lewat
seen, they're
situ.
very good at streaking rounds together.
Oke.
With these weaker weapons, I'm not expecting much. Woot, though, has the rifle and is able to grab himself at least the trade to start this one off.
Cepet banget
Moving
itu.
towards the site, we'll see the plant come in from the wingman. Already mostly through. The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles, 3.
Berlin.
Well, make that 2 again. It's Boo and Benji Fishy holding the
Ibunya kenapa
chances
itu
of this
DK?
squad in their hands. They only have 2 chances to
Oh,
close this
satu
out.
darahnya
This
aja.
one, well, it's not quite their best
Tembak
opportunity.
nggak sih, Ren?
Boo tagged up
Temen
around
sendiri
the
pakai
cave
shock
down,
dart.
but Nightfall, the defuse already underway. Here comes the shock dart lineup, though. Gravwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill, but with Boo falling, the numbers thin out. They've dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury way too late. They'll get a tag, but that's all, and an ult expended for little to no impact.
Yeah, they might be able to hold on
Udah
to their
di stick
weapons and
soalnya.
again make things a little bit more costly, but FPX are not going to mind. They managed to drag this
Iya.
back at the depths.
Yang tadi
to look to
kecepetan
try and take this
anjir.
to OT. And again, like for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that okay, maybe they've got it half,
Iya.
maybe they've got it close, but it was a lot further
Padahal
along than I
waktu
think
di-
anybody
apa?
over on the Heretic side had thought. Yeah, it was basically done. It was only if
Iya.
he was incredibly low HP that would have made a difference. 12 to 11, still having a thrash available.
Mereka lebih suka retake daripada nahan
Be
side
something
kan.
to play with, and definitely still wary of these aggressive pushes. For now, though,
Ya,
again, looking a
sebenarnya
lot
sih-
more direct from the side of
Oke,
Heretics.
oke, anjir.
Well, it absolutely is.
Kan?
You saw Thrash put into the hand of Woot and now sent out to find a victim. Drop. That was an interesting dash up top. Young in
Yeah.
a perfect position to punish it. And now Benji, well, he's not going to get away with absolutely anything. They really want to fight for heaven for Vents, but they will get nothing. Heretics left out in the dirt. 12 to 12.
Overtime.
We're going to overtime on map number 1. This was looking like Heretics had it in the bag, but a last-second resurgence from FPX keeps them in it.
I
Bagus
think
itu knife-nya yang
it's been
sentinel.
both teams now.
Update
that I
7 giga
expected
nih,
it to go dominantly to FPX after an incredible
One human.
first half. Then I was like, okay, well this is done, and now it's gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions I've ever seen. And the thing is, I don't think Ayang had been in that
Jamas.
position much. Like we'd seen Miniboo multiple times dash up there and have no contention whatsoever. This time, Ayang is
Anjir,
waiting
masih map 1
27-16,
overtime,
by
Cok.
the way. It is him and Rienz who are really running the show.
Tapi seru sih.
The question is, who's going to be able to take it over the line? FPX, it seems like all the bells and whistles, all the
25-12
fakes, all the ruses
anjir,
might go
Reigns.
out the window here is all the players, all 5 in fact, are outside B.
Well, the Heretics go for the same push-up on A, but seeing absolutely nothing this time. Going to be much quicker rotations going around, plugging the gap that's on middle, and mainly trying to support this B site. Unfortunately, they won't be there in time. Look who snuck into position, though. Boo. It's not a normal spot to be playing from, and they're not even going to clear it. They're not even looking this way. That's the spike right in front of him. He's letting it get half planted just in case he can find another kill, and not quite, but he does the damage. Lysor on 8 HP, but the advantage sits with FPX, and it's Lysor that's going to go forward to plant this spike. I believe uncontested, unless there's a crazy shock dart. There actually was! Rienz fires it in and takes him down! And Autumn and Berlin, now another man sent in to plant this spike, a death sentence most of the time.
Udah di-invite,
it's a reveal, in fact, not a shock this time. It was sent through and it's caught the information. They know where FPX are holding this from. Autumn needs a big play and only the one to be found. Berlin, 1 versus 2. And they're all going to be diffusing in that narrow little alleyway. If there is a chance, the spray might just work out, but they're trying to bait him into a fight. He sees they're not diffusing. He'll buy this time just a little bit further.
Ini bagus juga ini.
In fact, the clock here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the side of Heretics as they start to diffuse yet again. The swing is in, but the shots don't land. FPX punish this time, and it's Heretics to push to 13. Rienz with a phenomenal round. That shock dart was perfect.
They're going to be calling for agent bans. That's what they're going to be looking at. It's like, guys, I've had enough of map beaters.
Update.
Dia modelnya simple, bagusnya gara-gara ini. Gara-gara sensor. Nge-weave aja.
They're using it.
Now's not the time to let this one slip. With that a little bit of extra brain juice.
Itu temen lu main RP nggak sih?
I've got to be feeling fantastic.
Iya.
I'll just quickly note that Boo currently has an Odin. I don't think he's going to commit to that.
Enggak main.
Main lah.
Males nge-RP-nya.
Nggak usah nge-RP, jadi helper aja. Kerjanya mondar-mandir doang. 7 giga Yon, one human Yon update-nya 7,3 giga.
And I think pulling it out at a time like this will be unexpected for FPX as well. Like,
they haven't used it at all.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been tremendously cautious about trapwires. I saw it on the A site retake. I've seen it a couple of times where they're going into a site and they're looking everywhere to find those traps. If they make the mistake of not clearing them this time, they will be punished quite heavily.
But also, he just knows his lineup for the post plant. So if one of the traps might not even be an issue, really. It's just going to be if they can get into a post plant, which, hey, if you're running a Gecko, I feel like you should be able to do that, and they have been able to do that. Autumn already spotted. Boo already in position, ready with his lineups, just to try and be an absolute rat at the back of the site. And while this is maybe the scariest post plant FPX are going to ever have to face into.
They might not even know what they're facing just yet. That's the scariest part. You see the stars down on the spike. The Gravwell to deny. Benji's been in this position quite a few times, more than a handful of times. But this time they're not checking it in. Luckily, Lysor reacts, finds the kill. The defuse started, at least that's as far as Heretics know. Some kills come through though. They reclaim
kalau
the space.
Lysor yang lihat belakang
The drop from Berlin
bisa bunuh dua
Able to
Benji.
at least find the one, and Rienz is incredibly low. Boo's caught up top. That's a big mistake. All he has to do now is root out Rienz and deal with Wu, but that's a big task halfway when Rienz swings in to close it out. 14 to 12. They push them to the limit, but Team Heretics take it across the line.
No, incredible performance from them in the end. It was a back and forth all the way through a map that we favored for
Benji
FPX.
demen banget ini ngegulung tangan kanan. Nanti nanti tolong yang buat jersey Heretic tolong tangan kanannya dipotong aja. Iya nggak usah ada biar nggak usah digulung. Khusus buat Benji aja. Mana gak ada Nati ya? Final kali ya.
Gaji per menit gak ada. Gaji per jam juga nggak ada.
Untuk nanti.
Mekanik nggak ada gaji per menit. Kan udah diomongin ya. Per jam apa lagi? Ini kalau mobil dinas ini nggak usah ada, nggak kayak yang lain.
Dapatin big update part 1 Dragon's Mobile New World. Ini private share. Belum mulai kan?
Kan gue dari awal udah bilang ya, mekanik mah nggak ada gaji per menitnya. Per menitnya sama dengan warga aja.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Champions Seoul, as we just saw Heretics take Abyss from FPX, which was FPX's pick in a map that we have praised FPX for playing in a very fun and unique way. But today, in OT, it belonged to Heretics. And Paperton, I know that there is a lot of conversation about what are the win conditions here for FPX. This Abyss map was one of those for the series. If they wanted to have give themselves a bit of a leg up in this one, Abyss was something they needed to pull through.
Yeah, I totally agree. It really does feel like this was a must-win map for them, and it looked pretty good coming into half. 8-4, you're like, okay, yeah, they've got this. They started to really roll some rounds together there. They got a good read on Heretics' defender side and how they want to play it, but then Heretics come into their attacker side and they look like fire. They have great ideas with this Sova, some great timings with the recon, some great shock darts. Rian's just some phenomenal shooting as well.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, they were able to flip the script, and with a different comp that kind of caught a lot of us off guard for Team Heretics, it ended up getting them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Woot in particular was absolutely excellent in this first map of the series. He had a couple moments where I think he wasn't quite the superstar he was at Shanghai playing in EMEA, but he's immediately back in global event form here, showing up and winning some crucial rounds, because quite honestly, I thought that was going to slip away for Team Heretics. They had a big advantage that they started to build in that second half, I think in particular brought on by some great mid-rounding from Boo. They were always getting themselves into these post-plant positions, and the post-plant protocols were really, really excellent there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can see there as well, you'd mentioned briefly Paper Thin Rians, and I mean, guy popped off that game as well. So when you have that supporting cast, you know, stepping up in such a capacity like that, it's going to make it very difficult for FPX to be able to walk away with a dub out of this one. But another kind of talking point here was Mini Boo on the Jet. Not something you see him do all that often, which is odd to say considering, you know, he's a duelist, but he's been playing so much Neon lately. But you definitely saw him kind of just get neutralized a few of those rounds. Didn't really feel like he had much of the impact, which goes to show why this Heretics team is such a, you know, dynamic roster, because anyone can step up and pop off for this team.
For sure. I was a little bit surprised by the roster change that the comp change we saw coming out from this team. I thought that the Raze especially was really strong. I kind of got bringing in the Sova instead of the Breach there, having that information, some of the ideas they had around the shock darts, especially in their post plant, I thought were really solid. But again, the Jet for Mini Boo just does not look as comfortable as his other roles, and I think it did show in that game. But luckily, this is a team with a lot of depth in players that can step up in the late rounds to keep them in these games, and they don't just have to rely on one guy to be that superstar. Yeah, no, couldn't agree more with that one there. But of course, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment. We're gonna show you a little ace. You know which one. Round 16 from Ion. This is gonna be, of course, I mean, just that first pop there, and the wall goes down, and it's like just an aim lab routine.
And it's all Guardian too.
Yeah, it really
unreal.
Is. Yeah, absolutely awesome stuff there. Unfortunately, FPX weren't able to pull through, but it took, you know, Heretic squad climbing their way back and then pulling it out in OT. Tough one for sure for FPX to lose.
They really had to claw back for sure, didn't Heretics? I mean, it felt like to me all of a sudden I was like, okay, you've got to read now here on how some of these Astra maneuvers are going to occur, what the Jet's trying to do, you know, where the lurks are going to be coming from Benji Fishy. Those were actually really well accounted for by FPX. However, when it came to some of their like decision-making and retakes and things like that, they just weren't quite up to snuff. They weren't quite at the same level. Heretics do a great job setting up the post plant. The Astra is really annoying as well. We saw that come into play a couple times. So all those things kind of put together just made it really hard for FPX to come away with some wins on their defender side. Yeah,
I felt like on the defensive side, a lot of these rounds, FPX site anchors were dying way too early into things, and then when FPX was trying to play the Flood retakes, it ended up being more of kind of like a stumble, one player at a time, back into the site. Or when they did go for the set retakes, the post plants were just too strong. I mean, this is the new Pearl, the new cringe post plant map. We saw it in that second half, and quite frankly, your defensive side cannot be letting that spike come down every single time and play into the set retakes, especially when you're playing up against a team like Team Heretics. And now, I think this kind of booms the chances for FPX in this series. They looked great on Abyss in China. I think it was their best map regionally, and now they're going into a strength for Team Heretics, and this series gets really scary if you're rooting for an FPX upset.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, you know, Bind's been great for Heretics, and we knew that this FPX needed this Abyss. It would put them in such a better position. So now they're gonna have to do what Heretics did to them on map 1 and try and claw their way back into this series overall. But let's go ahead and hear from the coach of FPX, see what he has to say going into map 2.
Hey guys, we have Nathan D here from FPX, and we have Luna to help out with some translation. That was a very exciting map on Abyss. We're just curious, you know, you guys were able to bring it to an overtime, but why weren't you able to close it out? Can you enlighten us as to what struggles the players were going through?
其实刚刚是非常激烈的图一的比赛嘛，你们能够成功的拖入到加时，但是并没有成功能够拿下，能不能告诉我们是什么阻碍了你们的脚步呢？
我们下半场的防守可能一些补枪细节没有做好，我们补枪没有做好，加上我们的防 rush 的一些细节没有做好，就导致了我们下半场根本守不住他们。
At the second half, we are on defense. We did terribly on trade, and we didn't like to defend it well. So that might be happened. Explained what happened on the second half.
Well, there's still one map left, so let's see if FPX can manage to make a comeback.
And it seems like FPX identifying those issues. I mean, of course, you know, a tough one for sure, but now they got to reset themselves, get ready for this bind. It's going to be a tall task without a doubt, considering how good Heretics are on this. And I mean, quite frankly, Paper Thin, if you're FPX in this situation, do you go for a bit more of this wackiness? Do you try and be a bit more off the cuff, if you will? Or, well, I mean, what do you do in this case, right? How do you catch this Heretics team off guard? How do you make them uncomfortable going into map 2?
For me, I think I'd like to see a different comp than what FPX normally runs on Bind. They normally run the Jet Sova, almost exactly the same comp that we just saw from Heretics, actually, except they use a Brim as their smoke. So I'd like to see something different. Raze, yes, I think is borderline necessary on Bind. So I know, and that's what's weird to me, is Life is really good at Raze. He's actually got better stats in Stage 2 on Raze than he does on Jet, but they've been leaning into Jet.
Whoa!
That is very new.
Oh my God, what?
What the hell?
I mean, there's a reason people left the Jet in 2021. I don't know where this comp has come from, though. There are some interesting ideas to look out for. First thing I'm seeing, watch how Life and Ion are going to combo their utility. The audio denial from that Fade and the Haunts combined with the flashes from the Yoru can give a lot of different ideas to set Life up for success. But that Chamber, I think, is the big question mark. Also, we're not playing a Brim, we're playing Omen. This is weird. The one-ways, though, are cool with the Omen. We've seen teams like EG experiment with ideas like that.
Yeah.
There's so much to
But I think, but like also too, like, you know, I think about their attack. They have barely any post-plant stall or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, like they just got the Viper. And
One
that's
Viper molly.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They're going to have to fight. They're just going to have to scrap. That's all this is.
But
this
that's
is
what
a scrap.
they want to do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know what? That is a good call. It seems like FPX wants to get down and dirty in the mud. Speaking of two guys who like to get down and dirty in the mud, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom. Go ahead, tell everyone how you like the mud.
Only with you, GB. Only with you. But yeah, I think this is one of those things. A wise man once said that this is an FPS game and you just need to shoot people in the face. So who cares about post-plant utility? You don't need any of that. They've got a little bit, but ultimately they're going for the shoot them in the face. And I like it because do I think they would win with their previous composition? No, I think this would be a map that would go the way of Heretics. So pull something out of the bag, go for an aggressive composition, try and use that individual skill. Autumn is someone who, hey, he can pull out a clove, drop 25 kills, so let's give him a chance over with the chamber, and there you go, pick and out.
A nice start for that defensive side. A little bit of aggression going down on A as well. I'll try to get some control, push up behind them early on. Team Heretics, well, they could be funneled into just one angle, but there's always the potential to take that teleporter and bring it to the other direction. And looking for the flanks as well. It's Boo creeping his way back. He's turned at just the wrong moment, but corrects in time. Life down, and now Woot's clearing out that angle. They found the second and sent him straight into Boo and straight to the Shadow Realm. 4 versus 3 with FPX now looking to pick up the pieces, but the position from Berlin could be everything. He's got 2, and that's the spike with him.
This is such an absurd round. You'd think the defense are on the attack the way that they're pushing. And why are you going to expect the third player to be pushed up? The thing is, he's alone, hiding in his own smoke. And while he gives a little angle over to Woot, Woot's going to land the shot. And look where the remaining defenders now are. They're kind of ready for this.
I have the spike.
Yeah, they've rotated in just in time.
30 seconds left.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat, he's waiting for the walk through, and it's going to be Woot rounding to take the fight, but the shot is delivered straight to the cranium. Only Autumn. 1 shot left in the golden gun. It's his ghost that's creeping up close and finding them on the spams. The silencer lending a hand, and round the side he goes for the triple kill and the Red Bull clutch to kick off Bind.
Clutch.
Oh, I'd love to see an analytical breakdown of this round because I think someone out there, maybe Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most aggressive pistols I've ever seen. You had 2 players making a push directly into mid. You had another that took complete showers control, which ended up winning them the round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience from Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there, this round is lost.
Apa namanya?
But that's what
Bosnya
FPX
bagus
need to
sih
do.
itu.
They need to be disruptive, they need to be crazy, and they need to almost
USP-nya
push Heretics
bagus.
off their game, because Heretics are very happy to sit back.
Apa sih
and
itu
be
namanya?
passive.
Ghost kan?
Well, they're not going to be allowed to do that.
No, they're not.
USB-nya.
course, it's the
CS
outlaw
banget
that picks up
USB.
that opening. A strong weapon.
CS
by
banget
all
USB.
accounts. And Young,
he couldn't have done that with a Marshall against unarmored players.
Nope, not possible, Tom.
No.
You know, he wouldn't have had the confidence, and that's what it's
Right.
all about. Just in case they bought shields.
The last round.
Yeah, you know, very shy player, I think it's fair to say. But no, for FPX.
Yeah, Australians are known for being very
Valorant
shy.
ID.
Right, reserved,
Luke
quiet.
ID.
Yeah, that's
Lagi pada ini
he's
lagi
incredibly
pada
shy.
watch party ya.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. Well, FPX, they found themselves a strong advantage to play with. Heretics have next to nothing to work with, and even the Ghost is doing work.
Oh, yeah. This is just a chance. Well, I was gonna say, Young to farm, but actually Life stole that last kill away. A great start for FPX. Bear in mind, the last map was incredibly close. They lost both pistols, so they were in a rough spot pretty much from the beginning of both. Being able to get off to a great start here. That Outlaw carried through, a Judge for Berlin as well. But this is where the rifles come up. Heretics pretty much always win their attack. Even in matches they lose. When they lost to Vitality, they won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good at this side of the map. So if FPX can disrupt them enough, well, I'll be interested to see this comp on the attack, but even still, I think they're planning to try and disrupt this attack side.
Ooh.
Wow. Rian's kind of clean today.
Not a bad start.
Wow.
That's for sure. And Young not going to last much longer either. They've avoided going into Berlin's awaiting arms, and now they've spotted him too.
He's going to let it hit him. He doesn't want to shoot the Judge.
No, and actually it might just work. Now they think there could be a rifle in there. Let's see what we've got. What's behind door number 1? It's a Judge, and now it's time to leave that guy alone. You can have all the space you want in lamps, but you gotta get to the site to defuse, and that's where the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep them back. Again, Rians can see clear as day.
This is up.
Orb gonna block
This
him
is
out.
down.
Flash goes up top. Benji's around the back, inside the smoke, waiting for them to emerge, and he's caught himself a double, almost a third, but Rians gets ahead of him, and a clean round from those two. That is 2-1 with Heretics on the board, but that's
Coba
the round
kita
we
lihat
expect
Benji
FPX to lose as
ngebelah
well.
I also
mapnya
don't
gimana
think you
nih.
could expect Benji to be there because of the fact that they are actually
Tadi
throwing
sih
you
lurus
into
ya.
the smoke.
Yeah.
So you're sat there going, okay, well, if they're going to put Molotovs
tapi
on this,
bagus
why
sih,
would there be a
lurus
dude just sat in there?
Nggak
And there
kelihatan
was.
apa-apa.
But just clean openers. And
Bisa
again, we're
main
going to
lem.
highlight Miniboo because he had a rough first map, but if this guy comes online,
Oh
I do
iya,
think it's
tetap
over.
dia
Because
ngebelahnya
everybody
di
else we've
situ
seen
ya.
them thriving. I think Rian's especially, Woot was great in the first map. This is where things get maybe even more exciting as he's upgraded and now has an operator.
Yes, no shields, you'll notice. This is a glass cannon attempt to get aggressive early on, has the TP to fall back on, getting a little
He's in the
greedy,
smoke.
going around the corners, and there's Boo waiting for him with the iPad out.
Nggak ada
Wasn't
armor
quite
loh dia.
expecting that aggressive of a peek, and now the punish is being delivered.
Sorry guys, I didn't expect him to swing all the way down mid without checking one side. Sorry, I wasn't aware of it. They're going to try and immediately pivot to the other side of the map, but look who's there again. Autumn playing this rotational operator, and he's got Life alongside him. A lot of support, and now 2 men down.
The dominoes started to
kena
topple at this
itu.
point for FPX. Everything is working out. Another pick as Rians comes out of the smoke, and the rest of the squad still sat up in hookah. Now they fall back, looking to take it the other direction, and perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer. You have some aggression.
Yeah, it's just where it is, though. This is a filthy crossfire. I think they're just going to save, though. This is just holding on to guns. Yeah, I was about to say, if they go all the way around, they're geniuses, but at this stage, the economy will be good enough if they hold on to these guns, make sure Boo gets another one in the next round, so it's going to be an immediate response from FPX. And that's
tutorial
doing
Yoru
so
ada di channel
ridiculously
Porsecond.
disruptive. Like, again, you have to be wary wherever you go. The
Jagoan Porsecond anjir Yorunya di ban.
Immediately rotated to the other side of the map and could be
nggak
facing
tahu
you
ya
as well.
ini
And that's
defender
exactly what
kan
happened
dia.
in this round. He becomes
Belum
even
sih,
just a
belum
distraction
kelihatan.
in the late game because you're focusing on that operator, and then do you think Life's going to hide? No, Life's going to swing. And well, Berlin is looking to even remove the guns, but eventually they will be allowed to save, and for Heretics, pretty important.
Yeah, based on what I've seen even just in this series, Tom, I don't think Life's going to hide. This guy is, he's unhinged to say the least, and I think you can say the same for Autumn at mid-push. You know, the idea makes sense. If there's a player on the left, they'll have to swing out wide. So it's a timing, it's a risk you're taking. But the fact that you have that TP, if things go wrong, they miss a shot, you're already out of there.
That's what this comp is. It's a risk. It is a bunch of risks.
Anjir, ini line up apa lagi?
As I said, I think if you
Riens.
play
Line up apa itu Riens?
Standard Valorant, beating them on this map is incredibly difficult. Already,
Oke
that's going to be utilized and straight through the TP, but that man was
mana? Ke Silong.
Disrupted. And wow, swings and roundabouts. Sometimes the aggression works, sometimes you get triple sprayed down.
Yeah. The fact that these players turn so quickly, the doors open, and, well, they seem to close on the round, at least, with FPX having an operator, Lysor. I'm not sure that they're going to want to commit these weapons to it. You look at FPX, post-plant utility doesn't really exist, barring the snake bite, but for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got their snake bite, they've got their molly, they've got Rien's, and I think they know the mosh pit was already used, but even the flash to re-execute after a fight. The C's as well from Woot. It's not one that I'd expect a big commitment from, especially with now they've cleared the site. They've seen that it's most likely post-plant setups. These weapons may just be more valuable carried through for future rounds. Although, I mean, Lysor is very aggressive. He wants to make it costly for Heretics and at least drop a few bodies. As he fails, Autumn's out.
Yeah, I think Autumn always had the plan, unless his teammate got a couple of kills to just fade away. Everything else they can repurchase. So it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time. And again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FTX is to 3-man TP, which is a bit mental. And well, I saw all the assists come through, and I was like, how has Boo got 3 assists? That is a Stim Beacon triple assist.
Itu kenapa si Omen FPX-nya
Benji does incredibly well in that scenario.
Lihat kiri ya, bukannya ngehit Benji.
Is if they start shying away, because this comp, if you play passive, sucks.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is not a passive comp, and that's the problem.
Tapi dia nge-swing kirinya tuh ke dalam, Yon. Bukan ke arah luar. Ya, lihat kirinya. Aneh banget. Padahal Benjinya belum mati, masih nembakin. Ya, lihat kiri dong.
Maintain the control, but this guy, I should have learned my lesson. I thought I did earlier. He always keeps going. He's going back out. No, he's not.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's back.
He has his ult as well, though. So there's always a chance to double dip, especially with space being taken now. You know, yeah, every angle's being checked before they attempt anything. Aggressive control into the showers means that they don't really have to worry too much about the TP.
Ini mana ini map pilihan
They've
tim
already been
Heretic
caught once with Berlin, but Ayung's now on spot. Lysor trying to just see if he can get any information, because at least then he'd be able to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
Well, C's hasn't quite caught in the flash on left. And they even caught Life, I think. They want to try to back out, but Mollies are covering them. Orbital Strike comes in, sectioned off by Team Heretics. Put in a box. Life, at least able to find a wall. How is that correction landed? At least Benji falls. Life's work is not for nothing. In fact, it seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2. And honestly, watching Life play this game is just perplexing. I don't know how he's getting away with so much in these aggressive positions.
Again, it's something that we're looking at from a side where we can see everything. Just imagine what it's like from Heretic's point of view, where a guy just goes blasting straight through the smoke, taking insanely aggressive fights, and again, he's the reason they win the round. Like, he is fully the reason. Like, the re-aggression to start with, to put things back even after Autumn goes down. It's the second prong. Like, you're not expecting someone to go running out, but it's just this.
Tapi di Valorant kenapa kita nggak bisa nge-call time
on the
out ya?
wrong end of a lot of that. And then Ayung actually
Harusnya ada nggak sih?
of his own utility as well.
Nggak, harusnya ada nggak sih kayak CS? Bisa time out?
build a lead, and I like the fact that Heretics are taking a very early
Sekali
pause here.
ada.
The best part is when Ayung threw that reveal, there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill. And instead, he just runs through the smoke and takes two blind. So, you know, when you've got a player like that, I mean, you know, you got to let him off the leash, and that's certainly what they're doing on FPX.
Remember, one of the main factors of success
for this side so far has been Autumn, able to
kita
find
kayak
those early
DC
picks.
gitu
This
kan.
round started out with Heretics picking him, taking him down,
Kayak di CSGO kan gitu kan,
was
suka
immediate from Life on
ditungguin
B
time
long.
out.
He got aggressive, they didn't punish that, and then they lived to regret it.
Yeah, I think again,
Nunggunya di
a lot
CS
of what
lumayan
Heretics-
lama
similarly
lagi.
in the last map, like they're gonna have prepped for Abyss
Terus dia
because
balik
they
lagi,
knew what
jadi
was coming. They
mainnya
knew that it
5
was
lawan
likely to
5
be picked
lagi
by
gitu.
FPX. They knew that they play this aggressive game. If they prep for this, they have somehow snuck into their opponent's scrims. Because
tahu ya,
I
Radiant-
don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I
Ascendan
think
ke
taking an early pause,
atas gitu ada
giving
Bang.
Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is maybe for Miniboo just to try and sell some info. Yeah, and he's not looking to fight anything. He knows there's going to be aggressive plays.
Remember, we had it in the last round as well, but no chance to use it in the chaos. Miniboo's got the showstopper ready to work with, but Autumn picked off in the last round. He'll take 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a devastating start. And now that showstopper, that's just an afterthought. Walking through the Viper utility. Oh, the timing. The judge still comes back for one.
Judge
and now, 5 versus 1 emerges. Good luck and condolences for the round to Benji Fishy.
Well, it's going to have to be an insane 1v5. They know exactly where he is. Pop flashes and, well, we talk about how aggressive this team can be, but both players falling back. They want to try and group back up with Autumn, and he's not falling back. But honestly, with what he's done in this round so far, I can't really blame him. A collapse to start off the round. The aggression that this man is pulling out, well, I'd say it's about 90-odd% successful.
Yep, and the worst part about it is you're seeing him just with global control. At the start of the round, you might as well roll a dice to figure out where the hell he's going to be. Peeking out, whether it's in hookah, whether it's on long. Now we're probably going to see B long. I mean, there's nowhere that you can feel safe, and they did the best thing they could, double swinging the angle. I think at this point, Heretics have got to just... If you're going to peek, Dizzy has to go round first. Otherwise, you're dead. Prowler, something has to reveal that, or you're risking 2 players dying to 1 bullet.
That's the thing. They do have the utility to be able to clear out an operator. Like, you've got yourself a Fade and a Gecko. And you've got a Boombot. Like, I think this round they did, or the last round, sorry, they put the Boombot through to try and catch him pushing B mid. But it didn't matter. He wasn't there. And then they weren't prepared to try and fight him over on that A site. Miniboo still has his ultimate for this round, but you look at what's on offer. I don't know if they'll want to use it, especially with where Berlin is again. You talk about that operator. I think the judge is just as scary.
Especially in Berlin's hands with what we saw previously, and when you've got the Viper Util decaying you down. Here he is with a chance, but Woot's the one to shut him out. Now an opportunity for Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can keep these trades up, and they're doing exactly that. 3 versus 2, and some weapons to be recovered with a plant coming in now. And Wingman online for the late round. Autumn's on the flank, the long way around with Lysor inside that smoke in spawn. It's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Yeah.
Is he going to get revealed? I don't think he was. The Wingman didn't quite reach.
Gacor ke chamber.
Boo has gone looking, but hasn't seen anything back towards long. If he goes to swing this again, he's going to be met with either a headhunter or an operator. In fact, he might not even check. It's going to be a free kill, but they've already managed to clear out Lysor. Around looking all but over, as him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be impossible, and Rian's even there to close it out once again. A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics, as they will get their 3rd onto the board.
Yeah, a good start from Woot as well. The fact that he picks off Berlin before the damage can be done, I think he would have had a relatively easy time finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a judge. It's not going to be a very pretty scenario, but the reveal up top was timed perfectly to at least land them that opening. From there, the round cascades with the trades. FPX, though, it's little more than a bump in the road. 4 ultimates online, rifles still there with credits for the next. They have a chance to continue this fight.
They actually have a 3-man setup ready and waiting. Immediately getting rid of the thrash, and life just keeps going. 2 kills already. Boo tagged up a bit, but he's lost some health himself. Not going to overface this. I feel like they were so ready for them to try and use the thrash. They literally put a firing squad to deny it, and then took 2 kills.
Well, that's it. As soon as the thrash is used, you know they're all going to be funneling through that choke point. But life, time and time again, just surprising us with the individual skill. Berlin dropped in life low, but the trade is quick from Young. It's been so clean on these ranged fights, with Heretics sent back the other direction, moving towards bathroom 2 versus 4. And again,
look at the push-up as well. Like, they don't have to worry about B just because of where Autumn is. Like, he's so far up at this stage that unless they're going to go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Young perfectly placed, but loses the battle. Still, though, it allows 2 players to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control now, though he's abandoned that trap to move for the flank. Lysor does well, landing that one, but Benji's got some fight left in him. 50 HP, and the shot through the box.
I think he saw his leg.
Saw the leg.
He must have seen
it
his
wasn't
leg.
a game of battleships, no. He had a radar this time. 6-3, though. FPX find the round in extraordinary fashion.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to these late round clutch scenarios, but hey, you put Autumn in those positions and he's going to win it. I think good work as well from Benji to at least make this one look competitive, because I feel like all the way through they had so much space, so much of the read on that defensive side, but yeah. From Benji's POV, it looked crazy. From his POV, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I'd be more surprised if he missed.
I'd be surprised if he misses any of his shots from what I've seen so
Kilonya
far.
yang pro, bukan yang hard lagi.
Even the collapse landing. Now, Autumn's been very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time, Lurk sent out by Benji towards A. Pressure applied on B. They'll claim the orb and look for some space. Weaker weapons apart. Woot on a classic. Sheriff's in play for Boo and Benji. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rien's that have to do the heavy lifting, and instead... Oh! Okay, there's one missed shot. It's remarkable. If anyone peeks him here, I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
It is got to be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape, and while he is going to be connected on by every single PC utility, Miniboo has managed to catch one, but there is an immediate swing and counter. It was an ult or 2 invested by the side of Heretics, but you wouldn't think it.
No, you really wouldn't. I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was Young dropping the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Putting them in a position where everyone was low up.
It was both.
Yeah, but Miniboo and Co were down to like 1 HP, and you saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying at the bodies here. Nice and easy. It was 1 bullet to take him down, 1 for the player in the smoke, and then a headshot for Woot. Didn't quite matter either way. 7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, that every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters, they won their attack. They are not winning their attack, so they've already broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics. Finally, they managed to shut out Autumn. He's not alone. There are more players there. One lurking within the poison orb, but it's only going to be the 1-for-1. Berlin, he's revealed his position as well. And although there is a player looking to come in from behind, Heretics this time are going to get the afterplant advantage.
Style points for that one. Nice clear with the trade potential. Yeah, Heretics advantage to play with. Got it locked in. But last time that we saw Autumn picked off, it was Life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be the same here. The flash to support the initial push through. He's gone around the long way, fighting it for control over Lamps, and he's found it. At least to begin. Things are going well. No flashes left, though. Leaves the dry peaks in Berlin with a 1 versus 2 after his initial. Already starting the defuse, looking to get it half, but Molly comes in. Smoke soon to fade as well. He's peeking out on the side of it, but they know he's not defusing. There's no need for them to swing, although Rian's obliges eventually. There's another round on the board for the attacking side. No matter what, they won't be keeping their streak of winning their attack, but there's at least a chance to make it close.
Yeah, and there are definitely arguments that like running a chamber is going to be a lot easier on that defense. We'll see how it's utilized by Autumn in the next half, but I do think it's important for Heretics to get this final round, otherwise a pistol could put them in a pretty awkward spot going into the next half. I really like the post plants though from Heretics. Once they're able to get there, they've looked really good. Like they're able to have the really late mollies coming in from Boo, just happy to sit back where everybody else is disruptive. The problem though has been getting there.
Ini smoke apa anjir,
They have a
one way.
showstopper and then a Viper's
Bagus
pit,
gini
so
smoke ya.
if they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to get back into a site like that with a pit down. It might be tough to keep them out with the showstopper. Boo bypass that utility. And the Seas has actually caught Young. He could be in a lot of trouble here with Mini Boo going up and over. The shot doesn't land from the showstopper, nor does it from the rifle. Young still kicking on the site, moving back to clear. Boo luckily wins the fight.
Aneh banget Bunya tadi nggak maju. Wah, dapat satu doang.
But only the one to be found.
Dari bedroom ada soalnya. Bunya nggak ke flash.
So you can see the down. Autumn's actually going to go back towards the B site. Still has his trap available, so he knows that they haven't made it.
Let's go
towards Hookah just yet. Actually, just this patience from the side of Heretics has at least made the defense slightly weaker.
Gua kadang suka kalau lebih.
Send out the numbers for sure, but Berlin's not looking weak. What a
bro.
shot! With Boo down, the spike retrieved. Rienz is going to try to get this one planted. No wingman, though. He has to do it himself. And the TP out. Beautiful from Berlin. Even as the ultimate to use just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rienz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn. So now Rienz has no idea where this opponent could be. And Autumn's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos, though. Not deterred, but shot in the head from up in heaven. Jumping over the box. That's 8 rounds locked in at halftime for FPX.
Slow it down. I want to see that shot again. That was just disgusting from Berlin.
Gila, tapi itu Berlin
from him individually and a fantastic half from
Swing.
FPX. As said, even if like when Vitality were able to beat Heretics on this map, it came down to a poor
dia bahkan nggak mau nge-spray lagi, Yon.
They were not able to beat
Dapat
them on their
langsung
attack. Well, that's
balik
exactly
lagi
what FPX have done. They've managed to quell them, and well, thank you for the replay. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Well, Tom,
okay, good.
That's
it's
our first half, 8-4 for FPX. Now, it's time to give them a little break between the half. We're about to jump off, but we'll be back with half number 2 very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ya, kalaupun misalkan nanti tim
alamak Jang,
bisa ya,
alamak Jang,
maju ke situ. Bentar, kan 4 maju 1, ini maju 1, turun 4 1. Wah, nggak bisa. TH harus menang ini. Pick up gua TH ketiga soalnya. Kalau misalkan TH-nya yang kalah, kalau misalkan TH-nya yang kalah, mereka otomatis ke berapa ya? Keempat gak sih? Iya kan, kalau misalkan TH berarti turun ke bawah kan kalau kalah. Lawan Sentinel yang menang. Nggak bisa, ini harus Fun Plus Phoenix ini yang ini. Harus FPX ini yang kalah. Nggak bisa.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like Life to sort of.
Soalnya pick up gue gitu.
He was very, very good at the first, but that's where you kind of looked at him. And as I said, for Heretics, this probably has been their weaker of the two sides. So it's also going to be their own fundamentals. Can they turn this back?
Tapi ini pakai ini sih ya, pakai poin. Kalau pakai poin masih bisa kalau pakai poin.
Yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are being so loud. They're just drowning them out. Like, so many of these fights, they just can't get anything done in because, to be honest, it's tough to play against FPX. From what I'm seeing here, this is just a chaotic squad that will put you on the back foot. They're doing something you're not used to. And while those adjustments have to be made on the fly, Heretics, 4 rounds on the board. This pistol carries a fair bit of weight for them. If it goes to FPX, they're going to struggle to get back into this half, and we may be going all the way to Lotus.
You're talking about
Iya, asal jangan TH yang kalah ini.
Something that maybe I guess Heretics I think have played it before, so they might be prepared.
Biar FPS yang kalah nanti lawan Sentinel kan. TH nanti kalah lawan Genji.
Looks like there's going to be an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Haunt doesn't find anything.
Are they thinking about, they're TP, they're going back. Autumn was left lurking outside B, heard the rotations. There's one player up close, Benji, but he's tagged down to 24. A flash on backside could get him out of dodge.
FPS kalah, nanti lawan Sentinel. Sentinel yang menang, jadi FPS keempat. Genji tim Heretic menang lawan Genji, Genji yang menang. Nanti di cider mapnya, decider matchnya Sentinel lawan TH. Menang Sentinel, jadi Sentinel kedua. Dah gitu. Please. Let's go, Bu. Ayo, Bu. Tapi nggak apa-apa sih kalah di sini. Asal nanti map 2, map 3-nya menang aja. Come on, Bu, come on, Bu. Bulan.
I love the thought process of FPX. Is like, you think you know what we're doing. You think after we shoot your Haunt deep within the site, we throw our utility in, you think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Benji left in no man's land, and sure, again, Rien's, he did what he could. It was bullets that held him back. It's not enough.
No, it wasn't. And that pistol going the other way now for Heretics is tough. They're 9-4 down on this map, one that we hailed as somewhere they should be able to take it across the line. We said that FPX need to win the first map because surely they can't take it in the last 2, but here we are. Rien's dropped to start this one off, and it's only pistols for Heretics. No big investment. They're saving their cash for the next, but a 10-4 lead, if that's where we end up, with potential economic benefits there for the attackers as well, this will be a very tough position to climb back from. And the way they're pushing and pulling so far, Pistol was fantastic, and look what they've done here. Fake on A, move back to B, and then rotate back to the A side. It's wide open.
As you said, though, like looking at this map on paper, like this was a map that, okay, they lost the last time, 14-12 in overtime to Vitality, a team that needed to win to qualify for Champions, whereas Heretics were basically already qualified because of the points that they have. So, and we were talking about burnout and all these excuses. We had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that match. Maybe, in many cases, not giving Vitality the credit they deserve. Even still, that was a 14-12 loss. Right now, FPX, you remove all of those excuses from Heretics. They got a bit of a break. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like it's a massive one, but the same break that FPX got. And right now, on Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable lead. 10-4, guaranteed. There's nothing that can be done in this round. The only thing is whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ion, he only has a pistol. Even going down isn't that much of a problem. He wants the extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Benji will take exactly the same thing, and the rest of the team, the ones with weaponry, are just going to fade out of there. And everyone else dying to the spike.
10-4. The scoreline we expected. A strong position from FPX with so many weapons saved over. And for Team Heretics, this needs to be a flawless
The
climb.
score we expected after 9-4.
Well, yeah. Not at the start. I'm
just like, what script are you reading
from?
from?
When I saw Bind, Tom, remember I said to you backstage, 10-4 FPX. I can see it happening. I don't know anything that's going to happen after that. But 10-4, I'm certain. Now, for FPX, yeah, they're expected to win that last round. Is that better?
Okay, yeah.
And then they've got their economy built up as a result of these weapons being saved. Sure, there's some weaknesses. You've got a Guardian, which has not been a weakness if it's in Young's hands, and then Berlin on a Spectre. But for the most part, they're able to go blow for blow with Heretics in this round. And if Heretics don't find this, well, they're going to have to start drafting up that anti-triple controller setup.
Yeah, I hope they already had it drafted, because I think they played them on it before.
Or we'll have questions about Nielzinho's nomination.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, well deserved. His coach in EMEA has been fantastic throughout the year, but it's safe to say that this matchup, even last time they played, as I said, they won 17-15 to beat this squad. Ended up making a run to the final and played the other team who beat FPX. I think they've been, as I said, clinically underrated. And once again, are showing why this is a team to fear in the group of death. For now, though, 35 seconds coming up on the clock. Pressure going to be put on to Benji, but he has support, or had support. Now it's all on him, but the flashes are just leaving him in a position to fight. Rians is doing an amazing job on the backside again.
And after the first kills, this wall snakebite went down. Berlin swings in, thinking his teammates are with them, but they've got to wait just a little moment. 10-5, locked in that round, an essential victory for the side of Heretics. Like I said, I mean, I don't find that to be a massively weak round for FPX. They certainly still had a lot of weapons to work with, a lot of punch to pack. But this next round, I think, will be a little bit different. I'm seeing Autumn again going for the glass cannon, and that was most certainly the turning point of the last half. He was getting so much value out of that operator.
But do you agree with it on the attack?
That's the thing. It's so much more difficult. In fact, if you look at every opening duel he had, it was reliant on him putting down his trap, him posting on an angle they couldn't be on just yet, or maybe just peeking out, and then just waiting. And they have to push you because they're the attackers. They have to attack. Now, that's not quite the same. And catching Heretics out will be a big difficulty.
I think as well, when you're up against a composition that is double
FPS time out.
Double smokes,
Kecolongan satu ya.
Really need to be pushing. You don't need to be taking mass amounts of aggressive control that hasn't already been cleared by some sort of piece of utility. So I think, yeah, sure, maybe the Heretics make this decision to go, okay, they've taken a pause, let's try and take some space, let's try and battle with them a little bit. But when you have yourself all of that utility, all the finances behind you and Thrash, if you're doing that without any utility behind it, then you deserve to get killed by Autumn.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they can also see the credits, and at this point, you know that there's a chance about him doing the same.
After the last
shenanigans and stuff. Yeah. The last time you looked and went, nah, he probably won't go for the op. He couldn't get shields. And then collateral. Well, 10-5 we go. FPX still up well above their opponents. Miniboo getting confident, getting aggressive, and getting shut down early on. FPX have found an easy opening duel. You talked about no need to push, Tom. Well, it looks like Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely... I said, after a pause, a lot of teams will take a gamble, but when you're 10-5 down, that gamble hasn't paid off, and it's not getting any better.
With Rian's down as well, big clutch player for the squad. A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into a site. There's not a lot to hope for, except finding some semblance of hope with a quick pick. Clearing out the space towards Bath, finding one player. He knows that's probably an isolated duel, one he's happy to take.
Okay.
And even with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win that duel. We're back to a 3v3. It's winnable for Heretics, and the flank hasn't yet been spotted from Benji Fishy.
Boo, trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. And the TP has been removed, but they're still wary of where life is going. In fact, he's going all the way around the back. He's in there, spawn. Autumn picks off Benji. This now becomes so much more awkward because that player up above is going to leave them in disarray, but Wu is still going, still thriving, still trying to find anything that he can with Autumn, just buying as much time as possible, just baiting them as much as he can, and they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to try and find the shot. Is there going to be time for it? Is the question. There will be.
Wow. Heretics have done one hell of a job getting back into that one. I think Autumn going out with the classic, he thought he could buy a little bit of time, but they were swinging wide looking for the fight. This squad started it out with confidence, getting aggressive, and it didn't work out, but the recovery is there. Now they're sat with rifles, they're sat with Thrash, and this puts FPX in a really rough spot with barely anything to work with. And Woot's the man that pulls them out of this abyss that they were in. The fact that they're not only able to find the first, but he goes back to Bath, takes a fight inside a snake bite against a player who knows he's there, and still wins it.
I think also just the confidence he had in Boo, because if he lets go, this becomes a much closer round. Like, you hear a second tap, and Life doesn't have to swing, but it forced him into a position where eventually there was a lot of time left on that clock.
Hampir.
This time, though, with Heretic slowly climbing. Only going to be pistols. Sure, you got that headhunter available, and they're going to clear control to collect up the orbs. They're putting it onto Life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ultimate.
Time to jump.
I guess you wanting to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a nightfall for next round, something like that, especially with the death. But, well, maybe they just know that Young's got a weapon that he can tap someone in the head with. He's probably going to get his ult off of it. Fair play. Got to have faith in your teammates. For Heretics, there are a few risks here playing up close, but there's always a second player doubled up on it. Miniboo and Woot as an example, but Woot's dropped right off rip. Miniboo, though, able to get it done. This is what we're talking about, having that second man to provide that cover to trade it out. They don't want to lose too many more players. Keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor, and Spike's gone the other direction. Pressure's on for Benji.
The problem is they haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked. He's going to wait, almost play the bait, just hold on while they fight his teammates. It's all too easy for Benji. On out for Lysor, if anything, he just needs to make sure he dies. Not wanting to just hold on to a pistol for the next round. He's going to go swinging. Already has the ult, so it's not even going to be the ult at the end. Heretics have brought this back into contention. 10-7. Not too far away now, and this is where you kind of expect for FPX to have more of a response.
Yeah. Again, ult dedication. You get a nightfall for FPX right now. But I mean, a relatively big factor, honestly, in a round like this. 10-7, economy's on the line. Autumn's going in for another glass cannon. They're so willing to play without those shields. I mean, they rarely get to fire a bullet back at them, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. But 3 rounds in the difference. Heretics on the road to recovery. And the defensive side, well, a little bit of aggression to go down. Miniboo sends through the boom bot. It finds nothing. And on the back of it, I expected aggression. If it was Life, you'd see aggression, but they backed off.
Wah, belok gitu, bro.
Will be revealed, but he has support. And it's actually the spam through the orb that ends up taking down Life. That's not the man you wanted to lose early on in this round. Because as said, like, you look at the other side, what have you now got? You've lost your star duelist. You have a double controller, single initiator, and a chamber. Like, this is not a space-taking composition if you lose the Yoru in the early stages of the round.
And not just that, for the round that's in it, economy on the line. Heretics about to build up a massive lead in terms of eco if they can avoid losing too many. This is a round that FPX don't want to be pulling any punches, and losing one of their big entries is definitely going to hurt them. Benji not going for the orb. Could have been Viper's pit.
Kena 2.
He knows that risk not worth it at all. Thrash sent in.
Yeah.
Berlin's already pushed way too far forward. Perfect timing from Rienz on the ultimate. The snake bite keeping them back, and as they attempt to fade through the orb, Rienz gets another blind through the smoke. The spike recovered by Lysor, soon to be gifted to Heretics by the looks of things. But the op comes in, the shot fired, lands nothing, and now they'll be much more cautious. In fact, the molly gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's at least got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted. Players
depan lu.
Even saving is impossible.
Dia nggak lihat apa ya?
Got him sectioned in.
God, a gorgeous interplay. That was the combination
Padahal
of
dia
the
kan
two
bisa
players
ngelihat
of
itu orang jalan
Rienz and Benji. Like, just whether the orb was going up to just keep everybody low as they tried to run in. They also had
Kita
the
bisa lihat
snake
masa
bite
dia
cover
enggak.
that was there when the ultimate was being used to make sure that they couldn't properly close him down. Like, it was just perfect from these two. And okay, that was the only risk, was when Berlin got through, but Rienz was just about quick enough. And you can see, just combining their utility, working as a team. And again, I said Rienz had been a little bit quieter in that first half. He is now 16 and 12. He is climbing up the board and putting them just 2 rounds away after what was looking commanding. Like, this was, again, I think it was both pistols going the way of FPX this time. Again, a very good first half where they ended with a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol. Now they've lost 4 rounds in a row, and I think we're starting to see the holes in where this comp is just not as good on the attack.
That's it. They really need to find a solution there, and I'm not sure that's an easy solution.
FPS.
Like 4 rounds in a row, it's
Kenapa
not
ya?
the end of the
Dia.
world. We've seen so many teams recover, and a lot of the times that's going to be necessary. You lose the 4 as you're learning. What are your opponents doing? How can you adapt to it? What are the gaps in your attack? But for FPX, those gaps are hard to plug with limited utility. I need to see Life not going down early round, and I'm not sure I can blame him for it.
You need to see Autumn go for a glass cannon rifle. It's because he's getting tour de force if he gets 1 orb, but it's definitely it's a risk that if he just dies, okay, he sold it. I thought he was. I kind of.
You got the golden gun, man. You go Headhunter alongside shields and then go for the orb. Well, then you get 1 kill. You've got a big gun.
Ganggu banget
Big
spray.
sniper makes a bit more sense.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted him to.
Gede banget.
I didn't, so I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with the chaos. Chaos is where they've succeeded. Chaos is where they will win. Now they've got a few ults for this one. Young, Guardian. He's gonna be better in this round.
Oh, I actually think this is over then for Heretics, to be honest. I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's Young's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
Then he'll only take
Guarantee.
down maybe 1 player.
If Lysor uses the Viper's Pit while Young has a Guardian, he's trolling. Now you need to give him the long range angles. Let him just headshot. But no, for real, at this point, Heretics A site feeling a bit of pressure. They're just going to fall back. They're going to concede. Get Pit down for FPX and give them a real chance to fight for this round.
Nightmare Jacked.
Boot has somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. There goes that Viper's Pit, but with an immediate response. Both Nightfalls thrown in. Everything being placed into this round by both teams, but they have been able to buy quite a bit of time. Miniboo playing a game with Chicken. Berlin on the other side as well. Miniboo comes out on top. They now have to deal with this man. He goes for a little bit more. They've also lost the Pit. This is a bigger problem now. Life has at least been able to recover 1, but it's left onto Young, and there's a counter Pit in play. He has to make a play into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to bypass them. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting, holding that line. And now the difference down to just 1. And as I said, Mitch, they committed quite a lot into that round.
Well, yeah, they committed a hell of a lot. Getting themselves in, counter Nightfall, Pit that then got counter pitted as well. I mean, this was big investment from FPX. And then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How Miniboo gets the second, I don't know. And a quick trade from Rienz drops the Pit. At that point, the round is lost. I think that's the defining fight. As well as that, Miniboo was like 20 HP, pushing through lamps for the first kill he got, just crouched waiting. A ballsy play, and certainly fair to say that, you know, we started this out by talking about his confidence levels. I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found his groove.
He's getting back into it at least, and as I said, that was always going to be dangerous. A streak of rounds, and this would be both maps now, where the FPX have found themselves in pretty hefty
pemain CSGO apa gimana dah?
They are starting to slip in a similar way. It will be a crushing way to go into that lower bracket, and of course, have to face
Black
off
Market
against Sentinels. I don't think there'll be many
Classic
teams
AK.
that will have had to be eliminated from 2 tournaments only playing against Masters finalists. That would be the brutal way to go out. Life, though. Here is that something they were looking for, but there are multiple players ready and waiting. The utility is so good, though. It's fantastic to support him.
And Young with another. Rienz had thrown his own bit of util out. The Dizzy to try to get space, but he's denied it. Boo and Woot left with a tough decision. Did they go for this?
Kalau Yoru di bracket kita, kalau itu lagi di smoke apa di wall sama Viper nggak akan dicek itu. Jalannya terus ke ini ke elbow.
11-9 now for FPX. They found a little bit of a recovery. This could have been disastrous as well with their credits down to the last, but well, they're back on the board.
Wow. You can see why they want that dimensional drip so bad. Because when Life has that,
they are
he
so
uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own pop flash to leave the players at the back of the site completely blind, and then sticks the landing with it. And that's, there's so much interplay that they can have around that ultimate. The look now will be, what do they do when it's not there? And I actually think that, okay, sure, for Heretics, I understand where there's a pause. You won 5 rounds in a row, you finally lose 1.
Dipakai semua ini timeoutnya.
But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay,
sayang kalau nggak dipakai ya.
That we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was one orb on life, and I don't know how many, it was 6 or 7
Anjir,
on a
itu apa,
teammate.
Cok? Kikep?
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got Tour de Force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin I actually think could be impactful.
Apa itu?
He's a bit
Bot?
crazy sometimes. And well,
Wood.
Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds, because the 5-round streak is pretty clean. I don't think there were too many scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
No, those streak of rounds, if they can replicate it, that's what they're after. Maybe FPX have that response. Like we said, Life uses ultimate. This is a game changer in that round, but you're not going to have that online for quite a while. Now, though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated his ult before barriers have gone up.
Kena 2.
He challenges them to a game and see if they do want to play. Certainly early on.
You
no
wanna
form of
play?
aggression.
Let's
Dizzy
play.
just reveals a player's outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
Straight away. One of the TPs is had to be used just to get out of the seas. I think they are trying to deny Life farming up those orbs. We've seen the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the back of his ultimate. And again, 3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in Hookah that's being held. And now Boo, well, he's going to be under pressure. Another double ping, and well, Woot's caught.
Well, this seems to be the place they get curious is exactly where Autumn is. Rienne's able to trade, but the disadvantage remains for the side of Heretics. And although Rienne finds another, we're in the same boat. Mini Boo, showstopper, not going to heaven though. Needs to pull his rifle out pretty soon because there's a peek coming in from Young. Getting aggressive, and it was not expected with the Tour de Force landing a shot. It's 12 for FPX. 3 chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time the streak ended a little bit earlier, and FPX now in that driver's seat. And I like a lot of the interplay in this round. Firstly, just aggressive plays, like when the Honk goes swinging off the back of it, you know that somebody's going to try and shoot that to not reveal the position. The patience of Autumn, this was the value of having him on that operator. That was what they were looking for the entire time. When space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well. Ultimates still in a decent spot though for Heretics. They could respond.
Oh, they could, but Boo's down to start this one off. It's not looking pretty. Life even finds another Lysor, trading out some of the disadvantages, but Benji's his 2 picks puts it back to neck and neck. And now, an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose for FPX. Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in the clutch position, you probably would choose these guys. Autumn and Life have been very impressive, having to dodge the thrash and just about managing the TP. Although he gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset, and thrash won't be recovered.
He's been caught by absolutely everything over the last couple of rounds, but he will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics, they're not just sitting pretty. They're going to go walkabouts, going to go looking to see if they can reposition. Now taking the TP would actually find an open site. The timing not working out great for the side of Heretics, and they're going to have to take the long road all the way back around. Now it might not be expected though for them to have pushed this far up so soon. The problem is, I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting just in case someone still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally speaking, this is where players will have already started the rotate. I think that's what FPX are playing for, that Team Heretics would be coming through the spawn. Maybe in their minds they've already stepped onto the site. Little do they know it is the long play, but with the positions FPX are manning, they don't really have to worry about that. It's not an angle they're super exposed to, it's just Life, but now he's got the info, and the shot landed to start this one off. Big swing to get the trade, and Autumn finds him with his back turn. Beautifully played by FPX, and they've managed to take bind, a map that we were counting them out of, and of course we were. This
Lu berdua ngapain ke shower dah?
But not today.
Nanya gua sama berdua banget itu ke shower.
A team has come into their map choice, we put them out as favorites, and it's gone the other way, and that means that we need ourselves a decider. Lotus will be coming up after the break.
Please menang tim Heretic. Ah. Please lah. Biar gua dapat ini anjir. Dapat 100%
beli di komunitas
title.
Enggak.
Anjir apa ini coba?
Ini tak kasih ya, ngapain?
Kaget aku.
Ngapain beli ya?
Yeah. Heretic are rowing. For real, for real. Bro, itu komen sama kayak gua itu. Bro, please win. I need 100% title. Sumpah, please. Come on, Benji, Wood, ayolah. Sebenarnya pengen lihat FPS yang menang, cuma karena gue udah bikin itu heretic ketiga, ya ayolah, bikin mereka inilah yang menang lah, bikin mereka yang kalah lah. Biar nanti kan FPX-nya lawan Sentinel yang menang. Coba. Iya, gue butuh tim heretic yang menang. Meskipun nanti bakal kalah sama Sentinel.
Hello, I'm joined by Benji, Fishy, and Autumn, and today we are going to be playing Agree to Disagree. It's fairly simple. They have got some, well, I guess, cards, and basically I'm going to ask them a statement, and they have to tell me if they agree or disagree. Very straightforward. We're going to be starting off talking about our newest map. Abyss is the funniest map created so far.
Huh?
Funniest?
Nggak tahu dah.
You had any laughs?
Yeah.
Oh,
for sure. Okay. When do we count down?
Go for it. No, just go for it. Straight away.
Agree. Yeah, not strongly, but it is good. Like, bro, the amount of time, especially when the map first came out, bro, everybody was just dying. Like in scrims, bro, you just see someone die off spawn, bro, just to jump off the map. So yeah, I agree. Yeah. Same with me. I think I've fallen off the map a few times, and even on ecos, like sometimes in scrims we just 5-man jump off. Does not get them many ult points, stuff like this. I think it's definitely funny.
Okay, statement number 2.
Moral
Aspas is the best player of all time. You know, if you disagree, I'm going to ask you who is.
Nah.
Okay, agree. Who is then, Benji?
Who is the best player of all time? FNS, bro.
FNS. What is it about his game that you specifically like?
He just has aura. He just has.
Oh, come on.
Just his aura, bro. Like, like
I see it.
In the I haven't had the honor of playing against
FNS.
Sadly didn't qualify to champs, but I would be very intimidated. I would be extremely intimidated.
He's one of the goats.
He's one of the goats for sure.
One of the goats.
So yeah, I'll go with FNS.
Okay, well, we've had our first difference.
Yeah, I agree because I think Aspas is just probably the most consistent player I've seen in the game. Like, he's just always putting up phenomenal numbers and stuff like this, and just the amount of consistency in this game, I think it's really like incredible.
Okay, I think this one might split the decision a little bit. British cuisine is better than Australian.
Wait, British is better?
It is better, yes.
What is Australian food then?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say there's not really that.
What is
many
Australian? What's a
cuisine.
typical Australian
shepherd pie?
A shepherd's
meat
pie.
pie.
That is also
that's English
that's
as well,
also an
bro.
English thing.
It's the same.
Do you know what a parma is?
A parma?
Yeah, like a chicken
Cucina
schnitzel
anime.
with
like in a wrap or what?
Chicken schnitzel with like cheese and tomato sauce, like pizza sauce.
Oh, I think I might have had it before. I mean, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm
That's
gonna be.
a chicken
I mean, the thing
parmesan.
is,
Isn't that American?
Cucina anime.
Maybe. I mean,
Australian cuisine's not really a thing, but
that's the thing. Neither is like. I mean, you've got some English stuff, but like I see Australia as just like a hotter England. To be honest, that's where I see it. I'm gonna go disagree because even I'm British. I'm not a huge fan of British food.
Disagree.
Yeah, we both disagree. Okay, respect.
Okay. Well, the final and most important question. Tom looks good in his leather jacket.
Right. Strongly agree.
Strongly agree. Okay. Right, we're going to end it there. Thank you, guys. We're going to be throwing it straight off to the desk. Just remember that one. I look fantastic. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, as FPX forces a map 3 taking bind, which we all thought was basically all done and dusted. But that goes to show you when it's champions time, I mean, anything is possible here. And they even did it with a composition that was fascinating, to say the least.
Inexplicable
Yeah.
is the way I would call that one. Because they came out and I'm gonna be real, I didn't see the vision fully with this composition. I'm still not sure if I did. But
I don't know if they're...
I think Team Heretics in a lot of these rounds overcomplicated things a little bit. They kept on trying to go for these slow rounds, and they kept on contacting into players, just holding angles. It was Life holding aggressive on short. It was the chamber and showers. In so many of these rounds, these same early opportunities were being given away, and it was giving FPX advantages constantly.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think FPX had a decent game plan coming into this where they're like, we're just going to kind of play around their utility a little bit, like some of their smokes and the Viper walls and things like that. We're just going to find ways to just hide in corners, hide in angles they're not expecting, surprise the heck out of them, and just knock them down. The rounds where Heretics found some success was like on these heavy execute rounds where they're able to really put together these successful, snowballs into a site, just take over the round, and then their post plan is just way better because they have a lot more mollies and things to work with. So there were those opportunities, but like you were saying, they just kept contacting into players and dying.
But I think this is the classic FPX, where they play a comp that isn't optimal, that doesn't have, like, the perfect idea behind it always, but they just execute on things solidly. They play off each other really well. They have some insane individuals. I mean, the amount of just rounds won on mechanics this map was so impressive. Like, these are good players that play well as a team, and they'll really catch you off guard, as we saw here on Bind.
Yeah, they were able to pick up the dub, but of course, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. We're going to give this one to Benji Fishy for his 3K in round 4, even though, the Heretics boys weren't able to walk away with the dub. I mean, still, you get a couple people walking in through the teleporter, you're like, oh, hello. He just caught 1, 2, and on top of that, he was about to get gobbled up by the Fade Util 2. So that was great. And just another day of Benji Fishy doing something ridiculous and just shrugging it off. Casting him for a while. He does that quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even with the situation that Heretics find themselves in here, going down on Bind, when we thought that could have been a given for them. Now, we shift our focus here, map 3 to Lotus, and what I'm excited about is we're about to get some zoom, about to get some neon up on the server,
This should be really interesting. I mean, a map that FPX beat Heretics on at Shanghai, again, different, players, different lineups, that kind of thing. But there is some experience here for the side of FPX as well, going up against good Neons. They beat RB, who was playing for Titan Esports over in China. They were able to best on Lotus. Lotus is a good map for FPX, and Heretics is actually changing it up completely. No Neon.
Wow.
So this is just the default comp. They're familiar with it. Everyone has played this one before, but that is really surprising. This will be 3 maps now without Miniboo playing the Neon that defined Stage 2, and I think defined Miniboo as a player. But let's talk about this FPX comp. Triple controller. It's a really weird one, but on their attacking side, it gives them a lot of tools to break up the map and scale into very small pieces at a time. taking A. They're never going to go for the super early fight, but they'll Astra smoke one early close spot. Then they'll Omen smoke deeper, and they'll have all these layers to segment and give themselves advantageous duels. And it's super disruptive because you're never in scrims in Europe playing against a team who has a comp like this. It's cool ideas, and FPX does it well.
They're testing your discipline. They're testing your util, and if you are going to be able to hold on to it long enough to wait for those actual executes.
Yeah, well, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off day 1 of Champion Seoul. We're going to map 3. It's Lotus. Let's find out who walks away with the dub. We're going to send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, listen, a 3-mapper between these two teams, I would have said it's likely at the start of this series, but after seeing Abyss, I wasn't so sure.
Did they sit down at the wrong computers? Why
Maybe.
is Wu on Omen? Why is Boo on Fade? Like they've switched, but they brought in some of the same agents and then just sat down at the other computer. Rians is also switching to the Viper. Like, again, this is something completely different to what we're normally seeing. They're bringing in that double controller, which I don't mind. I can only assume it's because Woot's going to look to be that little bit more aggressive. Although saying that, Rians is the one that's pushing up.
Curious look for Heretics. My goodness. Well, let's see how this one pans out. Haven't seen Boo on the Fade in quite a while. In fact, doesn't even have that many games on it in total. Autumn has gone down right away. A few assists coming in. The Fade alongside the decay from the Viper wall. And they're looking to push right in towards Heretics' position. Boo, well, he has a tracer, a rough idea of where those players are, but he can't land the shots. Luckily, the rest of the squad is there to cover all bases. A flawless start to this one, 1-0 for Heretics.
Will it work? No, I'm kidding. That would be a little bit. But the thing is, winning both pistols has been the defining point of the map so far. Like, they've been both incredibly close. Okay, one of them went to OT, so I guess the pistols maybe weren't the most clinical thing in the world, but it could have meant that first map went the way of FPX. And getting off to a good start here for the side of Heretics is going to be so important. I'm excited to see some of these role switches. As said, like, there's opportunities to see Woot get more aggressive. Like, a lot of the time, you're going to see that lockdown of the A site with the triple push up and then leaving that Omen behind. We saw players who used to be duelists and stuff do it in the past, but Woot has sort of played every role. I can't think back to him playing Sentinel, but anything other than that, he's pretty much in the book.
You can almost say the same for the good old Boo. Yeah. Over the years, he's done whatever needs to be done. For Heretics, 1-0 to start this one out, and FPX just play the classics. A very light buy for them in this round, and Heretics will be sitting back, letting them run about the map and do as they please. No control over Rubble, which is a big part of having to catch myself. A big part of Boo's gameplay is what I'd normally say, but he's not going to be doing that this time around. We heard from Alfier at the end of stage 2 that he's very bored of playing the same role again and again, and he wants to play everything.
But Boo got Controller of the Year in EMEA, right?
He
so
got
like,
yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm going for Initiator now, lads. I'm going for the Initiator of Champions. Because why bother? Why bother playing the Controller anymore when you've already completed it?
Yeah, completed it, mate.
Well,
got 100%.
This round should be very little. Any extra kills would be nice for FPX. Not an awful start. Managing to get those trades. Now, we haven't really talked about it as much, but the thing I love about this attack side triple controller is it means they can actually use that Viper screen for space into the B site. For Woot, he's going to be on cleanup crew. Now, any extra cost here would be a weapon dropped. They've only lost pistols so far.
Yeah, and Aya has a chance, but Woot's a little too quick. He was just the same, finding the second shot onto life, and well, with those connections, that is a 2-0 start. FPX, though, doing some damage. At the end of the day, the main heavy hitters are carried over to the next.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, though. I want you to keep an eye on where that Viper screen is going for the attack, because normally it's going to be used a lot of the time for A control. You're going to use it to try and sell a bit of a ruse. But most of the time, Autumn is going to be playing it in different ways to cross into the B site. So he's going to make it so that he can sort of section off parts of the door, so they can isolate in by going through the broken door, and then also it sections off heaven at the same time. So it makes things quite awkward for B site defenders, and also means that you can basically go in, and if you go from mid, you can fight a singular angle. It's quite a nice Viper screen, but one that you can't normally allow. Something they should have allowed is doing that.
Well, you think that when you commit life to holding an angle, that'll be enough, but Mini Boo's off to a flyer. Started the first. Rifles for the most part on the side of Team Heretics. Not that many weaknesses. Odin bought up by FPX, trying to spam down early on A, but it's converted out now for the rifle. Oh, and it's converted back, and it's converted back again. They're juggling all the way to the spawn, and it's going to be chucked away. So just the rifles carried forward. And Autumn doing work with them already. That's Boo dropped the A site, weakened a little bit, but there's still a defender here.
Benji's still around as well. Rotation already coming in from Rian, so they bolstered this A site defense, and with 3 players already committed to tree, this could be a problem. They haven't managed to get out of this spot, but Woot's going to give them the fight. In fact, Rian swings with him, and both players are dropped.
Yeah, the call was clearly made to face them together. Can't quite account for those shots landing in that fashion. FPX now only facing off against a weaker weapon in the form of Benji and Mini Boo, who has hit a few nice shots. We'll see if he can find a bit more. He's gone down the rope. He's on the site, around the corner. They're not expecting it. The angle's open. He finds his one. Nade thrown, but he has a player around the backside. It's Aya on his way, and Ayung is not even needed, really. The kill was going to go either way, Autumn or himself. It's only about who gets the orbs. Luckily, with Ayung finding it, he's one away from a thrash, which could be valuable coming into round 4.
Yeah, I think they did well with just the slow pace. Like, the weaponry really wasn't that weak in this round for Heretics, but the double swing, just being patient around the angle, and actually a little bit disjointed. That was the bigger problem. Like, Lysol is the one that gets both kills, because I think Rian's is just a little bit late on the swing, and that's enough for a double kill to come through for the Omen player. Another one who likes to switch things up away from Sentinel and plenty of other roles. And this early fight, well, fair enough, Woot. I guess you can just play a duelist initiator and everything in between.
Yeah, a man of many talents, that's for sure. The jack of all trades and a master of most as well. The Odin spray from Boo. It's stylish. I like it. A little bit of damage already, but Mini Boo goes out to see if they're still there. Well, the info is at least found. Unfortunately, the advantage is lost in the meantime. Woot! Oh my goodness! 16 HP left on Berlin. 35, in fact, bit of decay in play. He's not going to be too healthy in any future fights. Thrash leading the way. B site to be cleared. I don't think it's going to find any connections. It will be recovered, though, for the post plant.
Yeah, and again, you can see those smokes already put into play. Viper screen. That's going to be the problem of getting in on this retake, is you almost have to disrespect some of the utility that is on the FPX side, otherwise you're just never going to get a moment. Paranoia is still available for Woot, but does he use it up top? That's the real problem.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't catch Lysor. It was used too shallow. And I believe Thrash, yeah, it's just now back online. So the chances of this round going the way of Heretics next to none, with Rien's desperately trying to escape, but running straight into the waiting hands of Autumn. That is a nice equalization. And for FPX, the ball is most certainly rolling on this attack.
Yeah, getting the hang of things. And again, we've seen this where a lot of the time the team that gets off to a good start is going to eventually slow down a little bit. Those pistols have almost been a burden of the first half, but in the second it definitely helps out a little bit more. I like that we're seeing a lot of the early fights actually taken by the Omens. Like, again, you're playing a double controller, so it's not nearly as bad as your solo smoker going down. In fact, if you're FPX, you have 2 more. And both of them managed to catch fights on elevated duels. Again, FPX are going to challenge for this control. Maybe expecting a little bit more resistance, but it's much more passive. The weaponry is not ideal, but if they can delay, there is a flank coming. And you have to take into consideration there is no Sentinel online for FPX.
Young's lost half his HP through a spam through the door with the Sheriffs. And a push up from C. Lots of information. Yeah, I think FPX definitely expected a bit more aggression from Heretics. Remember, last round they took the space very quickly, sending life out into the open, but there was a player up top above their smoke, destroying their flash and taking a free kill on a player in the air. Now, they're much more cautious of that early aggression. Dizzy to be thrown through. Nobody caught by it. So in goes the wingman for the plant. Almost undeniable, but a potential reveal with the swings out. They hope they can convert a couple of kills, but they are kept in position, whether it be by bullets or utility. There's not much to be done on the side of Team Heretics. Just Woot and Benji left to try and clutch it all. 2 versus 5. The best they can hope for is damage.
Yeah, that that was a couple of ultimates getting relatively close. Nice shot from Benji. We know how dangerous he is with this Sheriff. Looking for a little bit more. 3 kills already. Another one comes up for Wu as well. It's now somehow left on to just Berlin. This round was looking all but done. He's been revealed. They know where he is as well. And already sending utility, but it hasn't connected. It doesn't even matter. 2 players survived. After what was every single man standing for FPX, somehow Benji and Wu have pulled off a miracle.
2v5 with only Sheriffs. MasterCard Thrifty on the back of Benji Fishy walking in to Tree alone with a pistol in his hand. This is absolutely outrageous. Swinging in for the next. The first shot didn't hit. The correction was there. And I think he even headshot the other player through the wall, assisting on the kill. That is a Benji Fishy round, and immediately FPX call a timeout. That's not a round you can ever afford to lose.
That might be the hardest they've ever hit the timeout button. That has got to be infuriating. And that's the thing, we talk about this with Benji. One of the funniest things was that up until very recently, he never got an ace.
Yeah.
Do you remember the gun he got the ace with?
It was a Sheriff on
well,
Pine,
yeah,
wasn't it?
it was a Sheriff on Pine.
Yeah.
It just seems to be where, I don't know, maybe he puts like 85% of his practice. I know that's not true, but somehow it just looks so good when it comes to the pistol. And that as said, that's got to be a backbreaker for FPX. Like, you're in a very powerful post plant. I don't even think it was played that badly. Like, they try and re-swing off a pistol and just get domed. Sure, if you group up and stay together, he's never winning that, but
yeah,
them trying to fight a guy using a Sheriff.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, if you were the last guy alive in your rank game, I think you'd critique them trying to fight a Sheriff.
Sure.
That's for damn sure. But
maybe if it was Benji Fishy, but unfortunately, he ain't in my rank games.
Unfortunately, yeah, well, I think you should be pretty grateful he's not around, Tom. The 3-2.
Maybe let me win.
I don't think he likes you that much.
Feel pity.
I don't think. But 3-2 for Team Heretics. I don't think they were expecting to win round number 5 when it started, and when they were in the 2v5, they certainly weren't. They're given a lifeline to keep the lead early on, deny FPX the foothold on this map. The attack side left with 2. Rifles bought up. A lot of the credits are down to their last, down to the wire. We don't. Okay. Don't want to see any crazy risks taken by FPX. They've got to be cautious in this round. It was Woot that got aggressive, that tried to get up in their face. He's lost his life now. Mobile control not quite going his way, but Rienz has done well to trade it out.
Hey, I'm almost wondering how. It looked like there was a smoke down. Did he just tap a couple of bullets through it?
I think
he was still towards the A side. Maybe it is possible, but even still, it must have just been a pixel shot that he connected. They'll be happy with that because the early aggression definitely didn't pay off. Still have a showstopper available and actually gambled back towards the C site. 3 players. Come on, Boo. Maybe a little bit lucky to be alive. He's going to fall back with the smoke shutting him off completely and that control going the way of FPX. The only problem is they don't have a mass amount of time to only be getting this control now. There's still a lot to do.
If they switch back to B, they could be in trouble. I think that's going to be the play. Usually when it's low time left, that's where teams decide to take it. The spike's certainly on its way, but the nade has kept them back, bought a little bit more time. We're down to 20 seconds. And Team Heretics now have rotated in to assist on the A site. They're ready for this push. Oh, they're just now pulling back from it, giving up that space. It looks like FPX, despite the clock being against them, will just about have enough time to get this planted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that though. Having the lockdown available and the showstopper. In fact, the showstopper committed immediately. Maybe trying to force players back. Instead, Lysol goes forward. Gives them that advantage. Another comes up as well. Finally, Boo has managed to get a response, but it's whether or not they want to commit the lockdown. I think at this stage, it would be, well, an oversight to put that into play. Benji, well, he pulled off an impossible clutch moments ago. This one might even have to be better, and Lysol's not going to give him the time of day. An instant response from the side of FPX, and we're level again.
Big round by Lysor. That showstopper would have done damage, and I'm pretty sure Mini Boo on the fall off from it is picking up a little bit more, but he swings in. And the thing is, I saw 2 players behind, and the fact that he's able to get out of there, reset for a fight later on is huge. The fact that Woot, look, This is Wu playing an Omen. He's 7-3. He's having a good game so far, and he decides not to go for the standard control over Rubble where you shrouded step across, you tuck in, maybe you have a reveal come through. Instead, he's just peeking it because they don't get contact early. They don't have the wall. They're just assuming that FPX aren't going there. So in taking the space, he loses the fight to Autumn. Not an easy player to face off against on those shift peaks. But now we're neck and neck yet again. But the problem is the Heretics only have, well, Sheriffs on most players, Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, they couldn't possibly do anything with those.
They should have the read, though. They've pushed up C. They put Prowlers through B. So they basically know that this is going to be that early A control. So they can stack players up here. Bit of spam from either side, but they have to be wary of a potential double back towards the B side. And with Vu already being tagged low, there is going to be a push. Oh, immediately broken. And actually going to try and push into Rian's. I was about to say, going through a snake bite would be an incredible risk in a round where it's not necessary at all.
Especially with things like this now. Orb into Young and almost a double detain. But Thrash is stopped at the last second. Mini Boo up close now. Sheriff in hand, not able to land the shots. Life whizzing right by him as Lysor finds another. Now things are looking to be locked in for FPX. Just a few pistols left, and Benji's not getting away with it this time around.
Yeah, still a little bit of damage across players, but not anything to write home about. 4 of the last 5 rounds, and well, we know what round 5 was. I don't think we need to tell you twice. Actually, Heretics are going to take themselves a pause. Understandable. This is one that seems to be starting to get away from them a little bit. A team that has had their ups and downs on this map, no doubt about it. A recent loss to the side of Vitality, I think, has called in this mass change in, well, maybe not so much compositionally, but more so for the roles that they're being played on. And for the other side of things, okay, they've had a couple of losses here and there, but it definitely feels like a middle ground. It's always close when FPX are playing. The fact that they're currently in the lead after losing the pistol and losing a round to a Sheriff shows that in the majority of the buy rounds, they have looked a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and coming into the next as well, you know, sure, there's ultimates online for both sides, but my eye is drawn to FPX, to the Viper's Pit, to the Showstopper. Cosmic Divide, less so. It could be online for this. It's Life. It's been a little bit slower, but nothing I'd really complain about. He's entering in. It's tough on the attack.
No, but it's tough with this comp. Like, you're playing a solo initiator, triple controller. Like, a lot of the rounds, he's going brute force in. And that's the way they need to play, is he will be a sacrifice. He's happy to do that. That's something I love about Life in this game, is on this map in particular especially, he's willing to sacrifice himself if it wins the round. He's not one of those duelists who's looking at his stats, looking at the numbers. He will go in head first, and the trade will be there. FPX play like that.
He's the initiator's utility. The Sky Dog just going through. He ain't gonna get the kill, but as long as you do, who cares?
He has a boombot, and he is also a boombot.
He is a boombot with wings a lot of the time. He's been having his Red Bull. Well, for FPX, 4-3. Strong position, like you said, having lost the pistol, having lost a huge clutch to 2 Sheriffs. A thrifty round. Now find themselves in the lead early on. Team Heretics have ultimates of their own. The lockdown for Benji Fishy leaves them with a more passive hold of C. Not in terms of the utility. Alarm bot just there, revealing there's some players. But it's not like they want to hold on to this control with their lives when you've a lockdown.
I think also just FPX hadn't gone C. They waited for that showstopper. The utility is Sublime, setting up Life perfectly, but the response from Boo is ridiculous. Opens the door in an oversight, it seems. No one aware of that flank. He might have used the Nightfall. I think that caught everybody, and then they just didn't hear the sound behind them. What a play from the IGL. As said, a role that we did see him play a bit last year, but as of recent, hasn't been on that initiator.
30 seconds left.
Lysor's going to get a plant, but they are close by.
Oh, they absolutely are. Lysor knows that, having already heard the Prowler go around the corner. Try to get himself a foothold inside of Tree. Here's his opportunity. That door's going to open. That's a 1v1. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, Boo's playing it smart. If he opens the door, he gives him an avenue back into the game, back into the round. Instead, he's going to have to take down 3. Already 1 through the smoke, and the spams came close, but not close enough. There may be a hole in Mini Boo's earphones, but well, he's still rocking and rolling with most of his HP. FPX not going to keep the lead for too much longer. We're now tied up again, neck and neck.
Yeah, that was a huge play as well, because the thing is, we haven't seen FPX go towards the C site at all, and the initial entry was fantastic, the combination of utility, but then Boo just uses the Nightfall, and no one is aware that he's just going to open that door and go for the fight. Maybe they thought it was for delay, maybe they thought someone would come in from behind, but the way that he just opens the door and sprays them all down before any utility is put into place was absolutely perfect. Couldn't have timed it any better. Again, though, we now look at the response, because so far, Heretics have either won their rounds off hero plays, but actually just really off hero plays, or it's been the pistol.
Early fight and early success for Miniboo. They tried to cross this one conventionally, and it's not even Woot's Rubble control that matters. The quick one shot to the head. Team Heretics, 4 players early on A main, now start to fill in the rest of the space. Again, they're confident to play retakes on B or C with a lockdown in play. No worries, really.
You want to fight it?
It looks like the B site retake will be necessary. Paranoia used. I expect Boo to fall back. I see him stood on the edge of that wall, though, and I'm thinking maybe he's going to go for a little nasty play. He's waiting for their aggression for sure. Viper's Pit used from the spawn. It gives them a little avenue back through, actually. They'll get very close with a lockdown in play. The players are sent tumbling back in the other direction. They almost have to fight forward for the most part. Boo's ready for them to start with, and Lysor manages to make it out, but denying this defuse could be difficult. They're going to have to find a couple of picks with the players sneaking in inside the pit. They could already be defusing, and someone needs to get on that to check that they aren't. Pit gets dropped, shots landed by Berlin, put them in a good position with the wall down. Benji has the line of sight on Young and lands the shot to bring it across the line. That was a chaotic round, but I have to say, I like what Team Heretics are trying there.
Yeah, I think the initial take from FPX is cool. It gets you into the afterplant, but just the ultimates that were available made it so difficult. Like, you had the lockdown to force them into an awkward position. The Viper's Pit meaning, okay, are you going to run through a Viper's Pit into a lockdown to try and destroy it? No, that makes it impossible. So the only place they could go was try and push into Boo, who was ready for it. And then it's just like, okay, even then you have that control. There is no line of sight onto the spike. There is no, you have to go running through a smoke or fight back in. And even still, Berlin made it close. Like, the fact he gets 2 is impressive. Even still, Heretics have regained the lead. Economy for both teams is on the brink here. Like, you've already got Boo down to a Bulldog, and for the other side, a light shield or 2 just to pad the gap. They're the ones with the Viper's Pit in this round, and Boo, well, it's not long ago I remember him using a Nightfall to win them around. He's 1 away.
You know, last round, 4 players on A from Team Heretics. They used the C's alongside the nade to deny Rubble control. They push up, taking the fight immediately on the players emerging from the spawn, deleting life. I think it was Miniboo that did that. This time, Miniboo's on the C site. Pushed up on Rubble a moment ago, or on Mound, to find that little bit of control, spotting out that no one's there. It's got the rotations from Heretics focused entirely on this A site. And some players are defending the site. Benji is in an absolutely disgusting position. If they come through, I doubt they clear this corner.
Oh, he's going to look for the timing, and it doesn't quite work out. At least gets a little bit of information. Now, the reason they've left this solo C site is, again, FPX have been there once, and they got killed from behind. So they haven't need to stack up on this side of the map. The late rotation, the orb going up is going to be a problem. Miniboo playing up close, still has his nade. They haven't baited out any of this utility, and the push up from Life might try and sell the idea, but Berlin is just sat within this smoke. Rotation of the spike goes back, but he gets shot. He gets denied. Now they have to go in. They have to push in. And Rien's has rotated through, dropped the spike on the ground, but he gets caught. Do they have time is the question. Running in onto the site. I think they've just about got this plant. It's going to be incredibly close and just on the nose.
That's Viper's Pit to defend the plant as well. This was down to less than a second, but now the advantage is clearly in favor of FPX. Sure, some of these players are low, but everyone's going to be low on Heretics once they get near that spike.
Right there.
Utility. Luckily, Life was dropped and he had a nade. That would have been a death sentence, but Berlin putting up a fight. 29 HP. That's his 3rd kill of the round, and Young easily taking down Woot, jumping up above. Neck and neck yet again, and it seems to be very hard to separate these 2 teams.
Like, yeah, that round came down to what, like half a second? Rien's, I think if he swings a millisecond later, and you can't really blame him for it. Berlin winning a fight, running through a smoke with Miniboo waiting on the other side, and then killing the second guy. This was his round. And well, a little bit of luck it seems at the end, but that was just so to the wire. And as I said, you understand why Heretics only left a player there. There hasn't been any successful C takes, and there's only been one prior to that round. It's absurd because normally you see, well, the C site is a pretty hefty part of a lot of teams' game, a lot of executions, especially when you have a raise. But for FPX so far, it hasn't been a big part of the game plan. 5-5, and as I said, the economy was on the brink last round, and it stinks for Heretics in this round.
Yeah. I mean, a couple of sheriffs, a Bucky brought out by Benji Fishy. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. And sometimes you'll see, you know, the orb up close like last round. Maybe he can get the value. No, he's going to have to do this dry. That's not an easy task for anybody. Has managed to get close, but the first shot doesn't land. The second does. A chance for a little bit more. He's dropped. But the Bucky isn't. It's recovered.
Hero Bucky.
Boo now has it in his hands. 2 bullets left, and he's out of here. Maybe a chance to reload as well.
Wonderful. He's got the skin for it at least. My personal favorites, but can't say I'm expecting much from the Bucky from this point onwards. Boo does have his ult, so does Mini Boo. I don't know if they're going to want to commit them here and more with Boo already dead. The Bucky might find another player. It has. Riens has got one, but they're in fact going to invest the Thrash. Just trying to make sure that this round doesn't fall away from them. It's still a 2v2 scenario and not the cleanest from Ion, but he'll get the job done in the end. Lead taken from FPX, this continuous back and forth that we've seen throughout this map. Come on. We now look at Heretics to see if they can respond and even things up. I feel like that's sort of where it should go.
Well, with how things have gone so far, yeah, let's carry it out to the end of the half. Defensive side, I feel like, you know, one of the weird things about watching this from having seen Heretics play so many games here is that normally you have Boo constantly on Rubble. They always have a main control, and there's been such a different identity to this defensive side. At least in this half, with the comp switches, you can very much tell that there's a different idea behind playing these agents, and I think I'm curious to see how their attack pans out. Imagine more of a blob movement and less variety to what we're seeing here.
Yeah, with the whole composition, they weren't running themselves the Viper, so maybe joining the norm a little bit more there. It does also mean they don't have that which I think was a big talking point for Riens. Someone who's so fantastic with that supportive utility is going to have to do it in a different way. Again, we see this patient, passive FPX. I think if you watched the last map, you wouldn't have expected to hear those words come out of my mouth, but this has looked incredibly different. Happy to play into the late round, using those rotations. That counter Nightfall is definitely going to make things awkward. You maybe expected to see some spam from Boo. Instead, Boo tries to go through.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Boo's found himself one. And he's safe in the back of the site. Showstopper's good for 2. Mini Boo making a mess of this round because that's the spike on the ground. And it looks like it's only going from bad to worse for FPX. Slicer, 1 versus 4. He'll find the first, but 10 seconds. Even planting this spike is impossible, and more so now because he's dead. 6-6 at the halftime. It is difficult to separate these teams. We've had to go all the way to map 3, and it looks like we've got to go a little further.
Yeah, I think that it probably deserved to go in neck and neck. I guess you could argue with Heretics winning the pistol, maybe FPX should have come out slightly in front, but we've seen it back and forth all the way through. I think this round was much more of just that passive read after what we've seen over the last few rounds of this slow rotation. They tried to sort of hold on to it in this case, and it's worked out for them. Either way, we'll be back after the break with the second half.
And we're back with half 2 of Team Heretics versus FPX, map 3 on Lotus. This is where we're going to decide who gets to go forward and who gets to go down below. And for FPX, they've put up one hell of a fight. We counted them out when it came to bind, but 13-9, they took it. They dealt Heretics one of the worst attacking halves we've seen from them, the worst, in fact. And now, as we move on to Lotus, half 2, FPX's defense, Tom, where's your expectation? I don't know what to expect from Team Heretics. There's a couple new flares to them, but do you see 6 as being enough for FPX?
I think it can be. I think it depends how Heretics come in playing this. Like, you're gonna know that this composition is coming, but because of the amount of delay utility they have, you have to disrespect some of it. You have to play through smokes, you have to take risks, and maybe that's why they've got Boo now playing that supportive role, so that Woot can maybe be a bit more aggressive around those smokes.
Smoke right away has deterred the plan of Benji Fishy to put the turret down and deny any control over the mound without at least breaking it and giving away the info. Flash sent out, destroyed immediately, and look at that. Heretics pumped the brakes with a 3-man firing squad waiting for that B main aggression, and it has come through. The advantage now concretely locked in favor of the attackers, and FPX, the remaining players, Young, Autumn, and Berlin, have it all to do.
This is a tough position to try and get back from, for sure. Rians clearly knows something that we don't, because he is fighting! And wow! Autumn, maybe a bit of a nasty surprise for him. It's going to be the push through. Even still, that advantage kept. And waiting to see if there's anybody lurking around the edges of these smokes. In fact, looking like they're going to plant for the link. Instead, though, they're met by Young. This round maybe overplayed a little bit and almost caught out with utility in hand. Even still, a 3 versus 5 turned 3 versus 1. Boo has to try and turn it back again. And somehow, after such a deficit, FPX have turned this round.
I do wonder, that feels like the kind of round you end up calling a pause after. A lot of individuals scattered across the map, destroyed in individual fights, trades aren't there. But ultimately, you have to give credit to FPX for being able to pull that back. Even given the opportunities, often won't be enough. Walking through a decayed wall. Here you have Young catching one off guard, a Mini-Boo not adjusting in time, and then obviously Berlin on the Woot, another one of those individuals. They've got to be feeling good now with the lead locked in. It has been back and forth so far, but this second round will be a little tougher for Team Heretics to upset them in.
We've finally seen a split of pistols as well. After both going one team's way, and for FPX, after bringing things back to even in the last half, it's going to put them in a great spot. Quite a few sheriffs invested into here for the side of Heretics, clearly believing in the power of the pistol, and I don't really blame them. Seems like Boo's still going to be playing a similar game to what we see from him when he's on the smokes, lurking on that side of the map. And while for Berlin, it's a chance to potentially farm up orbs. It seems like he got a little bit lost there, though. Plant going to be tapped. I don't know if they realize it. Watson's still here, and Wu wins that fight as well.
You'd think I would have learned my lesson by now to stop counting Heretics out when they've got pistols in play, but I'll learn one day. FPX still have a chance. Easy sent far, but I don't think Wingman's going to survive too much longer. Yeah, he doesn't even get it to half. The shot from Life is nice, but they haven't dealt with the player on site. Riens is going out for more. Oh my, what is he doing? What was that? A MasterCard Thrifty in an uncouth style. I mean, I thought he'd wait for the defuse, play the time. Instead, he's going out with his knife when he still has ammo. Okay, 7 and 7.
I feel like, did he just emote on him? Is that what I've just witnessed? Yeah. He just decided to do a little dance to almost just flex in a round where, yeah, they had nothing. They had a few sheriffs, and he had a classic, and they had 2 bullets left. I don't know. I said it. Rien's post plant, it equals win. I don't know how. I don't know how they're managing this, but for FPX, it's got to be infuriating. You finally, I said, they broke it. They got a split pistol for once, and well, yeah, look at the economy. It's off the charts now for the side of Heretics. They're in a great place.
Yeah, but this is better than winning the pistol. Yeah, your opponents are down in the dumps, and now you get to play a round where you've been... Oh, hello. Okay, well, that's not ideal. Benji's down immediately. Cover going out. Having been dropped now, there's a... I believe it's a rifle recovered by Berlin. opportunity for FPX at least, but yeah, well, I was going to point out that Heretics can build up a lot of money because they're only against pistols, but, well, they've already lost one, and now there's a rifle in the mix. Things get a little spooky.
Okay. The rifle's now on the ground, and they're going to want to try and retrieve that. Of course, the other side don't know about this. Trying to bait him into an awkward fight, but who's having a great time? Finally, will be put down by Ion. But even still, that time has been ticking, and the rest of the players on Heretics haven't just been sitting there. They've got into advanced positions. This post was looking good, but now they're both trapped into the corner. This could be a huge problem. Autumn's found another, and Wood's got nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. He's going to jump and just about survive, trying to do everything all on his lonesome, but he won't quite be able to. Left completely blind. It doesn't even matter. It will be a Red Bull clutch with the spike ending the round.
You know, I expected a crazy game after all you told me about FPX, Tom, but this, I mean, Heretics are matching them. They're on the level. What in the world have I watched in the last 2 rounds? By golly gosh, Tom, I'm starting to lose my mind. A Red Bull clutch by the spike.
I feel bad for Autumn because he did so much. Even just Wu jumping over. I don't even know if they had time from this point. I don't think they did. But it just the fact that he manages to jump at the right moment to survive. Well, I guess technically they didn't at least get that massive boost in economy. FPX, they probably would have hoped for a win, but they can take that as somewhat of a win. Heretics will reclaim the lead. Again, speaking about FPX and their ability to compete with the best, you're talking about a team that was in the previous Masters final with a sub, or I will say maybe the GOAT of all subs in Battletech, because that doesn't normally happen. Boo almost caught, but he's going to deny any further aggression. Still FPX trying to find some way in and delay, and you can see again these double smokes. There always comes a point in the round where you have to almost disrespect them a little bit.
Oh, Young had an angle. The timing not quite great. They were watching as he swung out of the door. Smokes go down, but I don't think the plan is to go to the A side. It looks like the focus is instead moving towards B. Prowler clears it. They won't waste their paranoia, instead using it much deeper, stopping any re-aggression coming out of heaven. Nade pushes them back there, and the plant should now come in safely in the corner. A foothold for Team Heretics, but Life trying to take advantage of the chaos. He's gone straight in with the blast back and got 2-3! Lighting them up! It's Heretics on the back foot! Out of absolutely nowhere! FPX have got control, and they're starting to defuse already. They've got to go running at them to stop this, and there's no stopping what started here. What a round from Life! That is unbelievable!
I don't even know. I don't even know. I think if you saw someone do that in one of your matches, you'd report them for cheating immediately. Because it's like he's got a million sensitivity just spinning around. Benji's got to be almost broken watching what he just did. That's insanely clean. Wow, just as one team seems to take an advantage, the other comes right back again.